It all kicks off 20 years ago when a game called Lockdown Day, created by some seriously wicked gods, dropped onto Earth, bringing a mix of total disasters and crazy opportunities. But the one rule that never changes is that clearing a dungeon gets you super powerful cards that can totally flip your life around. On the flip side, the losers pay the ultimate price, getting stuck in the game screen forever. Everyone thought they could just beat the final boss, grab those ultra rare cards, and walk away as the ultimate champion. But when all was said and done, the only guy who actually survived this brutal game was our MC. He figured that keeping up his winning streak would give him everything he ever wanted. But he soon realized the endgame was turning into some kind of deity, and that definitely wasn't on his bucket list. So, our guy flat out refuses to join the ranks of those wicked gods. A super creepy voice asks if he's absolutely sure he wants to toss all that power away, and he just drops a solid, "Yep." Our MC admits he made all the cold, rational choices to be the last man standing, but it cost him his mom, his bros, and the love of his life along the way. Right then, the lifeless bodies of everyone he cared about are shown scattered across the gloomy floor. As Earth's sole winner, Luosi gets grilled by the mystery voice about what he actually wants to get out of this, his biggest wish. Just to get his boring, peaceful daily routine back, in a world where everyone he loves is safe and sound. Warm memories of his girl asking him out and his buddy bringing him snacks flood his mind. But all of that was wiped out. Pissed off, Luosi tells the gobs to grab some popcorn and watch as the planet holding all his precious memories gets blown to bits. Right at that moment, a glowing energy starts forming in his hand, shaping up into a card. Luosi flexes that he doesn't need their annoying threats, complimenting the cool stuff they built while revealing a power even the big bad gods can't control. It's the insanely overpowered time reversal card, which he saved specifically to fix his regrets and make sure his squad survives. Mind blown, the wicked god literally can't believe this kid managed to snag such a busted item. Even so, the entity finds the whole thing super entertaining and says he can't wait for round 2. With the card activated, our MC falls through a digital tunnel, swearing he's gonna take down those gods and protect his crew when he gets back. A second later, our guy snaps his eyes open, completely freaking out. He violently sits up in a hospital bed, desperately trying to catch his breath after that wild ride. Looking at his own hands, Luosi is totally shocked to realize he actually pulled off the time travel. Noticing the hospital gown, he wonders if he's back in the city's psych ward. Just then, his mom walks in holding an apple, sweetly asking if he's been seeing those bad things again. She walks up to the bed looking super caring, promising he doesn't need to be scared because she's right there. Frozen in place, the guy just calls out to her, totally unable to believe this is real life. In his past run after he entered the game, his mom's consciousness got trapped, and she became a total vegetable, meaning they never got to chat again. Bawling his eyes out, our MC hugs her tight and dumps all his feelings about how much he missed her. Super confused by her kid's reaction, she hugs him back and asks if his condition is getting worse, since she's been right there the whole time. Ever since he was a kid, Luosi was locked up for dissociative identity disorder, which the docs just lazily slapped a schizophrenia label on. In reality, there have always been people chatting inside his head, but the stuff he says definitely isn't crazy talk, no matter what the guys in lab coats think. Because of this whole situation, our guy is stuck in a hospital bed, unable to hold down a job date or just live a regular boring life. But none of that matters right now, because the game yanks the player's consciousness, and anyone who wipes in the dungeon turns into a potato in the real world. Checking his phone, he confirms there are only 34 minutes left until the event drops, so it's a race against the clock. Knowing he's inevitably getting pulled into the tutorial level, he decides to jot down every single clearing method he can remember. Since the early dungeons are a total breeze if you know the hidden rules, he's positive he can finish the cheat sheet in 10 minutes flat. The notes gotta be dummy proof so anyone can read them, because that's the only way he can boost his mom's survival odds. His mom heads out, saying she's gonna take out the trash, but tells him not to push himself too hard with the writing and to get some rest. Thinking back, Luosi remembers how his dad dipped on them because of his illness, while his mom never gave up on his treatment. She drained the family's entire savings, carrying this massive burden all by herself. She raised him solo, coming home dead tired every day, and he only fully grasped the weight of her hustle after losing everything. Right then, a buzz-cut dude casually strolls into the room with some tangerines, greeting our MC like they're total bros. Meet Chungzai, Lewis's one and only ride or die, who swung by to visit after being MIA for about 3 days. They grew up on the same block, and whenever the local bullies tried to mess with our MC King, Zai was always throwing hands to back him up. Gripping his bro's shoulder like a vice, our MC orders him to survive and beat the game, promising that in this timeline, the tragedy is getting cancelled. Totally lost, Chungzai asks what the heck he's scribbling down so fast, and Luosi drops that it's a walkthrough for a mandatory game. His buddy points out that the docs definitely didn't prescribe letting his condition dictate video game rules. Trying to make sense of it, Zai guesses it must be some AAA masterpiece everyone is hyped to play. Luoxi just rolls with it and hands over the notebook, telling him to read it carefully, track down his mom, and make her read a copy too. He warns his boy to memorize as much as humanly possible, because this intel is literally the difference between a game over and a clutch save. Taking the notebook kinda awkwardly, Zai feels like his best friend is acting super weird today. Meanwhile, our MC is deep in thought, knowing his top priority is to protect his VIPs, speedrun the dungeons, and hoard those secret cards. In this game, players rack up cards by taking down monsters, and the rare loot packs unique powers that even the gods can't touch. Only by scooping up these special cards will he have enough juice to throw hands with the wicked entity again. Ready to rewrite his fate, he clenches his fists and faces the most clutch moment of his entire life. With just 1 minute left before the event crashes into Earth, the vibe gets insanely tense. Glaring at his phone screen, he knows his regular, chill life is about to get yeeted out the window. A loud chime fills the room, followed by a screen totally hyping up everyone for being drafted in the first wave of players. The system starts booting up the dungeon, extracting Luoxi's soul, and getting ready to download fake scenario memories straight into his brain. Gliding through the glowing data streams, Luoxi swears that this time, he's protecting his crew and wiping every zone to become the absolute GOAT again. His ultimate endgame is to bounce back and wreck the jerk gods who used their world like a cheap toy. A system prompt wishes everyone a super fun time, officially welcoming them to their new personal hell. The corporate tutorial level finishes rendering while the system aggressively tries to hit the delete button on the player's real memories. A bunch of red error pop-ups flood the screen, proving that the memory wipe straight up crashed and burned. In the noob dungeons, real memories are scrubbed to trick players into thinking the fake world is their actual 9 to 5 life. A bunch of other suits pop into the scene, looking clueless but acting totally normal since their brains got successfully rewritten by the new plot. Since his memories tank the wipe, our MC realizes the start is going to be a perfect copy-paste of his first run. The map reveals itself as a huge, soul-crushing office packed with drones glued to their desks. Keeping his cool, Luoxi commands the system to pull up his character stat sheet right on the spot. The UI pops up showing he's at level 0, with all his stats locked behind a paywall and rocking just one unidentified blessing. Being back to a squishy noob with 0 muscle, he figures taking out the 3 starter bosses is basically impossible without nerfing his stats. He eyeballs the weird buff on his panel, guessing this blessing is the reason his old memories didn't get scrubbed. Even so, the immediate mission is figuring out how to snag some stats so he can steamroll the first roadblock. After chewing on this massive disadvantage for a sec, our MC's eyes light up because he just hatched a genius plan. Throwing it back to his past life, Luoxi remembers there's a hidden side quest in this dungeon that makes clearing it a total joke. Since the real game doesn't kick off until 11, he clocks that he still has about 10 minutes to chill and make moves. While booking it down the hallway, our guy recalls that the voice of his rebirth had been living rent-free in his head since he was a kid. The lore drops had everything to do with saving Earth and wrecking the wicked gods, hinting that a team-up might be mandatory. But the fine print is still a mystery, leaving him wondering if he can just copy-paste the abilities of those top-tier entities. Choosing to put a pin in that for now, he slams the brakes in front of some double doors. Scanning the spot, Luoxi nods, confirming this is the exact drop zone for the hidden chest loot. The system chimes in, confirming he hit the special coordinates and triggering the secret quest right in the men's restroom. Not wasting a single frame, he Spartan kicks the stall door open to grab the target. A tiny glowing blue ghost nearly jumps out of its skin from the sudden home invasion. The spooked little creep is sitting right on top of the ultra-rare treasure chest. Shaking off the scare, the critter switches up its vibe and starts growling, trying to look tough. Giving the thing a pure death glare, our MC tells it to scram before it gets permanently disconnected. Totally terrified by the threat, the ghost starts crying and clips right through the wall, leaving the loot completely unguarded. This urban legend coward is a bottom-tier mob that bails if you just say boo, making the path a total walk in the park. The system drops a pop-up, saying the mystery chest is locked because he doesn't have the specific key. Totally ignoring the game logic, our guy just brute forces the thing and smashes it to pieces. With 3 basic cards in his grip, he notes that noobs always fall for the bait, but ditching your fear is the real cheat code. Locked in on agility, strength, and endurance stats, the player gets ready to bust out his panel. He pops the items instantly, getting wrapped in a green aura as his stats finally get a massive glow up. Even though it's just a low-tier buff, he now has the raw muscle needed to throw down with the big starter bosses. His refreshed UI pops up, showing that an unidentified blessing has been officially secured. Popping these cards turns anyone into a legit player, and even at level 1, his power level already flexes way harder than an average Joe. To test drive this new hardware, He throws a charged haymaker right into the bathroom wall. Upon impact, the solid concrete literally cracks like an egg. Checking out the damage, our MC is 100% sure his veteran combat IQ is going to make this run a complete speedrun. But let's be real, this is still nowhere near enough to body those wicked entities and keep Earth from getting deleted. Fired up, he decides to abuse every glitch in the book, including the spooky power from the voice in his head. Trying to get a read on things, the guy knows he needs to figure out where the heck that weird blessing came from ASAP. Looking up at the ceiling, Luosi demands the dev step forward and take credit for the free buff. With a snarky grin, he drops a taunt, guessing the gods are too chicken to answer his trash talk. Caught off guard, our MC hears a super deep rumble through the dark room, saying it all depends on him. A massive, pitch-black shadow spawns right behind him, leaking an absolutely suffocating aura. The mystery entity fills up the entire room, flexing its terrifyingly huge hitbox. Keeping his cool, our guy slowly turns around to look this monster right in the non-existent eyes. The absolute unit of a shadow drops the bomb that they've been spectating his stream this whole time. Not backing down an inch, Luosi demands to know the creature's gamer tag and why it hooked him up with that busted blessing. The shadow just blips out of existence, leaving a message that this is merely a vibe check to see if the human is actually built different. Back in the empty hallway, our MC notices the pre-game timer is basically at 0. Totally confident, he swears he'll prove he's got the skills to hack the power right out of those divinities. The system flashes a red warning, stating that anyone who leaves their cubicle after the countdown gets the ban hammer. Racing against the clock, the guy knows his shiny new agility stat guarantees he'll make it back to base in time. Meanwhile in the bullpen, 2 angry suits are kicking desks, convinced the whole countdown is just some elaborate office prank. Sliding into the room, Luosi realizes there are always those clueless NPCs who can't read the room when things get real. The second the timer hits 0, laser beams from the ceiling strike the troublemakers, while our MC catches his breath in the safe zone. A massive puddle of red juice spreads across the floor, sending the office drones into full-blown panic mode as they realize the game overs are permanent. Amidst the total chaos, Luok stays chill, fully aware that breaking the server rules results in an instant wipe. A glowing red digital wall seals off the main exit, cranking the panic up to 11 for anyone trying to rage quit. The system blasts another alarm, hyping up the arrival of the E-tier cleanup crew about to breach the room. Creepy chuckles echo from a glowing portal, hyping the grand entrance of the dungeon's main problem. Ready to throw hands, our MC knows the only viable meta right now is to clear every boss that spawns. Greenish ghost janitors pop into the room, announcing that it's time to take out the trash. Freaking out over the mobs, one of the suits screams, asking what kind of messed up freaks these things are. Stepping up to the plate, a buff dude tells everyone to chill, promising he's gonna handle this with his bare fists. Luosi tries to ping the guy to back off and not try to solo things that completely break the physics engine. He knows for a fact that standard-issue humans don't stand a ghost of a chance against mobs with buffed stats. The Meaty head tells our guy to shut his trap, roasting him for almost getting zapped for being late, and saying he has 0 right to give tips. Blinded by greed, the big guy dreams that surviving this hardcore mode will score him massive loot and a VIP lifestyle. Charging in headfirst, the dude throws a heavy haymaker at the mob, completely sold on his own hype. Without even a chance to block, the Meathead gets instantly chopped in half like paper by the ghost janitor's speedy slash. The crowd completely loses their minds after witnessing the brutal, one-shot wipe of the guy who tried to act tough. Ignoring the screaming noobs, the mobs rush the workers to kick off the office wipeout. Trapped on the floor, an NPC cries and begs for a revive while the lethal blade swings down toward him. Out of nowhere, Luosi dashes through the chaotic room like an absolute blur, landing a devastating right hook. Our MC lets the creature know that he is its real raid boss. The crazy impact launches the mob backwards, slamming it brutally against the office pillar. Locked in, the guy repeats that farming these low-level bosses is the only legit way to level up. The survivors are totally shook, unable to process that someone actually had the guts to step up and floor the monster in one hit. But the green freak starts glitching out and slowly gets back up, ready to finish its cleaning duty. Not giving the enemy an inch, Luosi stomps on the mob with bone, crushing force to secure the elimination. The creature can't tank the combo, and its body shatters into digital dust floating in the air. The system logs the janitor's defeat, and our guy grabs his loot, focusing on his rule of never leaving mobs alive. Mind blown by the absolute carry, the suits wonder what kind of crazy backstory this mystery kid actually has. Holding his shiny new red card, he knows he desperately needs to grind these base stats. Instant popping the fresh loot, the player bumps his raw strength straight to level 2. Totally dialed in, Luosi glares at the ghost janitor who just keeps aggressively repeating its lines about cleaning up. Our MC notes that having unlocked stats and being just one level higher is basically a cheat code for auto winning in this realm. Flexing his clear advantage, He rushes in and delivers a heavy smackdown with his steel broom. Showing zero fear, the guy claims that this trash tier mob isn't even worth being called a warm-up anymore. The crushing blow deletes the monster instantly, dropping a sweet stat card as a reward. Gripping the glowing red loot, he hypes up that it's another strength card, bumping his stats straight to level 3. Right on cue, our MC elegantly dodges a sneaky backstab like it was in slow motion. Keeping the combo going, he lands a critical hit on the enemy, dropping a tip that lazy ganks like that belong in the trash. Admiring the fresh green card that just dropped, Luosi is pretty hyped to secure the agility stat, calling it an absolute must-have. Just then, 3 more ghost janitors spawn in the hallway, trash, talking the human and threatening to turn the place into a dump. Watching the mobs rage, the guy remembers the game has an aggro mechanic where speed running kills draws the whole server's attention. Thanks to this toxic mechanic, the difficulty spikes hard, meaning trying to solo the whole squad at once is a total throw. To avoid wasting HP, Luosi starts kiting around the office, using the desk to juke lethal hits and create spacing. Looking for a window, he yells at the survivors to throw any random junk at the mobs, to lag them out, and open up a strike zone. His grand strat is to pull aggro and see if any of these NPCs are actually useful enough to join his party and learn the ropes. Hiding under their desks, a bunch of the corporate cowards flat out refuse to help, terrified that peeking out will get them instantly deleted. Realizing the squad is a bunch of campers frozen by fear, our MC accepts he's gonna have to crack the defense wide open by himself. At that moment, one of the green freaks lunges at him full force, screaming like a total try hard. Barely breaking a sweat, the player uses the handle of his makeshift weapon to perfectly parry the attack mid-air. Across the room, a dude rocking a brown sweater and glasses watches the play, totally amazed by the kid's clutch moves. Fed up with his coworkers being useless, the guy stands up and calls them out, saying Luosi is carrying the team, and they need to pull their weight. Freaking out, one of the suits grabs his coworker by the shirt, crying and asking how normies are supposed to box with actual glitch monsters. Shutting down the drama, a way bigger, nastier boss spawns from the shadows, leaking an insanely terrifying aggro aura. The massive floor boss zeroes in on the glasses guy, steamrolling computers and desks to get to him. Running for his absolute life, the guy yells that he successfully pulled the main boss's aggro and begs our MC to make the play. Right on cue, Luosi shouts a quick thanks for the assist while perfectly slicing the 3 lesser janitors in one clean sweep. Since his stats totally outclass the basic mobs, they got deleted instantly, clearing the lane for a 1-on-1 with the big bad. Nearby, the hulking monster raises its giant weapon, ready to smash the screaming office worker into pixels. In the blink of an eye, our MC teleports right in front of the lethal mom, coldly stating that the real trash around here is the boss itself. Executing a frame-perfect, devastating slash, he splits the green giant right down the middle, securing the clear for the tutorial zone. The system flashes the global leaderboard, showing Luosi flexing in first place with a solid 700 kill points. Flashing back, he remembers he never managed to pull the ultra rare S rank card number 1 and gets super curious about its busted specs. Checking the UI, he sees no one else is even on the board yet, but staying in the top spot solo is going to be a massive grind. When the lockdown dropped, dungeons popped up across the entire globe simultaneously. A bunch of insanely busted try-hards made a name for themselves back then, and our MC knows he can't sleep on them in this playthrough. Hyped up, he decides he absolutely has to secure that God T card to stack enough buffs to stomp the evil deities. Right after, the UI flexes the fat loot he scored for wiping the first zone of the corporate building. Holding a dark-looking item, Luosi celebrates his insane RNG for pulling the Iron Embryo card right at the start of his run. This shiny piece of loot has the totally busted ability to craft a custom weapon, matching the user's personal aura and vibe. The guy reminisces about the legendary swords from his past runs, hoping the system hooks him up with something equally cracked. Stashing the loot, our MC's eyes lock onto the glasses guy who just risked a permanent game over. Despite looking squishy, he respects that having the guts to make a play when it counts is the exact trait of a top-tier gamer. Still shaking, the suit thanks him for the carry, totally admitting the whole lobby would be wiped if it wasn't for that clutch save. Right after, Luosi tosses him 3 premium stat cards as a tip, saying those buffs will help him stop shaking like a leaf. Totally shocked, the office worker stares at the shiny drops and asks if the VIP carry shouldn't just keep them for his own build. Luosi shuts that down quick, saying the guy's aggro pull prevented a full squad wipe, so the loot is totally well deserved. Locked onto the next quest, our MC announces that stage 2 is about to drop, and he needs to push his levels. With a quick menu command, he pops his glowing rewards to instantly inject his avatar with pure stats. The energy wraps around the kid, boosting his stats straight to level 4, while his bespectacled buddy takes notes. Without overthinking it, the office bro pops his cards too, completely amazed by the lightweight, buff feeling shooting through his vines. A see-through HUD pops up in his face, officially declaring he's dropped his NPC status and is now a verified player. Scanning the UI, the suit gets super confused seeing he scored XP without even landing a single finishing blow. Clearing things up, our MC explains that getting an assist on the boss guarantees a slice of the XP pie, boosting levels and drops. Curious about the carry's grind, the guy's jaw drops when he checks the party stats and sees Luosi is already at the impossible level 4. Our MC's character sheet flexes his speedrun, showing off strength and agility stats that make the starter average look like a joke. Hyped about the possibilities, he whips out the iron embryo, totally itching to see what kind of crazy skin his aura will generate. Thick energy starts twisting in his palm, morphing the little sphere into a glowing, neon blue sword. The system logs the birth of a scaling weapon rocking a spirit, / passive built around stacking blood energy. Giving the sword a test swing, Lue figures that even if it looks basic, an evolving weapon with passives is incredibly rare loot. Staying quiet, the glasses guy gulps, knowing for a fact that this mystery kid is the sole reason they aren't seeing a game over screen. Comparing the blue blade to the massive dragon, themed greatsword he mained in his past life, he admits this one is kind of a downgrade for now. At that exact second, the global server announcement rings out across the rec room, saying GG's to everyone for clearing stage 1. A fresh red timer pops up on the displays, commanding the surviving players to head straight up to the staff cafeteria. Wringing his hands, the glasses guy awkwardly asks if he can party up with the carry. With a chill nod, our MC accepts the request, dropping that he's always going to need big, brain teammates for the late game. Super relieved, the suit swears he won't be dead weight, and the duo starts casually strolling to the next zone. Seeing the carry leaving, the rest of the lobby rats rush them, trying to bribe him with massive real world cash for protection. Blocking the doorway, one suit calls Luosi super toxic, demanding he uses OP stats to carry the whole server. Having zero patience, our MC shoots the exec a literal death glare, making the guy back up with a pathetic squeak of fear. Without even glancing back, the duo heads down the spooky hallway, leaving the leech squad to fend for themselves. Shaking in their custom shoes, the suits whisper to each other about the absolute killer intent they just saw in that kid's eyes. Curious, the glasses bro asks about the cold shoulder, and Luosi explains that players too scared to throw hands are just walking lag. Keeping it 100, the guy admits he's not trying to play the noble hero. He just wants to speedrun this and save his family. His new duo partner totally gets the vibe and promises to stay out of the crossfire, while the MC gives him a heads up on the next boss. Hearing that the head chef packs a nasty mental pollution debuff, the suit's eyes go wide as he realizes the massive danger. The system pings that they've reached the cafeteria zone and tells them to grab a seat, fast. With only 1 minute on the clock, a massive, terrifying monster dripping with a red aura is camping the room. Completely terrified by the boss's hitbox, the suit shrinks back. Our MC explains that this guy is the AFK Punisher, making his buddy realize why those guys died earlier. Grabbing a booth, the worker notes that the distance from floor 1 isn't really far enough to make anyone late. Luosi drops the truth players only miss the timer if they're busy arguing over stupid choices instead of making moves. Out in the hall, a squad is sprinting for their lives, totally regretting wasting time debating if they should rage quit. With 10 seconds left on the dial, they slide into the cafeteria sweating bullets and yell at everyone to grab a chair. Once the timer hits 0, one dude starts cheering, thinking they're in the safe zone just because they crossed the door. But the big red executioner strikes without warning, announcing the timer is up, and they're all permanently banned. Shocked by the brutal wipe, the suit wonders if that absolute unit is the real floor boss. Just then, a massive, creepy chef rolls a food cart out of the shadows, ordering the whole lobby to eat up. The glasses dude watches sweating as the cloche is lifted off the tray. A nasty green cloud rises from the absolutely cursed meal, which is bubbling and literally packed with eyeballs. Staring at the plate, the guy connects the dots and realizes in pure horror that the food is crafted from the office mobs. Feeling the debuff hit, the suit totally panics when he notices 3 of his stats just tanked all at once. Keeping his cool, our MC drops a hint that the difficulty spike here isn't just about the bad food. The system forces them to eat, flashing a warning that wasting food triggers aggro, and refusing drains 10% of their sanity per minute. Shaking like crazy, the buddy decides that level 2 is way more hardcore than the tutorial. Totally chill, the carry reveals he knows a glitchy, way more optimal route to clear this nightmare. He tells his duo to hold position, pop a cleans card if the debuff gets too wild, and wait for the signal to jump in. The red UI confirms the mental pollution is stacking, and the lobby's sanity meters are nose diving. Staring at the disgusting slop, the other survivors gag, wondering if they actually have to force that garbage down. Our MC does the math and figures that with nerfed stats, taking on 4 boss monsters head to head is a guaranteed wipe. The casual strat is to eat the trash to lower the boss's guard and jump them as a squad, but that only drops basic loot. Luckily, his mystery blessing makes him completely immune to the mind debuff, keeping his sanity locked at 100%. Clenching his fist, he grins, realizing he has the absolute perfect setup to trigger the hardcore hidden rules. By taking this risky path, the guy is positive he'll break the high score and farm some top-tier legendary drops. Out of nowhere, one of the suits completely snaps, eating his plate across the room and screaming he'd rather check out than eat that. The glasses buddy asks if the guy just lost his mind, and Lucia nods, noting that NPC mental bars are super fragile. Stomping the cursed meal into the floor, the guy keeps laughing like a maniac, chanting that he refuses to eat the slop. With zero delay, a massive cleaver slices through the air, heading straight for the raging dude. The giant chef announces that skipping meals is a bannable offense, while the suit sobs on the tiles. With one clean chop, the boss hands the guy an instant game over in a super messy screen. Near the kitchen, another worker's sanity meter totally breaks, and he starts laughing weirdly while clutching his head. The kitchen doors get kicked wide open by the intimidating presence of the monsters. Sweet and cold, the glasses bro realizes this is what happens if you skip lunch, but still thinks eating it is physically impossible. A server-wide alert flashes that nobody touched their plates, and full mental collapse is hitting in less than 6 minutes. Ready to make a play, our MC stands up, fully aware that getting the top score means throwing the safe strats out the window. Announcing loudly that he's skipping this trash, he casually tosses his plate in the air to kick off phase 1. The nasty food splatters all over the floor, instantly maxing out the enemy aggro and pushing his death risk into the red zone. The hulking chef demands to know what his problem is, threatening to dunk the kid's head straight into the trash can. Dashing forward at top speed, the carry triggers phase 2 of his master plan, speedrunning one of the mobs. The demon cook barely registers the play before the lethal strike is right in its face. Channeling his mana, our MC drops a devastating neon blue slash with his glowing blade. The precision strike deletes the first mob, dropping 2 shiny new physical stat cards for the player. Absorbing the buffs, the guy announces that the real raid to clean up this Hell's Kitchen has officially started. Dropping the mob triggers a hidden mechanic that maxes out the remaining boss's rage meters, but severely buffs the loot pool. Completely blinded by red-hot aggro, the 2 surviving kitchen monsters switch into full-on lethal combat mode. Facing down the absolute units solo, the carry figures striking first was the optimal play to lock all their aggro onto him. The chances of getting wiped here are massive, meaning he has to dodge perfectly if he wants any HP left for the final boss. Creating spacing fast, he yells at his glasses buddy to stick to the script and prep the safe zone. While kiting, the kid makes sure the freaks have their tunnel vision locked solely on him. Raging, one of the monsters promises the human is getting boxed in and swears to dice him into tiny pieces. The creature closes the gap and throws a heavy swing, but the hit gets perfectly parried by the glowing blue sword. Shook by the parry, the chef's eyes bulge as he realizes his massive cleaver just got casually denied. With a cocky smirk, our MC celebrates internally because the mob took the bait hook, line, and sinker. Gripping his sword, he knows he has to farm these add-ons to fully charge his weapon's ultimate ability. A high-speed flurry of parries and strikes starts tearing up the room, throwing sparks everywhere. Managing to block the barrage, the monster gets super salty that a squishy human is keeping up with the fastest cook in the server. Keeping the pressure up, the creature drops a taunt, asking how the kid's gonna handle the gank coming from behind. Exploiting the distraction, an enemy blade slices through the air, aiming for the blind spot to land a critical hit. Without even turning his camera, our guy casually deflects the backstab like it's nothing, leaving the chef absolutely mind-blown. Backing off out of pure instinct, the monster finally processes that this kid's stats are way out of its league. The blue blade reaches max glow, and the carry drops a quick thanks for helping him charge his ult to 100%. Realizing he totally threw the match, the monster sees the human was sandbagging the whole time and screams for his squad to fall back. An overwhelming pressure locks down the zone, making the creatures panic and try to bail from the obvious death trap. Flashing a dangerous glare, our MC informs them that their ping is way too high to escape now. A massive blue energy wave sweeps across the entire cafeteria, completely deleting the chefs from the server. Surrounded by a shower of fresh stat cards, he drops some wisdom that obvious openings are usually just bait. Wiping the sweat off his face, his glasses buddy admits he was stressing hard, but is super relieved to see the carry had it in the bag. The system drops a critical warning that the massacre just triggered the head chef's rage mode, severely buffing all its stats. Reading the red pop up, the office worker totally freaks out knowing the dungeon's final boss just got a massive patch update. Insanely heavy footsteps start booming through the cafeteria, shaking the entire floor's hitboxes. While his duo screams about the raid boss spawning, Lucy knows this difficulty spike is gonna drop some absolute god tier loot. A system notification chimes in, stating that triggering all the hidden rules just pushed the boss in overdrive. Because of that, the loot drops in total points. Just got a sweet 30% multiplier. Staring down the threat, our MC realizes that farming these premium rewards is the only way he'll ever reach his endgame without blinking. He declares he's snagging all of it. Right then, a massive fist leaking a terrifying red aura slams into the floor with absolute destructive force. The UI pulls up the specs for the colossal level 5 head chef in its enraged state. The big guy demands to know who logged out his squad. Shaking like a leaf from the boss's pressure, his buddy seriously doubts if the carry can actually solo something this broken. Knowing the enemy is buffed to the moon by the secret rules, Luo Shi understands he can't sandbag this fight at all. He insta-pops 4 stat cards at once. With the buffs active, his strength, agility, and endurance skyrocket straight to level 5. Looking at 2 leftover cards, our MC notices they're basically useless to him now, since green items cap out at level 5. Since it's dead weight in his inventory, he tosses the extra buffs to his duo and tells him to use them ASAP. The worker nods immediately. Not wasting a single frame, the buddy follows orders and triggers the glowing cards in his hands. Soaking up the buffs, Xu Wen hits level 3 agility. Feeling the massive upgrade, he kicks himself for not acting sooner and wonders if this will actually keep him from getting a game over. Way more ticked off now, the giant chef lets out a screen-shaking roar. The boss demands one last time for the player who wiped his crew to step up. The shockwave from the roar makes the other surviving NPCs cower in fear, totally demoralized. They completely give up hope of clearing a boss with this much raw power. Thanks to the stat boost, Zhu Wen is amazed that the monster's roar doesn't sound like a big deal anymore. He sighs in relief, realizing he didn't even take chip damage from the sound wave. Raising his massive cleaver, the boss threatens to decapitate the whole lobby if nobody speaks up. In total panic mode, the crowd starts screaming for an admin. Cutting the slaughter short, our MC bravely dashes right at the monster. With his glowing sword, he perfectly parries the boss's lethal swing head on. Completely bamboozled by the sudden block, the head chef's eyes pop out, unable to compute how a basic human just tanked his hit. Holding the line against the giant weapon, Luo Shi takes the credit with zero chill. He flat out admits he's the one who sent the boss's minions to the Shadow Realm. Blinded by rage, the boss swears he's gonna make the human pay a massive toll. The creature says he'll leave only the kid's head intact so he can watch the rest of the lobby get wiped. Mocking the edgy threat, the carry shoots back a sharp glare. He guarantees he'll be slicing the freak's neck way before anyone else drops. Taking the bait, the giant red monster goes full aggro, screaming to see the kid's real skills. The big bad unleashes a nasty combo of heavy strikes. With the insane impact of their weapons clashing, an energy blast sweeps the zone, totally shredding the floor textures around them. Caught in the splash damage, Xu Wen gets pushed back. He yells for his duo, terrified that the enemy's raw damage output is just too high for a frontal assault. As soon as the dust clears, our MC sticks the landing and jams his sword into the tiles to stop his slide, tossing a thumbs up to tell his bro everything is Gucci. Hearing his duo call out to him like that, a massive wave of nostalgia hits him. It's been a minute since anyone referred to him as the raid leader. In his previous playthrough of this death game, the kid built his own elite guild full of trusted bros, who always followed his calls with total respect. Sadly, the brutal grind to clear the top-tier dungeons had a massive entry fee. His squad got wiped out one by one, leaving him as the sole survivor on the server. Carrying all that guilt and the heavy debuff of being totally alone, the guy drops his head, confused. He's always wondered why the system spared only him from the wipe. Snapping him out of it, the chef's terrifying model charges in. The boss vows to turn the kid's avatar into confetti right then and there. Totally unfazed by the lethal rush, the young carry grips his sword hilt. He accepts that he didn't get the sacrifices before, but now the lore makes perfect sense. Screaming for the human to log off permanently, the red giant drops a devastating overhead smash with his colossal weapon. The heavy blade impacts the cafeteria floor with absolute crushing force, kicking up a massive debris cloud and glitching out the room's geometry. Flexing his maxed out agility, Luo Shi perfectly frames the attack at the very last frame. The warrior glides through the air, leaving a neon trail inches from the enemy's blade. Totally shook by the insane movement, the monster's single glowing eye widens. It literally can't process the busted speed the human just pulled off. Realizing he totally misplayed, the boss figures out the kid was sandbagging his true stats the whole time just to bait out that exact opening. Our MC reflects that his survival in the last run came from never double guessing himself. He knows for a fact his mental fortitude always outclassed the rest of the server. Declaring he's playing for the win, the warrior drops a clean, brutal ultimate slash. The blue sword passes right through the giant chef, splitting the problem perfectly in half. As the boss shatters into pixels, he casually sheathes his weapon. The guy admits that throwing away everything just for a W felt totally empty at the end of the day. Turning his head with a chill vibe, he drops his real endgame goal. All he ever wanted to protect was a basic, peaceful server where his VIPs could just vibe safely. The system announces the Stage 2 boss is officially deleted. A loot shower pops up on the screen, revealing premium stat boosters and a super rare memory item. Checking out the drops, he zeroes in on the secret achievement reward for triggering the hidden rules. That unique buff gives a random stat point and boosts his global score. Super curious about the final tally after that massacre, the young carry taps the floating UI. He pulls up the global leaderboard to check his current flex. The worldwide ranking displays our MC sitting comfortably in first place with a solid 1,700 points. Looking down the list, he notices the tryhards from his past run are already climbing the ladder. Even though their scores are lower right now, Lua C respects the crazy potential of those noobs. He knows they're going to become the top tier tanks for the human resistance soon. But the carry also knows the wicked gods are going to drop impossible patches to nerf their grind. It was exactly that toxic game design that wiped out the pros in the previous timeline. This time around, our MC swears he's prepped to dodge those traps and secure the ultimate card. With a confident smirk, he's actually hyped to squad up with his old guildmates again. Flashbacks of legendary gamers and old rivals flood his brain, boosting his drive to max his stats so he can run raids with them once more. A notification pops up saying GG's on clearing the zone and hypes up the final stage of the dungeon. The system drops an absolute order for everyone to rush to the ground floor lobby before the timer hits 0. Reading the floating text, the guy warns that the real hardcore mode of this corporate tower is just getting started. The final boss is going to require some serious sweaty gameplay. Not wasting another frame, he calls his duo by name and tells him to move out. Totally pumped, the office worker says, "Roger that," and gets ready to follow his lead. Taking a few quick steps, Zuwen asks the carry to hold up a sec. The glasses guy says he found some epic loot he needs to hand over before they swap zones. The suit respectfully holds out his hands, revealing he just grabbed some clean paper napkins from the wrecked cafeteria tables. Our MC is totally confused by the random drop, feeling a bit awkward. The guy explains he's basically useless in a fight, but this will at least help wipe the ketchup off the carry's face. Scratching his head nervously, the worker apologizes for his trash stats. He admits he'd love to be a better support class to take some of the pressure off the solo player. Hit by that random act of kindness, the carry's hardcore glare softens up. He's super relieved to see that most NPCs in this toxic server still have a solid heart. Turning his slightly messy face, the raid leader rejects the idea that his duo is dead weight. He drops a genuine compliment, saying the guy's actions are already a massive buff for the run. Meanwhile, down in the stairwell, ghost security guards start spawning in. The mobs realize the intruders just griefed the upper floors and are on their way down. Flashing a creepy grin and a heavy blue aura, the guard captain issues the final command. He tells his squad to go ahead and feast on the humans, no questions asked. The dark stairwell, lit only by red emergency lights, waits for the players, while the timer ruthlessly ticks down to under 5 minutes. Casually walking down the stairs, Zhuwen asks if the W against the chef was just an agility diff. He wonders if having stacked stats automatically means you're OP. Our MC clears up the mechanics, saying it doesn't exactly work like that. He explains that base real, world stats matter a ton, sorting players into jocks or nerds right out the gate. Catching on to the meta, the buddy figures out that guys with zero athletic skills, like him, are playing on hard mode, even with high levels. Just ketting the mobs would be nearly impossible. Suddenly, the carry stops dead in his tracks halfway down, pinging that a massive aggro zone is waiting in the dark below. Staring down the hallway, the leader orders Zhuwen to hold his position. His quest is to wait for the other NPCs and warn them not to try and rage quit through the front door. The guy seriously warns that this is the golden hidden rule of the stage. Trying to exit the map early triggers an auto fail, basically deleting the main door from the code. Stressing over the sudden split, the glasses buddy questions the call. He's terrified the carry is planning a super risky solo dive against the upcoming mobs. Keeping his chill, Luashi says he's heading down to wipe the lobby spawns. He argues that the enemy levels down there are way too toxic for a fresh noob to handle. Fumbling, Zhuwen throws up a goofy salute, super thankful for the carry's VIP protection. He swears he won't mess up his quest to warn the other survivors. Continuing his solo run, our MC reviews the system's aggro mechanics. He knows that bringing a squad into the lobby would trigger a nerf, making the clear way easier. To get the W the normal way, you basically have to recruit the most busted DPS player in the lobby. Throwing hands with a ghost squad and a level 7 captain is pure pain. Visualizing the enemy's stacked hit points, he respects the difficulty spike. The ghost security squad packs a combat rating that makes the earlier bosses look like total jokes. From his past playthrough memories, the only legit strat was the Zerg rush. Trying to 1v9 the enemy squad usually ends with getting totally stunned, locked and wiped out. Finally hitting the massive dark lobby, the warrior scans the room in stealth mode. A loud shout pulls his camera to the center of the map. Locking onto the target, he drops a tiny smirk seeing the guy camping the spawn. That dude flexing his combat stance was an absolute legendary player in the previous server. The martial artist was famous for carrying civilians like a boss. Clearing this building back in the day was only possible because that guy acted as the ultimate tank for the raid. This dude flexing a heavy red aura goes by Su Zhenjiang. Our MC remembers he was a total MVP during the last timeline. The fighter asks, totally annoyed, if the kid sent his glasses buddy to drop that fake. Don't escape. Tip just to troll him. Staying chill, Luesha says nah, claiming it was just a friendly server announcement. The muscle guy admits the kid's speedrun in the first 2 zones was insane, which is why he didn't even get a chance to farm any XP. Staring down the threat, he confidently swears he's fully cracked the code on how this death game operates. Right then, the fighter jumps off the stairs, totally hyped and claiming he's gonna solo the next boss. Not even blinking, the warrior shoots him down, saying he doesn't have the stats to box with that mob. In a flash, Luosi lands a clean hit on the raid head's chest, sending the big guy flying from the massive impact. Feeling the heavy damage, Su Zhenyong is shook, realizing that kind of damage output is way past the human level cap. Totally confused by the kid's busted power, he wonders if it's some sort of VIP pay to win buff from the dev. Still super sus. The redhead asks what makes the kid think they're actually gonna party up. With that, our MC flashes a glowing green card, stating that the shiny loot is the main reason. The energy from the special memory card shoots straight into the fighter's brain, unlocking some deep lore cutscenes. Luosi thinks about how the real challenge of the dungeon is the memory wipe, because without real-world ties, there's zero reason for players to team up. Thinking about those shadowy devs, the guy gets tilted, realizing those wicked jerks actually read human psychology perfectly. Luckily, the memory card is a total cheat code that restores a player's real feelings, clearing the fighter's debuff. Our MC remembers he found out the redhead's biggest weak point in the last run, so he's 100% sure the guy will accept the party invite. Cutscenes of a little kid pop into his head, making Shu Zhenjiang swear he's not getting a game over here, because Zheng Yu is waiting for him to log off. Glaring at the warrior, the fighter demands to know if partying up guarantees they'll actually clear the lobby. Popping his shiny cards to buff both their stats, Luoshi replies with absolute certainty that it's a guaranteed W. The UI flashes the redhead's new boosted stats. He gets super emotional, thanking the carry and promising he won't forget the massive assist. Walking toward the boss doors, the raid leader tells his new duo he just needs to pull aggro on the mobs, and he'll handle the main DPS. The guy pops his stat cards and the secret buff dropped by the dead chef boss, instantly getting wrapped in a glowing red aura. Doing the math in his head, he knows hitting level 7 strength isn't enough to burst down the next boss. He absolutely needs to hit level 9. The system pops up, announcing the chef's hidden buff. Just gift him 3 bonus strength levels for 10 minutes flat. Super hyped about the buff, the warrior figures this phase is going to be a cakewalk, considering the chef boss basically handed him the win. Fully buffed and ready, our MC kicks the heavy double doors open, breaching the final boss room of the corporate lobby. The ghost security guards instantly spot the intruders, trash-talking their low HP and laughing about how fast they'll get stun-locked. Swaiting bullets in front of the mob wave, Shu Zhenjiang nervously admits the passive aggro from those monsters is crazy intimidating up close. Gripping his weapon tight, the raid head questions the raid leader if just the 2 of them really have the DPS to wipe this room. Charging in headfirst, our MC tells the mobs that his duo is more than enough to send the whole squad to the Shadow Realm. The system triggers the hidden Hurley Bird rule for rushing the room, gifting both players an extra level in raw strength. With his eye glowing like a neon sign, Luosi declares that with all these stacked buffs, he is the actual raid boss of this stage. Freaking out over the Leroy Jenkins play, the fighter screams for the kid to wait a sec before pulling all the aggro. Watching his duo rush the mob wave solo, totally panics, convinced that diving in like that is pure throw behavior. The redhead instantly flashes back to his underground fighting days, where the arena lighting was garbage and vision was always nerfed. Analyzing the board, he knows the big brain strat when playing from behind is to just camp and wait for an opening. A crystal clear memory of a cocky opponent telegraphing a heavy attack pops into his head. In the flashback, he easily perfectly dodges an arena punch, focusing on reading the enemy's animation frames before making a move. Exploiting the lag, he drops a brutal uppercut, realizing the true meta is just landing one critical hit at the exact right frame. Back in the game, the ghost mobs yell to feast on the kid, while the duo is terrified that rushing in is gonna cost them the run. The HUD shows the guards getting a massive damage multiplier for swarming, and the mobs are already mocking the human's squishy build. One of the freaky guards wins up a heavy club swing, aggressively shouting that he's claiming first blood. Without giving them a single frame to block, the warrior drops a colossal blue slash, instantly deleting the entire front line. Completely mind blown, the redhead realizes that when your DPS and speed are literally hacked, you don't even need to wait for counter windows. A bunch of ghost guards get sliced in half at the exact same time, panicking as they realize this kid is totally broken. A red UI timer starts ticking down, flashing a warning that any slowpokes are getting an instant ban from the server. Hearing footsteps rushing in, the two fighters snap their cameras toward the main entrance of the lobby. Pairing a hit, our MC explains that the system auto-aggroes players the second they step into the lobby, calling out the dev's toxic game design. With seconds left on the clock, he speedruns the mobs to create a safe zone before the NPC escorts enter the combat area. Right after Xu Wen and the rest of the office drones hit the door, lining up perfectly to avoid triggering any fatal trap boxes. Seeing the neat formation, Lucy gives the suit props for his big brain, glad he figured out the real reason for the delay command. With the timer almost at 0, the glasses guy guides the lobby, fully trusting that the carry told them to wait for a solid reason. Hyped by the massive clear, the redhead cracks his knuckles and announces he's tagging in, since the mobs look like easy XP. Shutting down the hype, the warrior orders his duo to fall back, reminding him his actual quest is to play tank for the normal civilians. A ghost guard tries to land a sneaky backstab, claiming the fighter's stats are juicy and eating him will refill his HP bar. Shooting a totally serious glare, our MC calls the fighter by his tag, announcing it's finally time for him to show off his real rank. Without a second thought, Su Zhenjiang absolutely flattens the guard with one savage punch, yelling that the beatdown starts with this little freak. The devastating hit turns the mob into shiny dust, while the redhead continues to talk the monster with pure venom. Winding up his next combo, the fighter warns them to back off the humans, totally trusting that the carry knows what he's doing. The redhead drops a savage knee strike on another guard, while the mob starts panicking because its attacks are dealing literally 0 damage. Not giving them a chance to breathe, Su Zhenjiang keeps up the brutal stunlock, leaving the monsters terrified by how hard they're getting curb stomped. Keeping the group chill, the suit begs everyone to hold perfectly still so they don't pull aggro, promising the carry will extract them safely. The civilians immediately nod, fully aware that their only shot at avoiding a game over is putting all their faith in those two players. Standing in the middle of the war zone, our MC drops a quick GL and tells the fighter not to choke against these bottom-tier mobs. With his immediate area cleared, the warrior notices his sword's ultimate ability has finally hit 100% charge. A massive wave of blue neon energy slices through the room, completely deleting the mobs, just as they tried to organize a desperate gank. With a sharp, merciless glare, the guy coldly agrees that the mobs getting wiped was nothing more than a lucky RNG drop. A colossal red slash tears through the entire lobby, sweeping the rest of the ghosts away like they were absolute garbage. The crowd goes totally nuts over the insane DPS flex, praising the boss's power and celebrating their insane luck at pulling him as their carry. Panning hard, the redhead fighter admits the kid's killer instinct is genuinely terrifying, and just watching him left him completely drained of stamina. Pointing his fully charged glowing sword dead ahead, our MC announces with a dead, serious tone that it's finally the main boss's turn. A massive, intimidating figure sporting a psycho grin spawns from the shadows, claiming the human's resistance is actually pretty entertaining. The giant security captain steps up to the front line, hyping himself up and saying that deleting a cocky kid is what brings the real thrill to the game. Scanning the boss's busted level 10 stats, Xu Wen and the NPCs shake with pure terror, seriously doubting if the carry can actually pull off the W. The warrior flashes back to his old run, remembering how wiping this monster cost the server a ton of lives and way too much time. Using a high-speed dash, he closes the gap and gets right in the big boss's face before anyone can even blink. But the kid confidently guarantees that this time around, the patch notes are going to look a whole lot different. The security captain lets out a painful roar after taking a massive critical hit from the energy blade. Keeping up the relentless combo, the carry continues his rush, flat out stating that he doesn't need a party to handle this scrub. He flexes that he's more than enough to solo the threat, completely shredding the monster into tiny glitchy pieces. The colossal mob's hitbox shatters completely, scattering digital chunks all over the lobby floor. Checking his UI, the raid leader sees that monopolizing the mob kills dropped a massive pile of base stat cards and combo multipliers. Soaking up the loot, he figures this is the ultimate perk of hoarding all the zone's XP, remembering he was barely level 2 at this point in his last run. The surviving NPCs are totally mind blown, whispering that the warrior is basically a hacker, and they need to join his guild no matter what. Turning his head, our MC guesses that taking out the final mob in the room should officially trigger the dungeon clear. The redhead fighter wins up a supercharged punch, shouting that this final hit is going to secure the MVP screen. The ghost mob growls, totally tilted, swearing it's going to send the human straight to the respawn screen. With 0 time to parry, the guard gets completely flattened by the brutal impact and poofs into glowing dust. Shocked by the easy one shot, Su Zhenjiang admits he totally wasted his cooldowns on such a squishy target. The system drops a massive GG to everyone for surviving, flexing Lucy's insane contribution meter that's basically at 100%, and starts calculating the final scores. Sheathing his blade, the kid eagerly wonders what kind of crazy secret loot he's gonna pull for carrying the run so perfectly. A pop-up reveals that every single survivor just scored a base stat activation card, making the NPCs pop off over the free premium drop. The warrior reflects that, just like the old meta, simply surviving hands out minimum buffs so players don't immediately wipe in the next zone. But he knows all too well that dropping OP stats into the hands of toxic trolls usually leads to absolute chaos and real world griefing. To hit his endgame goal, the leader knows he's going to need the backup of those future pro players once they all log back into reality. The global leaderboard refreshes, spotlighting our MC sitting alone at the very top. He's positive everyone on the server is looking at his insane score right now. Gripping his shiny new loot, one of the NPCs is hyped beyond belief, feeling his avatar get way lighter and way more buffed. The glasses buddy also gets his special drop and is totally surprised by the lucky pull. Meanwhile, the redhead fighter checks his new stat points, fully admitting the boosted numbers make him feel like an absolute unit. Glancing at his own digits, Luas realizes his current level is ridiculously broken compared to every other player in the lobby. Zhu Wen asks if his tiny assist will actually drop any good loot, while the redhead kicks himself for A-ficking and missing out on more points. Super curious, our MC waits to see his loot boxes, remembering he never managed to hit a flawless clear rating in his past life. The suit's jaw drops when he pulls a bonus strength card, totally hyped that he actually has a real shot at leveling up. Beyond hyped, Su Zhenjiang flexes his 2 rare cards, celebrating that his minor tanking play paid out massive dividends. Watching the carry, the duo waits in pure suspense to see what kind of busted god tier item drops for that flawless high score. Getting blessed with 3 ultra rare items, the protagonist checks his premium drops and smirks, thinking his RNG is actually pretty cracked. The system drops a tutorial on class changes and guild creation, offering him the absolute perfect setup to build his own elite faction. The map starts heavily glitching out, freaking out the survivors as the screen shakes like a massive earthquake. The room's textures dissolve into glowing blocks, making the crowd wonder if they're finally getting booted back to the real world. Swallowed by the bright light, the warrior confirms the real world is just going to be a quick AFK break. He thinks about how Earth's meta shifted the second this lockdown dropped. Some sketchy dev clearly wants to hit delete on the entire planet. The glasses buddy is shook, trying to imagine what kind of crazy admin has the server power to code a death game like this. Switching into full raid leader mode, our MC commands everyone to max their builds in the next dungeons to steamroll the bosses and get totally OP. Flashing a dead serious glare, he demands the survivors grind enough power to wreck the enemy mobs and defend the server. Hyped up by the leader's epic speech, his 2 duo partners take the quest super seriously. A second later, Luas peacefully opens his eyes, staring at the ceiling from his real-world hospital bed. Yanking the oxygen mask off, he really hopes his pep talk worked, because saving the server is going to require a solid guild of pros. A nurse walks in and totally freaks out seeing the patient sitting up, screaming for the docs like she just saw a ghost. The medical squad rushes in to run a quick scan, declaring his brain is fully online and all his vitals are totally green. The doc drops the lore that the kid was AFK for 3 solid days. A massive wave of players worldwide got hit with the same sleep debuff, but he's the first to reboot. Totally sus about the whole glitch, the doc asks if the kid knows any secret patch notes regarding this crazy phenomenon. Completely ignoring the NPC dialogue, our MC demands an immediate ping on his mom's location. Pointing next door, the specialist explains she also caught the mystery coma debuff on the same day, with 0 physical damage to her HP. Letting out a heavy sigh, the doc concludes that medically speaking, her avatar is permanently stuck in a coma-like state. The kid figures out the game didn't pull the entire server at once. It just randomly drafted specific lobbies. Dark flashbacks hit him, confirming that anyone who gets a game over in that cursed dungeon gets their real world account permanently suspended. Laser, focused on his ultimate main quest, he pulls a blindingly bright item right out of his pajama pocket. His endgame goal has always been to clear his mom's debuffs, making sure the woman who carried him gets a long, chill playthrough. It's the ultra-rare S-rank card number 1 he farmed in the dungeon, literally titled Freedom. With 0 hesitation, the kid pops the item's active ability right there, demanding the system release his mom's soul immediately. A massive, golden flashbang of energy floods the entire room, totally blinding the medical squad. The crazy visual effects spook the doc, making him stumble backwards like a total noob. Absolutely mind blown by the impossible graphics he just witnessed, the specialist stammers, totally failing to process the glitch. The woman suddenly reboots and sits up on the bed super confused, pinging her son and wondering what server she's on. Tearing up, the protagonist rushes over and tackles her with a massive, tight hug. With a super soft voice, the kid swears on his life that from this patch forward, no bad RNG will ever touch her again. Watching the wholesome cutscene, the doc is totally amazed, wondering if he just watched a literal cheat code miracle. Meanwhile, the global leaderboard drops for the rest of the top-tier players. Seeing the absolute point wipeout, they agree they need to recruit this carry ASAP. A shadowy figure clocks the danger of that insane score, warning that the guy holding the top spot might just become the server's new admin. Back in the room, the mom is casually chatting with her son. She drops the lore that she got teleported to a super weird theme park packed with freaky mobs. Peeling a tangerine, Lucy figures out she got drafted into the theme park tutorial and asks her to continue the story time. She explains that a terrifying mob tried to gank her, while the kid sweetly hands her a piece of fruit. But then her screen went totally black, and she completely disconnected from the server. Gently touching his mom's forehead, the warrior drops the serious truth that the park wasn't just some bad VR dream. A super loud, dramatic scream echoes down the hall, shouting about a successful respawn. Luosi instantly recognizes his bro's obnoxious voice. Chungzai bursts into the room practically vibrating with hype, swearing he got a Z-kite into a game, just like an absolute anime protagonist. The mom mentions she got carried by an awesome duo in her lobby and asks if the loud kid also had the same crazy dream. Watching his hyper friend, the young Carrie sighs, realizing the bald dude's edgy middle schooler phase is still totally active. He tells his mom to AFK and rest up after the scare, then drags his loudmouth buddy out into the hall for a serious strategy meeting. Totally hyped, Chungzai asks if his duo thinks he's capping. The guy swears it's 100% real lore, and that the server even has an official title. Without missing a beat, Lucy asks point blank if the title is Lockdown Day. Shook, the buddy demands to know how he got those leaks. Pointing a finger, our MC warns that the dungeon drops can be imported into the real world, and orders his duo to pull up the global leaderboard. Kinda confused by the command, the bald dude hesitates before trying to summon the system UI. Instantly, a slick blue holographic screen pops up right in front of the guy's face. Scanning the stats, Chungzai stammers in pure shock when his eyes lock onto the guy sitting in the number 1 slot. Keeping it super chill, the raid leader just nods, confirming his bro's crazy theory. The glowing UI flexes Luosi sitting completely alone at the top with a massive 3,000 contribution points. Unable to look away from the display, the friend admits he honestly thought the whole thing was just a massive troll. Then, the warrior whips out a glowing card. He drops the heads, up that once he pops this item, his duo will get a system ping too. Instantly, Luozi commands the game to activate the class, change card, getting swallowed by a crazy golden energy tornado. While glowing like a glow stick, he explains that starter builds are usually trash, but the endgame scaling is totally uncapped. The skill tree offers 3 insanely busted main classes. The first one lets you spam destructive elemental magic like fire and lightning. The second one literally lets the player morph into a massive dragon that shoots screen, wiping black flames. Interrupting the tutorial, the system flashes a blinding light and announces he just unlocked the Ultra, Secret Apprentice of All Phenomena class. Staring at the massive HUD, our MC is actually surprised, realizing he's never seen this class in any patch notes before. The UI breaks down a wild new passive called Tool Resonance, and reveals an insanely long skill tree. Mind blown, Luoshi realizes standard classes cap at 3 stages, but this busted one goes up to 5, cranking the difficulty to hardcore mode. Down the hall, Chungzai starts screaming his lungs out, totally amazed that his bro just became the server's very first class holder. Pointing at his own HUD, the bald dude stammers with hype reading the server, wide ping about the warrior's insane achievement. Shutting down the fanboying, the kid just bluntly asks what's in it for him. Totally hyped, the friend dives at his legs, begging for a literal hard carry based on their long-time bro code. Right then, a nurse pops the door open, awkwardly asking if she's interrupting a weird cutscene. Pushing his clingy duo away, Luosi asks what the quest is. He remembers from his past run that this exact NPC came to collect his debts. The nurse drops the bad news that the hospital funds his mom paid are totally drained, and his treatments are over a month past due. Stressing out, Zai offers to swipe his own debit card to cover the tab, but our MC shuts it down, promising he's got a cheat code for this. The leader flashes back to his old timeline where he ended up doing bodyguard quests for rich VIPs just to farm quick cash. Clenching his fist, he vows never to let that massive debuff hit his mom again, swearing he's done being dead weight. Suddenly, the nurse's phone starts ringing. She quickly asks the duo to hold on a sec so she can take the call. Answering it right there in the room, she drops a polite greeting and waits for the dialogue option. Listening to the voice on the line, the nurse's eyes go wide and she asks, completely shocked, if the intel is actually legit. Super hyped, she tells the kid his money problems are officially over, because some mystery whale just dropped enough cash to cover 100 years of hospital bills. Pointing at his bro, she reveals that the bald guy's fees got totally zeroed out too, leaving the duo completely confused by the random sponsor. Tilted by the implication, Chungzai yells that his brain is fine, and he's only in the ward to visit his boy. Out in the hall, voices echo, pinging that room 226 is just up ahead. A blonde guy rocking a super expensive suit leads a massive squad down the corridor. Stopping at the door, the VIP politely asks if a Mr. Luosai is currently at this location. Totally lost, the bald dude asks who the heck this random mafia squad is. The blonde ignores the NPC question and asks if they're bros, claiming they have a massive quest line to discuss and asking to talk to the target. Flashing a sharp look, our MC thinks to himself he definitely didn't expect these top-tier whales to spawn so quickly. Sus about the sudden aggro, Chung Zai asks what these suits want with his duo partner. Scanning their premium skins, the bald guy instantly figures out they're dealing with absolute high society VIPs. In his head, he guesses this sudden friend request has everything to do with his bros soloing the #1 spot on the global leaderboard. Scratching his chin, he remembers the crazy flex of paying 100 years of medical bills and wonders what kind of favor costs that much. With stars in her eyes, the nurse nudges the warrior, whispering that these are the exact sugar daddies who wiped his debt. Thanking the NPC for the tip, Luoshi chilly replies that he already read the patch notes, leaving everyone in the room stunned. Taking a confident step forward, the kid introduces himself directly to the squad of suits. The blonde leader is super impressed by the kid's low level. He notes the kid has ice in his veins, totally fitting for the server's top player. Staring down the squad, the warrior recognizes these guys as the ultimate whales capable of crashing both the economy and the political meta. He IDs the blonde as Jia Ming, the admin of a massive tech conglomerate and a literal political powerhouse. Next to him, he spots Ding Yian, an OP tech exec who has massive ties to the military faction. Being super polite, the blonde greets the kid. He assumes the noob doesn't know their lore and offers to drop a formal introduction. But Luoshi instantly skips the cutscene, coldly stating he already knows their exact stats and tells them to just drop the main quest. The suit's eyes go wide, totally shocked that this random kid actually knows their hidden lore. With a serious glare, Dingyan realizes the global #1 is definitely not a basic NPC. The blue-haired lady thinks the whole vibe is perfect, finding the mystery kid way more interesting than her initial scans suggested. A doctor NPC steps in, suggesting the VIP squad follow him to a better lobby, since the hospital room is a trash map for a meeting. Rejecting the premium upgrade, our MC says there's no need to drag it out, they can just hijack the doctor's office for the chat. The two whales exchange a quick look and agree that the kid's speedrun strat is way more efficient. Accepting the terms, Jia Ming announces they'll follow the kid's lead. The squad starts moving through the medical ward corridors. Watching from the back, the blue-haired lady figures this is the exact type of guy who never lets anyone else play raid leader. Still frozen, Ching Zai is in awe of his bro's absolute dominance, remembering that a few minutes ago he was just a broke patient. Glancing back, the leader tells the bald dude to grab the strategy guide he dropped earlier and tag along. The guy asks if he even has the clearance for this. Shaking with anxiety, the buddy hesitates hard about the quest to retrieve the notebook. With a massive sweat drop on his face, Kyung Zai confesses he thought the guide was a troll post and literally tossed it in the trash bin downstairs. Freaking out over his massive throw, the bald guy sprints off at top speed, swearing he'll recover the loot ASAP. Super frustrated, the warrior realizes that's exactly why his mom and his duo didn't get any starter buffs in the game. While walking, the blue-haired lady asks for the lore behind this strategy guide they keep bringing up. The kid confirms the leak. He reveals the notebook holds the exact speedrun routes for every single noob dungeon in the lockdown event. Completely mind blown, the suits demand to know how that's physically possible. Zhao Ming begs the kid to stop trolling them. Super confident, the leader promises they'll see the raw data the second his buddy responds with the notes. Outside the office, the doc NPCs whisper that the hospital admin personally ordered the room cleared to host the massive whales. Inside, Zhao Ming reads the notebook in pure shock. He confirms every single weak point, mob stat, and hidden rule for his stage is perfectly logged. The other execs crowd around, completely amazed as they verify that their specific dungeon mechanics are also recorded flawlessly. Seeing the VIPs losing their minds, Lewis roasts his buddy, saying if he had actually read the patch notes, he'd be on the global leaderboard right now. Facepalming hard, Ching Zai cries in despair for fumbling an absolute god, teardrop. Right after, Zhao Ming apologizes for the aggressive friend request. The suit admits they originally planned to recruit him, but now they realize their guild doesn't even have the stats for him. Staying totally chill, our MC cuts to the chase and asks what the heck they actually want from him. The blue-haired exec stares at the kid, dropping a comment that he honestly looks like a dev who already read the source code. Keeping the vibe light, Lucy smirks and agrees that he definitely gets that feeling sometimes. Memories of his past run flood his brain. Back then, survivors partied up to post guides on forums, and he literally forced himself to memorize every hidden rule to find the optimal paths. Feeling smug, the warrior realizes he never expected to recycle that old grind. It just turned in the ultimate premium currency to buy an alliance against the wicked gods. Leaning forward, he challenges the whales, asking what they plan to loot from him now. At that moment, the three suits share a silent look and instantly agree on their next move. Taking point, Zhao Ming literally begs the kid to be their guild advisor. The leader desperately needs a carry for anything related to this death game. The exec admits that surviving the last dungeon on 1 HP was absolutely terrifying. Ding Yian chimes in, saying that with a pro's shot, calling the next phase definitely won't be a total wipe fest. Keeping it 100, the lady states they are 100% getting drafted again, and they absolutely refuse to see a game over screen. Listening to the dialogue, Kyung Zai stares at his bro, finally grasping the massive stakes of this trade deal. To seal the pact, the blonde whale promises they'll agree to literally any terms, as long as the protagonist joins the party. Weighing the offer, the kid says becoming their advisor isn't totally off the table. Kyung Zai is starstruck by his bro's absolute boss energy. Super hyped, the bald guy mental pings his partner to ask for a fat stack of cash. He remembers their families were broke for years, and zeroing out their debt is the main quest. The buddy's brain instantly drifts into a pay-to-win fantasy. He imagines that with unlimited funds, the MC's mom can finally quit grinding, and they can just flex on everyone. Ignoring his duo's crazy daydream, Lewis states they need to accept 3 absolute rules if they want his carry services. Totally shocked, Kyung Zai praises his bro for multiplying 1 wish into 3. The guy admits his own meta strategy was way too basic. Without blinking, the blonde swears they'll accept 300 rules if they have to, practically begging the kid to drop the patch notes. Hearing the whale's desperation, the bald guy panics, realizing his bro totally lowballed the offer. Totally chill, our MC drops the first rule. They gotta leak the starter strategy guide across the entire internet and print media with 0 paywalls. Ding Yi in his mind, blown by the idea of giving away a literal life-saving cheat code for free, pointing out that the market value of that data is infinite. Shooting straight, Luoshi argues that this game is permadeath, and nobody is brave enough to gamble their own HP. The intel they think is premium is being dropped as free DLC. Hit by that reality check, the XX squad goes completely silent, deeply impressed by the kid's totally non-toxic, hero mindset. The leader explains his endgame is totally different from theirs. He's not just trying to carry a squad of suits. He wants to buff as many noobs as humanly possible. Dropping a serious glare, the kid issues an ultimatum. If they can't clear this basic tutorial quest, the trade window closes right now. The exec lady sees he isn't bluffing. She respects how rare it is to find a guy so based that he doesn't even flinch at massive piles of premium currency. Agreeing to the terms, Ding Yin swears the first quest is accepted. The guide will go viral globally at absolute max speed. Satisfied, the young carry drops rule number 2. They need to launch the player admin agency and code some server rules to stop OP players from griefing the normal NPCs. Zhao Ming hits accept instantly. The blonde says they were already plotting that patch to prevent high-level toxic players from camping the spawn zones. The warrior moves to the final condition. He pauses for a sec, scratching his cheek like he's about to drop a totally impossible raid requirement. The whales start sweating bullets during the lag. They're terrified the kid is going to demand some insane, endgame, level loot that they can't farm. Stressing over the delay, the bald partner literally begs in his head for his bro to finally demand the massive cash drop. Keeping it simple, Luoshi just asks for a basic house. The guy says it doesn't even need a massive hitbox. He just refuses to keep living in a psych ward with his mom. The cutscene of his mom holding an apple pops up. The kid's only real goal is to secure a safe, chill AFK zone for her. Hit with such a basic request, the whole squad freezes. Ding Yian literally facepalms, unable to believe the kid asked for something so low tier. Thinking he overtaxed them, the leader says they can scrap the house idea if it's too much grind. He admits he feels super cringe acting like a beggar asking for free loot. Instantly, all 3 execs panic and scream that they accept the quest. They literally beg for the chance to spawn him a premium base. Slightly spooked by the screaming, our MC tells them to chill, promising there's zero need to pop off like that. The blonde caws to hide the awkwardness. He quickly drops an apology for letting the squad lose their cool. Shooting each other death glares, the suits realize gifting a house is the easiest cheat code to max out their rep with the kid, and nobody wants to lose that drop. With the contract signed, Louis says he's got side quests to finish and is heading back to his room. He calculates that a certain NPC is about to spawn very soon. Turning his back to the squad, the guy strolls down the hall. He knows the server countdown for the next death game is almost at 0. Out of nowhere, a blue system ping pops up right in front of the execs, leaving the whole squad totally shook. The system drops a GG to the survivors and unlocks VI priority access, starting a strict 3-day timer for the next dungeon. They stare at the UI completely frozen. Taking advantage of the shock, the warrior tells them to speed up their grind. He promises to code the guide for round 2. But they barely have any time to make plays. Showing massive respect, the 3 whales bow and sync, swearing to follow every command the mystery kid drops. After the emote, Zhao Ming and the blue-haired exec look up, totally focused on the next quest markers. Interrupting the cutscene, a bodyguard rocking shades steps up to drop a status report to the squad leader. Stuttering hard, the security NPC reports that some girl outside is throwing a fit to get in, claiming she's the young Lewis's girlfriend. Ding Yian's eyes pop at the patch note, while the lady wonders if that lore drop is actually canon. Hearing the leak, Kyung Zai grabs his bro's shoulder looking super tilted. The bald guy yells that his duo was secretly dating and calls him a total traitor. Shoving his buddy's face away, our MC tells him to shut his trap. The kid makes it crystal clear his relationship status is strictly single. Down the lit hallway, a drop, dead gorgeous girl in a blue dress holding flowers is getting body blocked by security, but she still drops a super familiar greeting. The bald guy sweats bullets when he IDs the NPC. He's absolutely mind blown that this chick actually had the audacity to spawn at this hospital. Scanning the event from afar, the exec notes to the blonde that the new spawn's premium skin matches the young prodigy perfectly. Giving the warrior an ice-cold stare, Lucy shows zero emotion. He simply registers that her hitbox has entered the chat. Bitter flashbacks from the old server pop up. Back then, this chick totally griefed him in the rain, laughing in his face and telling a mental patient to permanently log off. Our MC remembers that in the high school tutorial, everyone thought he was a simp for her, but he just saw her as a basic co-op partner. Looks like she somehow leveled up to an official player now. Walking up with a totally fake, soft girl vibe. She hands over the bouquet. She drops an instant apology, claiming all their past beef was 100% her bad. Catching the absolute 0-degree glare from the warrior, Zhou Ming reads the room perfectly. The blonde orders his guards to quarantine the toxic mob appropriately. Tilted by the bad acting, Qing Zai steps right in her face and tells her to back off. The bald dude roasts her, pointing out she's the exact same troll who humiliated his bro in public chat. Pulling out the victim card, the girl tries to defend her trash plays. She claims she was just a clueless noob back then, and now she's totally reformed. Not falling for the bait, Lucy easily calculates that this gold digger only spawned here because she saw his gamer tag holding the #1 global rank. Watching the drama unfold, the exec lady totally reads the new spawn's toxic strategy. She calls out how incredibly desperate and pay to win the whole play is. The girl in blue tries to hit the kid's emotional weak spot. Even after admitting her garbage past, she asks if he'd really just let her get a game over in the dungeon. Losing his patience, the buddy screams that it wasn't just a simple block, it was straight up griefing and character assassination, demanding she stop capping. The leader taps the bald dude's shoulder, telling him to lower his mech volume since it's a hospital zone. With absolute zero chill, he announces it's time to disconnect. Walking right past the gold digger, the guy drops his final verdict. He guarantees he never actually simped for her and just saw her as another random NPC. Totally panicking over getting hard rejected, the girl screams that he's just being salty. She even tries to trade her girlfriend status in exchange for a carry. Chasing the kid down the hall, the girl cries and swears she'll absolutely never drop the party if he just saves her. But the absolute units of bodyguard muscle spawn right in front of her, completely body, blocking the path. Flexing their intimidating hitboxes, the suits permanently ban the gold digger from advancing, making sure she never lags the savior of the world again. Blocked by the tanky guards, the girl in the dress keeps screaming at the top of her lungs that she is Luosh's canon girlfriend. The exec steps in, stating that the kid clearly has zero interest in her party invite, telling the girl to stop coping since he never even confirmed the relationship lore. Immediately, the blonde issues a command for the guards to forcefully escort the toxic mob off the map. Completely ignoring the desperate spam, she yells while getting dragged out. Watching the cutscene, Chung Zai hypes up his bro's move, thinking the way he totally shut down that annoying NPC was absolute peak gameplay. Strolling through the hospital corridors, our MC thinks back to the dark memories of his last run in that cursed death game. He does the math and figures a super important VIP is probably already camping his mom's spawn room. Opening the door, the kid is greeted by an absolutely stunning silver-haired girl just idling in the room. Meet Xiao Rui, who drops the update that she finished some daily quests for his mom since the guy logged out early. Giving the girl a calm look, the warrior drops a greeting, heavily feeling the massive time gap since their party disbanded. Super confused by the heavy vibe, the girl points out she just visited their base last week and doesn't get why he's acting like this is a dramatic finale. At that moment, the echo of her sacrifice cutscene and her desperate plea for him to survive loops in our MC's head. The guy suddenly pulls the girl into a tight hug, making a hard vow to himself that in this playthrough, he'll never let an important teammate disconnect on him again. Caught totally off guard, Xiao Rui's face turns bright red from the sudden romance event, while his mom watches the whole cutscene looking super surprised and happy. Peeking through the doorframe, Chung Zai scratches his head feeling super sus, thinking this level of intimacy is way too high for two players who are just bros. Later that night, in the super chill hospital zone, the young Carrie rests in his bed while the server finally stops dropping crazy events. Our MC notes that their automatic transfer to a premium VIP suit prove Su Xiaoming has absolute god tier admin privileges in the real world. Checking his glowing system UI, he sees the countdown timer sitting at just over 63 hours before the next raid drops. Chilling in the dark, the kid figures the map for the next lethal dungeon will be an exact clone of the one he grinded in his past run. Reviewing his fresh skill tree after the class change, he locks his focus on the new passive called Tool Resonance. To run a quick field test on this new buff, the guy taps his hand against the metal frame of his hospital bed. The second he activates the skill, a pulsing blue neon energy spreads from his hand, running a full visual scan over the entire object's hitbox. He instantly notices his data output on the item becomes insanely detailed, like he's reading the object's core source code frame by frame. With this deep dive scan, the warrior accurately predicts that one of the screws on the left leg is about to drop due to a loose hitbox. Admiring his own hand, he thinks about this trippy new mechanic and links the buff straight back to the mystery voice that's been backseating him since childhood. Suddenly, the colossal shadowy figure spawns in his mind, demanding to know his gamer tag and if he actually meets the level requirements. Leaking a heavy combat aura, our MC shoots back a straight answer, telling the entity it's about to find out exactly who it's dealing with. The massive shadow states the human has the total freedom to either accept or dodge the god's upcoming challenge. Without backing down a single pixel, the young Carrie declares with absolute resolve that he's gonna speedrun the test, and tells the entity to drop the lobby already. Flashing razor-sharp teeth in the void, the mystery boss approves of the kid's guts, and immediately boots up the hardcore punishment protocol. Lewis's avatar gets yanked by a massive gravity pull while the voice drops the warning that failing means getting permanently banned to this dark server. Floating through a digital tunnel, the kid is actually impressed, admitting this kind of holy, cryptic energy is a totally new mechanic even for a veteran like him. Locked in on the objective, he wonders what kind of busted god tier loot he'll snag once he successfully clears this mandatory skill check. A colossal blue tornado slams into the cracked ground. While the system pings that the trial arena has finished rendering, the violent impact kicks up a massive cloud of dust and pixelated debris, setting the stage for a boss fight in this totally ruined map. Flexing his max agility, our MC sticks a flawless landing and instantly scans the zone to avoid any cheap shot traps. The warrior's camera locks onto something massive in the distance, realizing this map isn't just some basic, empty tutorial stage. Cutting through the heavy fog, the colossal geometry of a dark castle renders in front of him, dropping a totally terrifying atmosphere. Keeping his guard up, the young Carrie watches the energy storm slowly despawn, waiting for the server to drop the next objective. The entity responds, bluntly stating the whole trial is just a simple deathmatch with a strict 10-minute enrage timer. The supreme boss drops one final massive hint, warning that having the high IQ to read the room is the only legit way to secure the W. Soaking up the cryptic tip, the kid narrows his eyes and mentally preps for the incoming 1v1 to defend his hardcore run. The UI introduces the boss as a blind knight, hyped up as the most broken swordsman who literally takes 0 lethal damage. Staring down the giant armored hitbox dead ahead, our MC calculates the insane difficulty Spike the dev just threw into his leveling route. Facing an unkillable threat, he actually thinks the setup is pretty hype, seeing it as a legit duel between the server's top 2 DPS builds. A glowing blade spawns out of the floor right in front of him, dropped specifically by the trial system so he isn't fighting barehanded. Yanking the sword from the ground, the warrior celebrates his awesome RNG, since he really needed to test his new resonance skill anyway. However, the system instantly throws a red error, stating the weapon is a fake asset and therefore immune to the resonance buff. The kid quickly figures out his power only works on legit physical objects, proving that the sword he's holding is just a digital hologram. Accepting the nerf without raging, he aims the fake blade straight at the boss and announces he's gonna one-shot this massive trial. The giant blind knight charges, shattering the floor textures with his massive sword, forcing our MC to react fast against the heavy hitter. Tanking the colossal impact head-on, the young Carrie blocks the strike, struggling a bit and admitting the mob's raw strength stat is absolutely cracked. The momentum of the heavy blow makes the warrior slide several meters across the broken map, demanding insane balance so he doesn't wipe. Rushing in for a fast counter, the kid notices that even with a super heavy weapon, the enemy's agility is ridiculously overtuned. The knight gives 0 breathing room and drops another devastating vertical smash, trying to squish the human player instantly. Reading the opponent's animations, Luosi immediately spots that the exaggerated wind up is just a telegraph for an undodgeable ultimate attack. The violent explosion of the giant blade hitting the ground triggers a massive shockwave, kicking up dust and cracking the arena's entire geometry. Vaulting right over the AoE zone, our MC exploits the massive lag frames left by the slow attack to secure the W in this risky duel. Pulling off a frame, perfect aerial combo, he cleanly slices the enemy's neck, figuring that the creature is just another digital fake anyway. Knowing it's just a hologram spawned by this death game, the guy coldly reflects that deleting this mob's head doesn't trigger any moral debuffs. Sticking the landing safely, the warrior is 100% certain a critical hit like that would send any boss straight to the respawn screen. In a totally glitchy and unexpected move, the Headless Knight's model just raises its massive weapon again to continue spamming super aggressive combos. Barely dodging the cheap shot, Luo Shi is totally shocked to realize the unkillable title wasn't just some fake hype text from the devs. With the timer dropping fast, the kid knows standard DPS strats are useless here, and he desperately needs to craft a new meta to clear this. The boss fight drags on, with the warrior forced to just spam dodge rolls against the enemy's lethal hitboxes, while the clock keeps ticking. He pulls up the hint the Dark Entity dropped, totally convinced that the high IQ tip is the ultimate key to unlocking the victory screen. During the crazy fast movement, the enemy's cape glitches up, revealing a terrifying human skeleton glued right to the back of its armor. Tanking another heavy hit, the young carry realizes the boss's weird defensive stance is entirely designed to body block for those old bones. The puzzle pieces finally click in his brain, exposing that this freaky monster's eternal quest is literally just protecting whoever is riding on its back. Accepting the hardcore conditions of this trial, our MC slides across the map and locks in a super risky play to beat the stage. Spectating from the shadows, the deity crosses its arms, totally disappointed, guessing the noob is gonna fail and definitely doesn't deserve its premium buffs. The entity states there's literally 0 sword combos that can bypass the immortal monster's defense, calling the kid's failed push pretty cringe. Ignoring the backseat gaming from the dev, Luo Shi jumps insanely high right over the knight, aiming for a direct, lethal vertical plunge. Seeing this crazy out of the box strat, the divine boss's expression instantly flips to pure shock when it realizes the true target of the dive bomb. Channeling an insane amount of mana into the aerial strike, the warrior completely ignores the enemy's main hitbox and funnels all his slicing damage downward. The attack lands a clean critical on the skeleton, shattering the enemy's oath and deleting its armor, while the kid tells it to accept that the VIP is already offline. With the perfect hit on the skeleton, the blind knight's face finally renders a pain animation as it drops a tragic death sound. The giant armor starts totally glitching out, making the monster scream in pure despair, while its model turns into digital dust. Watching the enemy despawn, our MC checks the HUD and sees there are still 51 seconds left on the system timer. He figures the answer to the puzzle was baked right into the Laura, the invincible tank auto. Deletes itself the second its escort mission fails. Staring at the fake blade stuck in the floor, the kid guesses the dev only spawned it at the start to completely bait him. Stepping out of the glowing light, the deity nods at his logic, admitting that the most obvious clues are usually the hardest ones to spot. The entity acknowledges the kid totally meets the level requirements and swears to drop a legit god tier buff on his account. Hyped for the loot drop, Luo Shi wonders what kind of absolutely busted passive he's gonna score from this mystery boss. With that, the young carry drops the fake sword, letting the digital weapon shatter into pixels before it even touches the map. Standing in the void, the supreme voice drops a dark warning that the true in-game test is actually surviving the buff itself. Totally lost, the warrior gets blasted by a heavy glowing wind, demanding to know what the heck the dev means by another test. The deity explains that to equip this buff, the human absolutely has to tank the raw source code of all divine power. Pushing through the energy storm, the kid gets a prompt to physically tank the mental shockwave generated by every single player on the server. Getting crushed by the gravity, he hears that feelings like pain, hype, and rage are basically the server logs of millions of users. Unable to hold his ground against the massive CC, Luo Shi gets yeeted backward with crazy force, shattering the arena floor from the impact. A colossal red data stream made of thousands of screaming souls crashes down mercilessly right onto the young warrior. Cutscenes of weddings, spawns, and brutal game overs spam his HUD, making him realize this mana comes straight from Earth's player base. Watching those random memory clips, our MC is totally mind blown by the insane scale of this spiritual energy pool. The debuff keeps crushing the kid, who starts showing heavy damage animations while desperately trying to tank the massive mental overload. Holding the line against the light storm, he checks his critical HP and stresses over what might happen if the glitch doesn't end soon. But then, a totally cocky aura takes over the kid, and he admits he actually wants to laugh out loud for securing such a busted power spike. Staring down a massive black blob covered in glowing red eyes, Luo Shi announces he's gonna use Earth's own admin powers to wipe out the invaders. The deity drops a warning that this is the final and most broken wave, claiming absolutely no basic human build could ever tank it. A colossal white flashbang of pure energy sweeps the entire trial map, completely deleting any dark textures in its path. Floating way up high, the entity's silhouette waits for the dust to clear, wondering if the mortal finally rage, quit and hit the floor. To the supreme boss's total shock, the warrior is still standing right in the middle of the crater, flexing an absolutely impossible defense stat. Wiping the sweat off his face like an absolute Chad, our MC taunts the god's ultimate attack, asking if that was really all it had. Finding the human's toxic trash talk pretty amusing, the entity admits this top-tier result is exactly what they expected from their chosen player. The glowing avatar floats closer, declaring the kid officially owns the divine buff, and orders him to permanently save its name in his memory. Still breathing heavy after the hardcore trial, Luoxia listens as the Supreme Being drops its gamertag Gabriel, the admin of the Ultimate Blessing. The glowing model dissipates into pixel dust, leaving the warrior screaming in frustration, because he didn't even get to drop his own gamertag in chat. Instantly, Luoxia wakes up in his hospital bed completely spooked, wondering what the actual specs of that divine buff really are. Desperate for the patch notes, the kid instantly opens his system UI to check the new upgrades he unlocked from the trial. Reading the UD, he confirms he just scored a permanent mental immunity passive from Gabriel, realizing this was the Kun-identified blessing all along. With a dead serious look, our MC figures out that the so-called mental debuff that always griefed him was actually just the devs camping in his head. He finally gets that the ultimate cheat code needed to defend the server was literally hiding in his own inventory this entire time. Somewhere else, Chung Zai stares at his phone, totally losing his mind over the system timer, screaming that someone just dropped a video walkthrough. The duo crashes into the room, making a massive scene, forcing his bro to tell him to chill the heck out since they're in a safe zone. Out in the halls, docs and NPCs are totally amazed watching the dungeon speedrun, giving major props to the guy for dropping the game, breaking intel for free. Scrolling through the feed on a tablet, the raid leader respects Jia Ming's high-tier efficiency. The guy made the guide go viral globally in under 2 days. On top of that, the kid notices the whales already teamed up with the server admins to launch the official player moderation agency. Checking his untouchable rank 1 spot, the young carry hopes this massive data dump will help the server's future pros power level way faster. Interrupting his thoughts, Sweet Nurse NPC pops in to let our MC know the fast travel to his new premium base is ready outside. Super curious, his duo peeks out the window and his jaw drops, asking if they legit sent an entire VIP convoy for the escort quest. Chung Zai's eyes turn into literal stars seeing the fleet of luxury mounts and dozens of tanky guards waiting in the hospital spawn area. Down in the courtyard, the exec lady politely asks the young king, Zai, to ping Mr. Luoxia that the extraction team is ready. Hyped out of his mind by the insane premium perks, the buddy tells the leader that these whales brought a literal royal convoy for the server transfer. Casually equipping his jacket, the warrior tells his duo to head down, so they can finally log out of this boring map. Holding an apple, looking super stressed, our MC's mom begs him to play it safe, dropping a reminder that they absolutely cannot break any server rules. The kid holds her hand super gently, promising with a soft tone that he didn't exploit any glitches or do anything toxic to earn all this VIP loot. While navigating the corridors, the young carry jokes with the nurse NPC that his current main quest is literally saving the world. Taking the lead of the VIP squad, Luoxia calculates that it won't be long until every casual on the server learns the hardcore truth about the game. Arriving at the drop point, Jia Ming flexes a massive, ultra-premium mansion with custom fountains and gardens, super proud of finding the perfect base. The exec drops the specs, saying the base comes pre-loaded with 16 guards and 8 maids running 24/7 shifts to buff the family's comfort. Noticing the kid's total lack of hype, the exec lady realizes his standards are basically in-game tier, while the other whale tags in for his turn. The party moves to the next waypoint, with the suits trying to buy the savior's loyalty by spamming $1,000,000 offers and unique housing plots. Hyped that the mansion got rejected, the second exec celebrates, bragging to his coworker that his time to pull the legendary drop has finally arrived. Flexing absolute confidence, the guy swears there's no way a healthy teen could possibly pass up the custom base he meticulously crafted. The new map loads in as a colossal penthouse, sitting at the very top of the city skyline, which he claims is the ultimate spawn point for a pro gamer. With his face glued to the glass, Chung Zai is absolutely mind blown by the insane 4K panoramic view of the entire server. Pitching the base, the exec brags that this apartment is in the most premium zone and was modeled by a world-class dev. Completely full of himself, he hypes up the top penthouse as the absolute final boss of the entire corporate tower. Scanning the flashy setup, our MC gets totally sus about the guy's real motives and asks if there's some hidden trap or Easter egg in the room. Super hyped, the exec dramatically snaps his fingers, commanding his special bonus loot to spawn from the shadows immediately. Right on cue, 10 drop, dead gorgeous maids in uniform spawn the hallway calling the kid Master. Officially introduced as premium caretakers. The buddy's face turns bright red from pure hype. The guy starts sweating bullets trying to process these NPCs that look like literal goddesses. With zero chill, the girls mob Luoxia with flattery, grabbing his arms and telling him the whole map is his playground. Super tilted by the cheap aggro pull, Jia Ming clenches his fists, kicking himself for not thinking of a fan service strat first. Flashing a W in his mind, the harem manager celebrates, totally convinced the young carry won't pass up this premium pay to win lifestyle. With an ice-cold, zero empathy glare, the warrior shakes off the mob of girls and just demands they load up the next housing option. Absolutely shook by the instant decline, the exec stammers like a broken NPC, completely unable to compute how his flawless metastrat failed. Watching her coworker totally throw, the exec lady is amazed, realizing the server's savior actually has a top-tier moral code. Relieved by the rejection, Zhao Ming gets hyped again, realizing the quest to earn the kid's favor is still totally active. Taking charge, the lady invites the young Carrie to follow her, humbly admitting her custom base doesn't have all those shiny premium skins. The squad walks down a super basic, chill street, where the exec explains she did a deep dive into the family's sad lore to make this pick. Pausing outside a very standard door, the lady in the white dress asks the kid if he recognizes the map layout. Lua Si gets hit with massive nostalgia. Right behind him, Chung Zai mentions this was their original childhood spawn point, which got auctioned off to cover hospital bills. Back in those hardcore days, the family got wiped out financially and had to log out of this base with zero alternative options. The lady drops the lore that the plot was traded around a bunch, so the geometry isn't a 100% perfect match to the original build. But she promises she grinded hard to restore the textures and make the whole zone super cozy for his family. Scanning the interior, our MC appreciates the attention to detail, noting the map perfectly matches his old save files. Accepting the free loot, he drops a solid thanks. Totally ecstatic, the lady replies that completing this quest is an absolute honor. In the background, the two whales look completely defeated, realizing their high roller strats got absolutely hard countered. Satisfied, the warrior tells his buddy to hand over the quest item. The bald dude immediately reaches into his jacket. Spooked by the sudden animation, the blue-haired exec jumps back, thinking it's an ambush. The buddy pulls out a stack of crumpled papers. Luo Shai announces it's the speedrun notes for the second dungeon, specifically balanced for players who cleared the tutorial. Mind blown, the woman carefully takes the pages, thinking it's completely insane to store God, tier intel in a sweaty pocket. Right then, the blonde suit asks if the new quest is to globally broadcast this patch note too. Turning around, the raid leader rejects the prompt, commanding them to share the link exclusively with players showing high potential. Looking out at the view, he drops the hard truth that this death game demands personal grind. Anyone trying to coast on pure RNG is getting wiped. He explains they'll catch a fast game over no matter how many free cheat codes they get fed. The ultimate endgame is to build an elite guild. The goal isn't saving every noob on the server, but making sure the fresh spawns learn the basic meta. The players with actual raw talent will naturally climb the leaderboards without needing constant hand-holding. Getting the big picture, the exec is super curious why the young Carrie is so obsessed with recruiting a squad of crack pros. Cutting to the chase, the guy admits he needs that massive DPS boost to help him save the entire planet from a server wipe. The trio of suits is left absolutely speechless by the insane scale of his hero quest. The AFK timer finally hits 0, rocking a massive backpack. The bald dude announces he successfully looted all the necessary survival gear. Giving his mom a massive hug, the warrior promises he'll travel back to the base very soon. Super hyped Chung Zai screams they're off to grind in an Izakai map, leaving the mom completely confused about the lore. A red UI pops up in the air. The system announces the lockdown event is starting and boots up the global fast travel protocol. Blue light beams strike the two bros right in the living room, extracting their character data from the server. Slowly glitching out, our MC tells his buddy he's not providing any free carries this run and tells him to solo his own lane. Overflowing with confidence, the duo swears he'll climb to rank 1 using only his own skills. The raid leader spawns into a map completely covered in thick ice. The UI pings that the instance generation was successful. Breathing out visible frost, he IDs the map, remembering that Dungeon 2 is the notoriously brutal extreme cold apartment. The digital screen drops a quest to hunt down and zero out the bosses. The kid knows the system's hints in this zone are total bait. Doing the math, he figures out he absolutely needs a highly trusted duo partner to clear this nightmare zone. The hidden mechanic requires kiting the mobs from the top and bottom floors until their aggro clashes right in the middle of the building. Holding a glowing card, the young Carrie summons the one player on the entire server he actually trusts with his life. The special item activates the party finder mode, blasting a blinding golden flash down the frozen hallway. A silver-haired girl starts loading in from the glowing particles floating in the air. Seeing the new spawn, the warrior's eyes go wide, completely stunned by the result. It's Xiao Ri. The girl asks, totally freaked out, what her friend is doing here and demands to know what map she just loaded into. Our MC realizes he totally threw the item, yanked the girl straight into his lobby, pulling her out of the solo instance she was supposed to run. In his old save file, her starter stage was a brutal desert island that gave her a massive trauma debuff. Clenching his fists, Luo Si swears to himself he'll never let that tragedy trigger for his friend again. Confused, the girl asks how he unlocked her secret lore about the desert island. Suddenly, she gets interrupted by a shiny UI pop-up blocking her screen. The system drops an official welcome, announcing the player just entered the D-tier frozen apartment. Reading the blue text, she remembers the viral clips she watched online, trying to pull up the exact name of this horror event. The warrior bluntly answers that the game is called Lockdown Day, which just cranks the girl's panic meter even higher. He explains he needed a flawless duo, and that's why he sent the invite. Just then, a countdown timer spawns on the locked door. Reaching out gently, the guy gives her a heads up about the mobs and asks her to be his main a partner for the raid. Watching the girl, he realizes this cutscene is a perfect recreation of a super old event from their lore. Childhood flashbacks load in, showing the exact moment they partied up for the first time in a sunny playground. In the memory, a tiny Louis offers his hand, inviting the crying girl to join his lobby. Snapping back to the present, a warm, nostalgic vibe fills the hallway as the duo firmly locks hands. The girl flashes a super comforting smile and hits accept instantly, promising she's 100% ready to support the run. The timer drops to just a few seconds. Completely focused, the leader asks if she downloaded the strat he explained a minute ago. Switching to try hard mode, the silver-haired girl confirms she memorized every single patch note for this icy death game. He warns her not to interact with any props, dropping the hint that lethal mobs are gonna spawn from literally every corner. The master strat is to aggro the ghosts from different floors and force them into a massive free for all in the middle. Announcing the breach is starting, the protagonist locks his camera onto the frozen corridor. The girl gulps hard but swears she's gonna sweat it out and be a top-tier support for this run. The second the timer hits 0, the warrior grabs the frozen handle and forces the door open with zero hesitation. The door swings wide, exposing a totally wrecked hallway, getting blasted by an aggressive blizzard AO. Shivering, the girl complains about the massive cold debuff. Her bro promises that stat cards will patch that up soon and locks into hunting mode. At that exact frame, the leader's eyes lock onto a familiar NPC, noting the bald trader's skin hasn't changed one bit since the last timeline. A bald dude spawns in holding a knife. The guy sighs in relief when he spots other players who haven't disconnected yet. Sprinting toward the duo, the suspect tries to close the gap fast in the creepy hallway. The new spawn flashes a fake friendly player, emote and celebrates finding another squad. Keeping a deadpan face, our MC Pre reads the party invite, knowing this fake good guy baits a lot of noobs. Under that mask, the guy is an absolute trash tier coward. In the old run, he used this exact same fake, friendly dialogue tree to get close. During the old boss fights, the coward always AFK'd behind the warrior, spamming chat that his stats were too low to solo anything. The second the perfect window opened, the snake literally backstabbed him to loot his premium drops. Lying on the freezing floor in his past life, Louis remembers the massive damage he took, almost getting a game over thanks to that rat's toxicity. Trying to pull the exact same scam again, the traitor sends a party request, claiming they should totally opt to survive the mobs. But the snake's brain is running a super toxic script, planning to PK the guy ASAP and then grief the silver-haired girl right after. Checking out the leader's glowing sword, the scammer thinks it's a legendary drop and mentally calls dibs, swearing to loot it for his own build. With zero warning animations, the warrior dashes in and sinks his blade straight into the enemy, paying back the old backstab with massive interest. The bald snake coughs up ketchup after eating a critical hit to the chest right out of nowhere. With an ice-cold stare, Louis tells the guy he's leaving him to solo his own run, exactly like he did in the old timeline. The snake drops to his knees with 0 HP left on the floor. With that done, our MC turns to the girl to see if she needs a lore recap. Without missing a beat, Xiaoru swears she doesn't need to ask anything, totally trusting that her carry had a solid reason to ban that guy. Happy with the good vibes, the warrior tells his duo they need to start farming the building for stat cards, and she hits accept instantly. Further down the pitch, black corridor getting wrecked by the blizzard, a door slowly opens, spawning another surviving player. This glasses-wearing suit scans the duo from afar, confirming their skins match the global rank 1 carry perfectly. Processing the instant PK he just watched, Lu Mao wonders why a guy handing out free survival guides would just delete someone for zero reason. Sitting at rank 34 on the global leaderboard, the suit decides this warrior is a super interesting player to spectate. While the duo pushes through the wrecked map, a freaky mob is just camping on the ceiling, waiting for its opening. Drawing his glowing blade, the leader tells his duo to chill, promising they're about to run into a massive spawn wave of mobs. Suddenly, a terrifying blue eyeball ghost uncloaks in the shadows, dropping a massive jump scare that makes the girl scream. Flexing a brutal aggro aura, the monster drops from the ceiling screaming that it's gonna wipe the server. Completely panicked by the crazy fast attack animation of the freak, Xiaoru spams her partner's name in chat for a rescue. In literal milliseconds, our MC launches a devastating anti-air slash with his neon energy sword. The warrior looks at the mob like it's totally boring, telling it to shut the heck up because it's spamming the voice chat. The crushing impact slices the ceiling camper cleanly in two, deleting it before the mob even registers it took damage. The monster's hitbox shatters into a massive explosion of glowing pixels, lighting up the entire frozen hallway. Right after the kill, the system drops the loot, spawning a super premium endurance stat card. Mind blown by how easy the carry made it look, the girl asks if he always speedruns freaks like that. The leader explains it's not always a cakewalk, since the dungeon has some sweaty bosses, but that little mob was just absolute trash tier. Getting into the gamer vibe, the silver-haired girl guesses the endgame bosses must look exactly like the cinematic bad guys from movies. Skipping the hype, he hands her the glowing card and tells his duo to focus her mind so she can absorb the buff. Holding the gold item, the girl laughs at her own noob logic, figuring a tiny map like this could never render giant boss models. Following the carry's tutorial, she channels her mana and the premium card starts flashing with intense light. A golden aura wraps around Shioru's avatar, and she pops off, hyped that she actually managed to activate the buff. The system confirms the endurance level. Up, the guy drops a GG for learning the mechanics fast and calls her to join the next mob hunt. With her base stats buffed, the girl sighs in relief, noting she's totally immune to that nasty freezing debuff now. Walking down the hall, she randomly asks if the warrior is a pro at these mechanics, just because he used to grind this game a lot. Hearing that unexpected dialogue option, our MC literally freezes in place, completely caught off guard. A heavy silence fills the dark room, while toxic memories of his old runs flood the leader's brain. Noticing the sudden vibe switch, the girl stammers, totally worried she just picked the wrong dialogue choice and ruined the run. Keeping it 100% real, the warrior states that this game is absolutely zero fun. The girl nods, agreeing their only objective is avoiding a game over. Cutting her off, Luosi drops a super dark glare and announces his actual endgame is completely deleting this entire server. The silver-haired girl decides to skip the follow-up questions, quietly accepting that her bro is dealing with some heavy lore of his own. Further down the path, the razor-sharp claws of another freak violently shred the ice wall geometry. A new ghost mob spawns in, raging hard at the intruders and delivering another jump scare to the girl. Keeping his try-hard stance, the leader is already aiming for the instant skirmish. Without wasting a frame, the guy drops a clean, ruthless combo, slicing the mob mid-air before it can even start its attack animation. The monster's head gets permanently disconnected in a shower of digital pixels, rolling sadly across the broken floor. Wiping his blade, the warrior sighs, super annoyed by the trash drop rates, explaining that RNG is totally random in this zone. To make up for it, he promises that wiping the floor boss guarantees premium drops and pings his duo to follow him. Trapped in the building's frozen maze, other NPCs are shaking from the cold, totally panicking because they can't find the stairs to the next zone. Hearing the screaming in the distance, Xiao Rui praises her carry's massive IQ for navigating the chaotic map without getting lost. Walking with a steady pace, the guy explains the weather starts off chill, but will hit absolute zero in exactly 30 minutes. In the adjacent halls, a squad is literally freezing. They realize with pure horror that the door is hard, locked until the boss gets deleted. The Blizzard AO gets nastier by the minute, making it super obvious everyone's getting a game over if they just AFK. Spooked by the hardcore penalty, the silver-haired girl stutters, asking if they're actually going to catch a permanent freeze debuff. Luosai drops the intel that the temp drops way faster on the edges of the map, but promises the real big bad is camping super close. Creeping through the shadows, the suit keeps tailing the duo, absolutely positive that every move the warrior makes is a 200 IQ strat. Since the UI gives almost zero hints, Lu Mao is heavily betting that this prodigy knows the exact cheat code to unlock the exit. Putting his faith in the guy who literally wrote the meta guide, the spectator hopes the leader's plays won't end up being a massive throw. In the center of the zone, our MC stares at the wrecked walls and drops the warning that the lethal mob is rocking max level stealth. Drawing his sword again, the guy states the only viable strat now is to spam a ton of noise to pull the beast's aggro. Out of nowhere, a super loud, aggressive dude's voice echoes down the hall, calling the warrior out by his gamer tag. A redhead wearing a jacket struts up acting super cocky, screaming for the kid to confirm if he's actually the server's rank 1. The girl whispers, asking if he knows this toxic troll. Our MC just shakes his head, giving the guy zero attention. Tilted by getting ignored, the redhead yells at them not to sleep on him, flexing his ego and claiming he's also on the global leaderboard. Staring at the troll, the leader raises an eyebrow, actually curious how high an unhinged guy like that managed to climb. Keeping it real, the warrior says he literally doesn't remember seeing this guy in the top 10 and asks for his exact rank. Pumping his chest, the redhead brags that he's currently sitting at rank 783, but swears he's gonna steal the crown and claim the top spot. A super awkward silence drops on the frozen hall while our MC just repeats that meme tier rank with pure disappointment. Watching the cringe play out from a distance, the suit facepalms hard, totally annoyed by the waste of time caused by this pathetic noob. The warrior bluntly asks what the guy's quest is. Furious, the redhead screams he's here to stomp him and prove who the real carry is. Totally blinded by jealousy, Q Xiao vows to broadcast to the whole server that the kid's rank 1 spot was just pure RNG luck. With a battle cry, the redhead charges in, throwing a fully charged punch straight at his target's hitbox. With zero effort, Luosi easily sidesteps the attack, telling the dead weight to go hide in a corner because he's actually busy. Refusing the command, the guy pulls out a glowing dagger, dropping an edgy threat that the 1v1 is far from over. Pinging his squad, the redhead orders his goons to draw their weapons, promising to split all the MC's premium loot evenly. Consumed by toxic rage over getting clowned on, the troll leader vows to beat the kid's face in 100 times to teach him a lesson. The warrior scans the squad, concluding they're just a bunch of delusional NPCs, and decides he's going to teach them some manners via raw damage. Without a second thought, the kid launches a ridiculously overpowered sidekick, sending the big guy flying across the map from the brutal impact. Flexing a death glare, our MC figures this random PvP event was actually perfect for generating the aggro noise he needed for the dungeon. Exploiting the opening, he channels his mana and triggers his secret passive, Tool Resonance. The blue UI flashes, confirming the skill worked, proving that even a trash tier gray item can get its stats buffed. Holding a random piece of wood, Luosi figures this buff is going to be insanely clutch later for maxing out unidentified drops. Raging hard, Qixiao calls the kid super arrogant for not even drawing his sword, swearing that disrespect will be his biggest throw. Totally unfazed by the toxic threat, our MC just waits for the next push, holding a completely chill stance. Blinded by rage, the troll leader orders his squad to Zerg rush the kid and wipe his HP. However, the goons hesitate hard, shoving each other around, absolutely terrified to make the first move. Completely disgusted by his own squad's cowardice, he calls them all useless trash and demands they join the team fight instantly. Shaking with pure terror, the boys point out they're targeting the literal best player on the server in question. If this is really a big brain play, his ego completely shattered, the leader screams he doesn't care about the leaderboard, refusing to hold the massive L he just took. Watching the circus, Luosi decides to use the most painful combo possible to counter, attack, and generate maximum noise in the zone. With a high-speed dash, the warrior smacks the troll with an insanely fast strike using just the wooden stick. The impact is absolutely brutal, dropping the guy to the floor where he completely loses it, grabbing his head in pure agony. Stuck on his knees, he screams at the top of his lungs from the insane damage, leaving the silver-haired girl and the goons totally paralyzed with fear. Right then, a massive green vine shoots out of nowhere and aggressively wraps around the troll's hitbox. With 0 frames to parry, the freaky plant drags the screaming kid straight into the dark, frozen hallway. Seeing their leader get snatched by the hidden mob, the squad goes into full panic mode and yells to go save his run. While the goons sprint like crazy, Xiao Rui is totally lost about the mob and asks her duo what the heck just happened. Super chill, he explains that's the floor boss, and deleting it is the only way to unlock the portal to the next stage. With that, our MC tells his friend to tag along at a normal walking pace, getting an instant "Roger that" from the girl. Strolling casually down the spooky corridor, the duo listens to the continuous screams of pain echoing through the map. Amazed by her carry's crazy movement speed, the girl wonders if she'd also turn into an OP hero if she farmed enough stats. Hyped by her own daydream, she starts giggling, totally forgetting about the hardcore horror vibe of the dungeon. Spectating from afar, Lu Mao is absolutely mind-blown, figuring out the prodigy's master plan was always just to bait the main boss out. The suit knows that parting up with him is a guaranteed survival strat, and he's totally down to pay the premium to secure that alliance. Up ahead, the goons are playing tug of war with the vine using all their strength, spamming chat with insults and demanding the plant drop their leader. Desperately trying to co-op, the squad keeps pulling, hoping to rescue the guy before his HP hits 0. Dropping toxic threats on the hidden mob, they swear they'll chop the monster into tiny pieces the second they get a clean hit. One of the guys steps up to the front line, arrogantly announcing he's gonna solo the problem right now. But a bunch of lethal vines spawn instantly and totally wreck the guy's avatar, making him scream in pure agony. The boss finally unstealths in the dark, revealing itself as a massive mutant carnivorous flower, flexing its level 10 stats. Completely stun locked and crying out of pure terror, the troll leader begs desperately for someone to drop a heal or a rescue. Frozen stiff by the horror, the goons glance down the hall and spot a player model casually walking their way. Carrying his sword, Luosi steps up with an absolute boss aura, while the squad instantly IDs him as the server's rank 1 player. Caught in the trap, the troublemaker feels a wave of relief, but instantly regrets trolling the warrior earlier, terrified he's gonna get left for dead. Totally ignoring the guy's drama, our MC uses a dash skill to launch himself straight at the colossal monster. The warrior channels his mana and drops a massive neon blue slash that completely lights up the frozen map. The devastating AoE of the blade passes right through the carnivorous plant, perfectly slicing the monstrous threat in half in a single frame. With the plant deleted, the vines despawn and the redhead drops to the floor, completely shook that his run just got saved. However, his shattered ego takes over. He grinds his teeth, feeling like accepting that carry was honestly worse than getting a game over. Looting the premium stat cards, the leader tells the guy to get up, dropping a tip that real players only care about legit wins. With a laser-focused glare, the warrior promises he'll only unsheathe his sword for a fair 1v1 once the kid actually grinds his way into the top 10. Hyped up by the challenge, the redhead stands up with absolute resolve, dropping a TA for the save and swearing he's gonna climb the ladder. A glowing portal renders exactly where the beast went down. The kid notes that wiping the boss finally unlocked the next zone. Staring at the corridor, he knows he's got to pick between going up to fight mutants or heading down to deal with ghost mobs. Right then, the silver-haired girl arrives at the waypoint panting from the sprint, and the system throws up a strict 5-minute timer to make the call. Catching her breath, the girl checks out the glowing dialogue options on the HUD and asks which creepy path the duo is taking. Our MC casually points out that both routes are probably pure nightmare fuel for girls, leaving his friend totally confused. Her overactive imagination immediately spawns horrific renders of lethal monsters upstairs and creepy ghosts crawling in the basement. Shaking with pure hype, she thinks both boss fights sound awesome, but tries to hide her gamer energy so he doesn't think she's a total weirdo. Seeing her stress out, the warrior just asks straight up which horror map she'd rather speedrun first. Grabbing her head in despair, the girl feels like the choice is impossible, since she honestly just wants to wipe both lobbies. Interrupting her dilemma, a guy in a suit walks up, politely asking to party up for this lethal quest. Full of confidence, Lu Mao drops his intro as the 34th ranked player on the server, promising he's got top-tier utility. The leader nods, noting the stalker finally dropped his stealth, totally acknowledging that rank is actually goated in this meta. Eavesdropping, the redhead totally trashes the suit's rank, flexing his massive ego and swearing he's gonna hit the top 10 ASAP. Narrowing his eyes, our MC admits in his own head that he already spotted the suit camping in stealth mode way earlier. He remembers he didn't call the spectator out because, in the old timeline, this exact suit was the MVP who saved his run. Dark cutscenes from his past playthrough flood his brain, recalling the time he almost bled out after a massive betrayal. In that painful memory, Lu Mao spawned in with a premium heal card and clutched the save, claiming he needed to recruit elite players. Taking the role of raid leader, the suit promised they'd escape the dungeon alive if everyone just followed his shot calling. Thanks to the guy's 200 IQ strats, the duo fought side by side, clearing all the traps and finally securing the W for that stage. Unfortunately, the in-game dungeons proved to be absolute hell, permanently deleting the life that clutch alley during the lockdown. Staring down the wrecked hallway, the warrior feels the heavy debuff of those memories, knowing that in a game this toxic, raw stats don't mean everything. Against the absolute broken power of the wicked gods, mortal players are just disposable NPCs waiting to get squished. Noticing the kid's AFK stare, the suit fixes his posture and politely asks if there's some debuff preventing the party invite. Tilted by the interruption, the redhead thinks it's totally cringe for a low-rank scrub to try and party with the server's absolute legend. Super chill, the protagonist hits accept immediately, confirming he also desperately needs big brain, high-tier teammates. Extremely thankful for the party invite, the suit offers some loot cards to show respect, but the leader instantly rejects the trade. The warrior quietly figures the clutch save from his past run was payment enough, and now it's time to carry the guy in return. Totally confused by the cancelled trade, the man stashes the items, guessing the prodigy stats are already way too busted for those basic cards. Swapping strats to build rep with the squad, Lu Mao turns to the silver-haired girl and offers the premium loot to boost her stats. With stars in her eyes, the girl is absolutely mesmerized by the offer, dreaming about the chance to finally level up into a carry hero. Even though she's dying to grab the rare loot, she hesitates and looks at her duo, terrified that accepting free drops is a massive throw. Giving her the green light, the leader leaves the choice to her, fully aware his support needs to scale her stats so she doesn't become easy bait. Hyped by the approval, the girl snatches the glowing cards with a massive smile, dropping a huge TY to her new teammate. The suit is super satisfied with the play. He admits to himself that if the duo had rejected the buffs, he would have never trusted them. Adjusting his glasses, Lu Mao decides he'll wait until they log out to reality to craft a proper premium reward for the warrior. The leader locks onto the objective, ordering the squad to rush straight to the next floor. He warns that the boss there is way more OP, and they can't waste any frames. Without a second thought, Xiao Rui confirms she's following his shot, calling 100%. The suit also hits, roger that, instantly. Blinded by envy, the redhead flat out refuses to take an L to the glasses guy, absolutely certain he'll get a party invite too if he just asks. The dude tries to hype himself up, telling himself to stop lagging and just say what he wants in voice chat. Waving his hands like crazy, the redhead begs our MC to let him join the squad too. Flashing an absolute death glare, the leader turns his head and commands the troll to permanently disconnect from his sight. The kid freezes completely in the hallway, stuttering that his dialogue line wasn't even finished yet. While taking the stairs, the suit asks if the kid has the full map data memorized, only to get an order to drop the formalities and use his gamer tag. Luoshai explains the map layout is basic. They spawn on floor 4, and the building has 7 floors total. 3 going up, 3 going down. Getting the layout, Lu Mao asks if the leader knows any glitch or weak point for the final boss of this zone. Shooting straight, the protagonist drops the spoiler that the 2 final bosses of this dungeon are literally hard, coded to be unkillable by players. He explains the only legit strat to clear the challenge is to kite the top boss and the bottom boss until they clash. Shook by the leak, the suit asks if they have to split the party to pull aggro from both monsters at the exact same time. To bypass that, the warrior drops his master plan. The whole squad will dive the bottom floor first, lock the monster's aggro, and then speedrun back upstairs together. By using this kiting strat, the bottom threat will naturally crash right into the top threat, minimizing the squad's risk of getting wiped. The suit is in awe of the 200 IQ play, knowing full well that casuals would never survive an endless aggro chase from 2 raid bosses. Putting the lore together, the silver-haired girl figures out her bro's original plan was to use her as bait from the very start. The day 1 strat required her to solo the mini-bosses and pull the main threat's aggro straight to the center of the map. Walking down the hall, the leader confirms the theory, but swears he swapped strats because keeping her HP bar full is his top priority. Deeply touched by her carry's VI protection, Xiao Ru drops a massive smile, totally hyping up his play. Out of nowhere, the vibe gets super chilly, and the girl can't hold back a loud sneeze. Hugging herself, she shivers and complains about the hardcore freezing to debuff on this floor, even with her newly buffed stats. Our MC checks the brutal weather change and explains the server temperature here has definitely dropped below 0. Playing it smart, he orders everyone to sprint so they can trigger the floor's lethal boss without wasting any more of their timer. Hiding in the shadows of the frozen floor, a massive, glowing blue eye snaps open, tracking their every movement. A totally terrifying wave of blizzard ghosts crawls through the map, dropping creepy, glitchy sound effects. The suit praises the leader's aimbot, level navigation skills, perfectly roading the squad through the complex maze. Gripping his blade, the warrior thinks about how this exact path was burned into his memory files. There's 0 chance he'd ever forget it. Confused by how the kid is a veteran in a game that just dropped, Lu Mao hears the warning to brace for an incoming gank from the ice mobs. Taking on the tank role, the man tells the warrior to chill, swearing he's gonna peel for the girl no matter what happens. The leader puts his full trust in the allies' DPS, absolutely positive the silver-haired girl is safe in his backline. With 0 distractions in his lane, our MC pushes down the hallway with his neon sword fully drawn. Channeling his mana, he unleashes a massive, armor-piercing slash straight into the incoming mob wave. The lethal impact slices the ace ghosts into confetti, triggering a massive flashbang effect in the dark zone. Holding the backline, the suit switches to his combat stance and tells the girl to camp behind his hitbox. Multiple freaky mobs leap out of the shadows, trying to score a quick elimination on the 2 survivors. Radiating pure confidence, Lu Mao tells his do not to panic, promising to speedrun these trash mobs in seconds. Totally surprising the guy, the girl makes the first move, dropping a mana charge punch right into a monster's face. Mind blown by her own damage output, she laughs and celebrates how cracked the stat buffs are, hyped that she's officially a DPS main now. Completely speechless, the suit realizes the girl is just as wild and unpredictable as the global rank 1 player. Out of nowhere, an absolutely colossal, raging wolf spawns right in the middle of the blizzard. The beast lunges with a massive AO ice attack, forcing the warrior to dash back instantly so he doesn't get flattened. Keeping his cool during the boss fight, Luosi downloads the enemy's attack pattern and spots the exact frame to strike. In a flash, he spams a devastating combo of neon slashes right into the giant beast. Spectating from the back, the suit notices the prodigy had multiple windows to finish the boss, but intentionally avoided hitting its critical weak points. Confused, Lu Mao wonders if simply executing the beast isn't the only requirement to unlock the next floor's portal. The extreme cold debuff keeps stacking, and he's terrified they'll all catch a permanent freeze if they keep camping here. With laser focus, the man tries to reverse engineer the insane master plan currently rendering in the warrior's head. Our MC's blade violently connects with the wolf, triggering a massive shockwave down the hallway. The kid knows that securing the kill will just enrage the next boss without boosting the loot pool, but beating it without a fatality unlocks a secret route. Doing the math on every single hit, he perfectly pauses his combo, leaving the boss with exactly 1% HP. Noticing the monster's aura shifting, Lu Mao screams in pure panic for the kid to find cover before the ultimate attack drops. The beast channels all its remaining mana into a razor, sharp windstorm designed to shred anything in its path. Tanking the incoming blast head on, the warrior orders his ally to forget about him and just focus on keeping the silver-haired girl alive. The man goes into full panic mode seeing the kid try to tank the supreme attack with 0 cover, completely unable to process the throw. Grabbing the girl's arm, he orders her to sprint to the corner of the map instantly to find some geometry to hide behind. An absolutely colossal hurricane of neon energy and ice sweeps the zone with pure destructive physics. The raw damage output of the wind completely deletes all the map structures in the immediate area. Huddled in the dark corner, the duo barely survives the wipe, and the girl drops a huge TY for her partner's clutch peel. Freaking out over her missing friend, the silver-haired girl screams that she's gonna push into the rubble to find him. The suit instantly blocks her, reminding her the raid leader's direct command was to stay in the safe zone. He begs the girl to trust the warrior's OP stats, but she keeps shaking with fear, convinced he couldn't survive that blast solo. Watching the dust settle, the girl sees the wind animation end and tries to push out, but the man hesitates since they haven't gotten a ping yet. The protagonist's voice echoes through the wrecked room, instantly pulling the duo's camera focus. Not wasting a single frame, they sprint out of cover, desperately searching for the kid. Navigating the frozen debris, the duo spams the leader's name in voice chat, super stressed about his HP. The suit's eyes practically pop out of his head, totally paralyzed by the crazy cutscene waiting for them. The silver-haired girl is also left completely speechless, mind blown by the aftermath of the lethal 1v1. The warrior is standing tall with an absolute boss aura right in front of the giant wolf, which is now totally slumped with zero stamina. Super relieved, the girl praises her friend, calling him a literal superhero and admitting it was totally noob behavior to ever doubt his carry. Yanking his sword out of the floor, Luosi preps to trigger his massive secret objective for this dungeon. The suit finally puts the lore together, realizing the beast was spared specifically to unlock a hidden questline. Absolutely hyped about the leak, Xiaoru thinks it's amazing that they're basically running an Easter egg route in the game. Staring down the wounded wolf, the leader offers to escort the creature down to its old master on the lower floor, asking if the mob accepts the party invite. The giant wolf drops a soft howl, peacefully hitting accept on the trade offer. A system pop-up flashes, confirming the boss just sent a request to join the squad. Without dropping a frame, the warrior taps the digital HUD and accepts the invite instantly. The UI announces the start of a hidden quest and flexes that they just scored some premium loot cards. Checking out the blue items, our MC notes these cards don't have any level locks and can be popped right away. He triggers the loot immediately, securing a heavy mental resistance buff and bumping his core stats. With fresh mana flowing through his avatar, the leader patches his levels, ready for the next skirmish. Inspecting the other card, he reads the patch notes for the newly acquired storage ring. The kid figures out the inventory upgrade is going to be insanely broken for the late game and equips it on the spot. Right then, a super hype bark catches the warrior's attention in the frozen hallway. Looking down, the guy is totally surprised and asks if this tiny model is the boss's actual base form. The girl thinks the puppy is absolute peak cuteness and asks if this adorable little guy was really the raid boss. The protagonist confirms it is, joking that he can trigger the boss's enrage phase again if she thinks he's capping. Her brain instantly renders a horrific image of the colossal, terrifying beast spawning right in her face. Scrapping that idea, she gives the puppy a massive hug while her friend admits he was just trolling. The suit analyzes the lore and decides the dev who coded this dungeon is an absolute sadist. Agreeing with how toxic the design is, Xiaorui completely understands why the leader's main quest is deleting the game. The squad pushes down the lit stairwell, diving deeper into the building's underground layout. Out of nowhere, a high-pitched, piercing meow echoes from the pitch black lower floor. The girl catches the weird audio cue and asks, totally curious, if there's a stray kitten stuck down there. Still in her arms, the puppy starts barking aggressively, totally triggered by the meow sound effect. Keeping his game face on, the warrior warns her that the noise is actually the final boss of the next zone. The guy orders the squad to rush, noticing the little wolf is super impatient to see its old duo partner. The HUD flashes a warning that the freeze debuff is stacking and reveals more ice ghosts spawning in. The party stops in the dark hallway, staring down the terrifying mob wave blocking their route. The glowing-eyed monsters crawl all over the walls, radiating an absolutely lethal aggro aura. Our MC drops the intel that mob stats naturally scale up the closer you get to the floor boss. Tilted by the human players entering their zone, the freaks scream and dive in for a full-on rush. With zero fear in his eyes, the young carry holds a completely confident stance against the incoming wipe. Totally surprising the team, Lu Mao steps up and fires off a devastating AoE blast. The impact of the skill sweeps the mobs right out of the corridor, forcefully clearing the lane. Flexing a heavy aura, the suit promises he can solo all the trash mobs in this area by himself. Scanning the play, the leader notes that top-tier gamers always power level insanely fast. Trusting the allies' DPS, the warrior tells the silver-haired girl to stick to his back. Walking past the carnage, the girl is super impressed, praising the glasses guy for his absolute unit of a build. The suit says it's GG's, but asks if the kid actually has the exact coordinates for the boss spawn. Suddenly, a creepy sound effect grabs his attention, making the alley sweat bullets. A fresh wave of ghosts jump scares the guy, going for a lethal backstab from the shadows. Spotting the gank, the silver-haired girl screams in pure panic, trying to ping the incoming danger. Absolutely shook, the suit realizes his ping is too high to block the incoming hit. The razor-sharp claws slice the air just a few pixels away from the guy's totally exposed neck. In that exact millisecond, the warrior's raid leader voice orders the alley to hit the deck. Trusting his instincts, the guy dive rolls to the floor while a massive slash flies right over his hitbox. The neon blade sweeps the corridor with brutal force, completely deleting the sneaky mobs. The suit sighs in massive relief on the floor, admitting the kid's reaction time is straight up hacking. Fixing his glasses, the man realizes his partner's raw DPS totally ignores the game's physics engine. The protagonist sheathes his energy and tells the squad to move out, already knowing exactly where the beast is camping. They push through the ice until they come face to face with the colossal silhouette of the floor boss. A monstrous feline face drops an ear-splitting meow from the shadows. The suit is totally spooked by the mob, but the girl thinks the giant cat is actually kind of adorable. The warrior recalls that this beast's agility stat is broken, making standard attacks miss completely. Locked into the raid, he figures that just spamming heavy attacks isn't the meta for this specific fight. The leader asks to borrow the puppy for a sec, and the girl hands over the VIP item immediately. Holding the pet, he explains the bark is going to cast a massive debuff right on the feline boss. Our MC instructs his ally to play crowd control and only focus on the trash mob spawning in the area. The suit confirms the order with a serious nod, swearing he'll keep the backline safe. In his head, he notes that while the girl has guts, she still plays like a total noob. Popping his max agility, the warrior dashes like a literal lightning bolt straight at the target. The giant freak charges in, completely enraged, with its claws ready to shred his HP bar. With silky smooth movement, the kid slide cancels right under the lethal hitbox, dodging the worst of it. Refusing to kite, the warrior drops a heavy slash on the monster's paw, demanding some spacing. The neon sword draws a violent arc in the air, instantly breaking the giant creature's guard. Exploiting the stagger animation, the leader yeets the husky puppy straight up into the air. The colossal cat jumps back roaring in pain from the hit, immediately buffering its next attack animation. Reading the danger, the kid rushes in to interrupt the enemy's attack before the cast finishes. Mid-air, the protagonist commands the tiny wolf to drop its ultimate bark. The puppy follows the script perfectly, blasting an absolute unit of a bark right into the beast's face. A sonic shockwave hits the mutant cat, totally breaking the creature's poise and stunning it. The UI flashes, confirming the hidden rule triggered perfectly, announcing a massive nerf to the boss's stats. Seeing the enemy debuffed, the warrior announces the DPS phase is officially open. A colossal neon red wave of energy tears through the map, slicing everything caught in its AoE. The brutal impact triggers an ice explosion, making the entire building's geometry shake. The system pings that the boss's HP just tanked. The warrior lands, breathing heavy on the floor. Hyped about the perfect damage calculation, he stashes his weapon and confirms the quest is cleared. Looking at the tiny mobs, the leader asks if they're ready to head down to visit their old master. The feline monster glitches out in pain after eating the warrior's ultimate attack. Flexing on the win, the tiny husky drops a boss-level bark right at the giant beast. Completely giving up, the creature drops a sad meow, totally accepting it caught the L. A UI prompt pops up saying the monster is requesting a party invite, and our MC clicks accept instantly. The system drops the server announcement that the boss of floor -2 is officially deleted as its energy fades. Just like that, premium loot fills the screen, and the terrifying cat shrinks down into a tiny, chill pet. Holding an upgrade core, Luasi figures his sword is finally ready for a patch update. Laser focused on the grind, he pops his fresh stat cards, power leveling his combat stats in seconds. The blue screen confirms the 2 pets are officially recruited and triggers the hidden quest, dropping a sweet party buff. Reading the HUD, the girl pops off, super hyped that the final dungeon loot just got a massive multiplier. Right behind her, the suit watches the digital portal render and calls out that the path is unlocked. Taking point, the warrior orders the squad to push forward and tank the final boss of the basement. While moving out, he reminds himself that you can't just bunga this first main boss to death. The party runs through a map that's completely frozen solid, a literal death trap for any NPC without frost resist gear. Inspecting his weapon, the kid hopes the upgrade drops a new skill, since the sword only has one basic active right now. Without wasting a frame, the leader taps the glowing UI to consume the premium upgrade item. Instantly, the system Haiti flexes all the crazy new broken stats the evolving sword just unlocked. He notices that hitting level 10 unlocked a special passive and a brand new secondary skill. The blade gets wrapped in a heavy neon blue aura, confirming the patch update was a total success. The UI breaks down the new blood, energy stacking mechanic, and the raw strength multipliers the item now packs. Satisfied with the massive DPS boost, the protagonist gets ready to roll the gacha for his newly unlocked skill. A bunch of glowing, color-coded cards start floating around him, showing all the options in the loot pool. Checking out the neon colors, the kid knows each shade represents the exact rarity tier of the skill drop. Super hyped for the RNG, he stares at the light show, waiting for the exact frame to make his pull. With a lightning fast swipe, the warrior snags a glowing card, locking in his final gacha pull. The system drops a victory chime, confirming the loot roll was completed flawlessly. The new skill is called Cogitated Wind, which slaps a massive, flat buff straight onto the user's agility stat. Gripping the patched weapon, Lua C thinks the speed boost is going to be incredibly clutch for the upcoming boss fights. Suddenly, the red UI starts spamming alerts, warning that a massive swarm of roaming ghosts just spawned in the zone. The suit calls out the mob wave incoming, while the silver-haired girl swaps to her combat stance, ready to secure some assists. The girl jokes that the leader's busted stats turn these scary threats into absolute disposable NPCs. Dashing away, the warrior leaves the trash mobs for his squad to farm XP, telling them he's going to solo the boss's aggro. Watching the play, the glasses guy thinks about how the prodigy always ends up tanking the hardest content by himself. Our MC commands the duo to wipe the zone and buff their stats fast, since the main quest is to kite the giant beast. The girl just watches her partner dash off into the dark, frozen hallway without saying a word. Out of nowhere, a snow mob jump scares the girl, making the suit scream a desperate warning in voice chat. Relying purely on her gamer instincts, she drops a mana-infused punch right into the lethal creature's hitbox. The massive impact yeets the freak backward, brutally splatting the monster's model against the wall. Flexing her new stats, the young girl taunts the evil ghosts, bragging that she actually grinded martial arts for a whole decade. Completely hyped, she clenches her fists, declaring her damage output got insanely buffed in this hellish server. The girl drops AoE shockwaves with her combos, totally locked in on using her new carry potential to protect her VIPs. The suit analyzes her aggressive playstyle, realizing the girl only unleashes her true DPS when the leader isn't around. Right then, another creepy spirit tries a sneaky gank, jumping straight at the distracted guy's back. With buttery smooth movement, Lu Mao fires off a slicing energy wave that deletes the creature mid-air instantly. Adjusting his glasses with a sharp grin, the ally decides it's finally time to stop sandbagging and play seriously. An absolutely massive wave of raging monsters charges in, roaring aggressively at the glasses, wearing ally. Showing zero mercy, Lu Mao deletes the entire mob with his rapid-fire combos, making the ghost scream in pure agony. Meanwhile, on another part of the floor, the UI drops the boss intro for the terrifying final boss, the Extreme Cold Woman. The creature's glowing, creepy eye peers out from the shadows, leaking an absolute death aura. Spamming psycho laughs, the beast celebrates the spawn of fresh human meat, while the warrior stares it down in a 1v1. Luoshi remembers his party buff, gives him exactly one RNG chance to unlock this monster's hidden lore, and he can't mess it up. Totally unhinged, the boss flashes her razor teeth and whispers that human HP is basically a sweet energy drink. The Extreme Cold Woman rushes our MC in full aggro mode, screaming that she's gonna feast on him right now. Suddenly, the creature gets hit with a massive stun debuff and lets out an ear-piercing shriek mid-dash. The system's red etude pops up, confirming his role to unlock the beast's memories was a total fail. Shaking off the stun, the monster goes back to dropping creepy laughs, overflowing with absolute killer intent. Carrying his pets, the kid casually dodges and accepts the bad RNG, knowing the drop rate for that lore was trash from the start. The creature spams a massive AO storm of lethal ice spikes across the map, still totally locked onto her target. The leader decides to just kite and stall so his team can farm XP, noting his new agility buff makes dodging a total joke. Far away, the duo breathes a heavy sigh of relief after completely wiping the zone, securing their sweet stat upgrades. The girl admires her own DPS, totally amazed by the massive carry potential her new stats unlock. Suddenly, she picks up the sound of heavy impact noises getting closer and guesses the leader successfully pulled the main boss's aggro. The protagonist comes sprinting down the frozen hall at max speed, heading straight for his squad's waypoint. Drifting across the icy floor, the warrior hits the brakes hard, stopping perfectly in front of his duo. Super relieved to see him haven't logged out, the girl flashes a huge smile and hypes up her friend's name. But the monstrous boss model crashes through the walls right behind the kid, totally refusing to drop the aggro. The girl's eyes pop out, and she shakes with fear, completely shook by the massive, terrifying hitbox of the ghost up close. The leader instantly pings the squad to fall back, using their old route and rush straight to the upper floor of the map. Glitching through the air surrounded by razor, sharp ice crystals, the creepy mob spams hysterical laugh emotes. The suit offers to play tank so the kid can recharge his stamina, but gets shut down since the beast is already hard, locked onto him. The blue UI pops up confirming the intel, showing that the boss's absolute death stare is glued 100% on Lua Shi. Spamming lethal blasts of freezing energy, the monster screams for the humans to stop trying to rage, quit the fight. Sprinting for his life, Lu Mao is absolutely mind blown by the leader's chill vibe while getting chased by a literal raid boss. Just ahead, a fresh wave of mobs uncloaks from the shadows, completely body, blocking the squad's escape route. The warrior stares down the new wave dead serious, knowing these freaks have infinite respawns until the main boss is deleted. Refusing to back up a single pixel, the warrior pushes forward, declaring he's totally immune to the fear debuff from trash mobs like this. With a crushing impact, the neon blue blade connects with the enemy, triggering a massive light explosion across the map. Spectating the fight, Luosi is super satisfied seeing that both of his teammates just leveled up their stats again. Exploiting the lag frame, he fires off another lightning fast slash that tears through the air and lands a critical hit on the beast. In the backline, the toxic redhead hypes up the leader's DPS, telling his squad that this is exactly what you expect from the global rank 1. All of a sudden, the floor physics start heavily glitching out, leaving the survivors totally confused if the dev just triggered an earthquake event. The building's geometry looks like it's about to crash as the screen shake maxes out, catching the redhead completely off guard. Pointing dead ahead, he spots the warrior's squad full sprinting in reverse and wonders why they're suddenly falling back. Right then, the terrifying basement boss spawns into the zone, screaming like an absolute maniac for human HP. Completely paralyzed by shock, the troublemaker finally connects the dots that this monster is the actual endgame threat of the level. Booking it at top speed, our MC screams at everyone to clear the lane immediately if they don't want a permanent game over. Blended by his own ego, Kyusha pulls his dagger and swears he's not backing down a single frame against the mob. High on fake confidence, the redhead openly taunts the beast, demanding she bring her best combo for a 1v1. Without even a startup animation, the creature blasts a brutal ice wave that completely wipes the hallway in a millisecond. The AoE damage is so broken it launches the troublemaker backward like he was just a low-tier prop. Panicking hard, the goons try to revive their code leader while the ghost completely ignores them and glides past. Camping in stealth with the squad, Luosai notices the beast skip the NPCs because its aimbot is strictly locked onto him. The girl asks if the top floor bosses also have hidden lore, but the guy instantly shuts down that theory. The warrior drops the lore bomb that the upstairs mobs are literally the things the final boss hates most in the entire game. Flashing back to the sad backstory of these souls, he explains the boss's wife caught a game over because of a scammer doctor. Even growing up without her mom and playing on hard mode, the daughter managed to level up into a totally healthy kid. But an absolute tragedy dropped when the girl was fatally run over right in front of her dad's spawn point. The wicked gods hijacked that emotional trauma to trap their souls, permanently locking them in this building server. With a focused glare, the leader concludes the only way to clear this massive debuff of resentment is to party them back up. Forcing the father and daughter NPCs to reunite is the ultimate secret achievement to surviving this toxic stage. Hearing the depressing lore, Xia Ri gets super tilted and calls the devs of this game absolute sociopaths. Suddenly, a massive mob wielding dual chainsaws spawns in with a roar, sending the civilian NPCs into full panic mode. The system drops the boss title, tagging the freak as the quack doctor, a total cycle leaking pure killer intent. Adjusting his glasses, the suit is totally spooked by the freaky character model that looks 0% human. Stepping up as the main tank, our MC readies his glowing sword and orders the entire lobby to hit the deck. The survivors instantly obey the command, diving to the floor to dodge the incoming wipe mechanic. Not wasting a single frame, the warrior spams an absolutely busted combo of red slashes that slice right through the air. The brutal DPS checks the monster perfectly, slicing the freak into pieces before it can even rev up its chainsaws. The system immediately pings the charlatan's death log, while the boss's heavy model collapses dead on the stairs. Mind blown by the one-shot clear, the NPCs figure this mystery kid has to be a top-tier legend on the leaderboards. Out of nowhere, the terrifying ice woman shatters the floor textures and invades the zone, spamming creepy laugh emotes. The squad's panic meter maxes out when they realize the final boss from the basement actually kited all the way up here. The frozen beast keeps up her relentless aggro chase, making everyone in the lobby think they're about to see the game over screen. But in a massive twist, the monster completely ghosts the crowd, strictly following the tracking path of the players who pulled her aggro. Breathing a sigh of relief, one NPC realizes in pure awe that the mystery kid must have already speedrun all the lower floors. Higher up, the UI drops the next target ping, unveiling the absolutely massive and tanky truck driver boss. The suit and the girl are left totally jaw-dropped by the raw, terrifying intimidation of this new ghost. Popping all his agility buffs, the leader jumps insanely high to dive, bomb the giant in a direct aerial clash. With frame-perfect speed, he executes the heavy slash and sticks a flawless landing on the floor above. The delayed impact of his stacked energy finally triggers, turning the enemy's massive hitbox into chopped pixels instantly. With the driver's kill feed pinging on screen, the warrior secures another flawless, hardcore W in the dungeon. Holding his boss pose, he grips his glowing red blade, totally locked in for whatever the game throws at him next. Riding the momentum of the clear, the kid dashes up the stairs, acting as the absolute point man for the squad. On the roof, a super heavy, dark aura starts rendering, just waiting for the intruders to cross into the final zone. The top boss's red eye glows with pure tilt. Realizing this squad speedrun the stage way faster than the devs intended, the system finally unveils the creepy final boss, tagging it as the mutant threat that completely runs the penthouse floor. Answering their admin's ping, a massive swarm of freaky mobs starts dropping from the ceiling and clipping through the walls. The mutant ghosts flex their glowing eyes and mouths, locking their aimbots right onto the incoming humans. The mob army lands with a heavy thud, creating an absolute body block wall across the main hallway. Totally ignoring the swarm, our MC screams at his duo to full sprint straight for the final boss room door. Tilted by the disrespect, the mutant creatures roar with max aggro, winding up for a massive team fight. The warrior orders his allies to push through the lane, promising he's gonna solo tank the entire mob wave by himself. Screaming at them to rush, he funnels a ridiculous amount of mana into his blade and fires off a colossal ultimate. The red energy wave absolutely deletes the freaks from the map, creating a perfectly clean path for his squad to cross. Reaching the giant door at the top, the girl pops off, celebrating that the route is clear for the final boss encounter. Checking out the giant leaking toxic gas, the girl whispers that this boss looks way different from the tragic dad lore she pictured. Suddenly, the heavy door slams shut with crazy force, trapping the warrior inside the boss room and leaving the squad totally locked out. A system UI pops up, stating the door is hard, locked until the clear conditions are met, throwing the girl into absolute panic mode. On the other side of the wall, the colossal beast roars like a maniac, buffering its extreme cold AoE attacks. Adjusting his glasses, Lu Mao declares they gotta play defense and survive on 1 HP if they have to, until the carry responds to save them. Trapped in the arena, the protagonist is shook by the timed quest, knowing this mechanic is only supposed to drop in endgame raids. With a dead serious glare, he realizes the game's difficulty slider just got cranked to the absolute max right on the second dungeon. The warrior scans the room and thinks it's super sus that there are creepy props here that never spawned in his past playthrough. The giant red eye glows near the ceiling, making the kid suspect the wicked devs themselves are spectating his run. Squinting hard, he figures out his rebirth corrupted the server's code, meaning he's gotta play ultra sweaty from now on. Accepting the hardcore mode, the kid swears 5 minutes is way more than enough time to delete this trash boss. Moving like a literal blur, he spams a devastating flurry of high-speed slashes right into the mob pack. Totally panicked by the insane DPS, the freaky creatures try to rage quit the fight, vaulting over the room's debris to escape. The leader notices the cowardly retreat and is actually impressed, realizing even the enemy AI got a massive patch update. Not giving them a single frame to breathe, he closes the gap instantly, proving his speed stat is absolutely untouchable here. Right on cue, the extreme cold woman stretches her claw toward the warrior, spamming her creepy, toxic laugh emote. Keeping his chill, Luoshi reads the lethal attack animation coming from a mile away. In a literal millisecond, he parries the terrifying ice ghost strike, crossing blades in a perfect block. The kid realizes the difficulty scaling is totally broken, since the boss actually swapped floors just to grief his run. Completely unhinged, the creature pushes forward, screaming that she needs to chug fresh human HP right now. The guy narrows his eyes, running the math in his head to calculate his exact next counter attack frame. A massive AoE explosion of ice spikes violently sweeps through the pitch black arena. The beast scans the blizzard for the kid's hitbox, absolutely thirsty for a total team wipe. Exploiting the lag from her attack, the leader super jumps to catch the enemy completely off guard with a plunge attack. He pops the stage too buff of his slicing skill, funneling all his raw damage directly into the weapon. The warrior drops a lethal vertical smash, falling from the sky with absolute max velocity. The violent collision lands a direct, critical hit right on the ghost's hitbox. But the creature just snaps her neck around with a sadistic grin, trolling the human for teleporting right into her backline. Luoshi sticks a frustrating landing, realizing his ultimate attack basically hit a massive damage wall. He knows the beast has infinite HP, but the strike successfully cancelled her combo, so now he swaps focus to farming the trash mobs. Checking the board, our MC is 100% certain the main boss on this floor packs even more busted stats. Sweeting it out, he pushes forward, shredding the minor mobs to unlock the main path as fast as possible. Outside the boss room, Lu Mao gets completely jump, scared by a devastating rush attack. The hit launches the suit backward with insane force, slamming him brutally into the wrecked wall geometry. Panning hard, the alley confesses it's physically impossible to track the mutant boss's broken movement speed. The freakish monster charges in full aggro, desperate to instantly flatten the human into pixels. Facing that much raw power, the guy finally grasps the massive skill gap between his build and the global rank 1 carry. A colossal punch drops from the sky, completely shattering the floor textures into a million pieces. Lu Mao screams at Xiao Rui to get up and hold the line until their duo finally responds with the save. The girl shakes with pure terror, stuck on the ice, completely blanking on what buttons to press. She drops a panicked scream when the giant monster tries to grab her in a lethal CC move. Right then, the suit dashes in front of her, popping the stage, 3 ultimate of his martial arts class. The girl's eyes go wide, experiencing massive relief after getting clutched out at the absolute last millisecond. Flexing a heavy aura, Lu Mao swears he's not gonna rage quit, even knowing his stats are way lower than the boss's. Triggered by the human's tankiness, the colossal beast drops an ear-shattering, screen-shaking roar. Totally locked in, the ally tells the creature it better not treat him like a low-tier NPC. The guy throws a mana, charged palm strike, aiming a heavy burst of energy right at the freak's hitbox. A brutal combo of glowing hits lands perfectly on the beast's body, racking up massive stagger damage. Dashing back to catch his breath, he celebrates that his dad's old-school martial arts meta works flawlessly in this game. The guy flashes back to his training lore, remembering the true in-game potential of his fighting style. The tutorial taught him that once he mastered the skill tree, he could easily snipe enemies from range, using just pure palm energy. Without dropping a frame, the suit spams a barrage of heavy energy blasts through the air. The massive debuff is that his rage mode stamina is gonna zero out in exactly 2 minutes. The giant threat screams in pure, unadulterated rage after eating the relentless combo string. The beast's HP bar regens instantly, confirming the monster's broken immortality passive is active. Lu Mao says he doesn't even care, since his entire objective is just to act as crowd control and stall the timer. The fighter fires off another massive wave of pure DPS straight at the monster. The monster casually parries the blast and charges forward, dropping a terrifying aggro roar. Shocked, the guy realizes the boss already downloaded his attack patterns, and its speed stat just got buffed. With 0 alternatives left, the suit preps to face tank a literal sudden death 1v1 against the beast. The mutant freak attacks with 0 chill, dropping a shockwave that completely wrecks the map. The ally tries to hold his ground, tanking a storm of ruthless punches while completely blinded by the smoke effect. Totally drained of mana, he collapses to the floor after pushing his avatar's stamina bar way past the limit. Lu Mao curses his bad RNG, frustrated that he burned all his stamina spamming DPS combos for nothing. The monster walks up looking like a total raid boss, ready to drop the finishing blow on the stunned player. The fighter accepts his hardcore fate, fully convinced his run has officially hit the game over screen. The boss charges up a terrifying monster roar, while cueing the animation for its ultimate execution. Out of nowhere, a barrage of gunshots rings out, landing direct hits on the beast's hitbox. Xiao Rui grips her revolver tight, declaring that keeping her duo alive is the ultimate main quest right now. The premium weapon drains the user's mana to fire, guaranteeing basically an aimbot level of accuracy. Totally confused by the loot, Lu Mao asks how the heck the noob girl pulled such an ultra-rare drop. The beast roars in absolute fury after having its execution cancelled by the random bullet spam. The silver-haired girl just keeps holding down the trigger, dumping her entire mag straight into the monster's chest. Panicking, the guy screams for the girl to run away, warning her that this boss literally has infinite HP. A massive, shadowy hand shoots out at super speed to CC the sniper girl. The mutant boss brutally grabs the girl before she even has a single frame to input a dodge roll. Xiao Rui goes into absolute panic mode as she's hoisted into the air by the totally enraged beast. Fighting back like a champ, she kicks the monster's arm, screaming for it to drop her immediately. The monster completely ignores her chat and brutally slams her into the hard floor geometry. She takes a massive critical hit, making the suit scream his duo's name in pure despair. Lu Mao curses his low stats, admitting they're just not geared enough to clear this insane raid. The final boss charges up a massive pool of freezing mana, prepping to fire a one-shot laser beam. Bleeding out, the guy asks if the girl has any final regrets before their accounts get permanently wiped. The beast fires the devastating light beam directly at the 2 surviving players. Xiao Rui closes her eyes, admitting her only real L is that she didn't get to log out holding hands with the warrior. At that exact millisecond, a massive explosion completely deletes the heavy boss door from the server. A colossal red slash tears through the air, completely nullifying the monster's ultimate attack with pure broken DPS. The girl opens her eyes in awe and hears the kid drop a quick "my bad" for the laggy rescue. Luasha spawns in, flexing an insane aura, while the girl celebrates the clutch save with massive relief. Our MC keeps a razor-sharp glare, knowing that if his ping was just a second higher, his friends would have been wiped. Casually sheathing his blade, the warrior reads the system prompt confirming the dungeon's clear conditions have finally been triggered. Right on cue, the extreme cold woman rushes down the hall in full aggro, screaming for fresh human HP. But the ice ghost and the mutant boss freeze in the same frame, completely confused when they end up face to face. The digital HE pops up to confirm the crazy crossover event, officially unlocking the hidden questline between the two monsters. Staring at the ice ghost, the giant blue mutant actually starts crying, its AI recognizing the familiar aura. With the secret lore successfully triggered, the two beasts drop their monster skins under a blinding flash of light. The ice woman transforms back into a normal young girl, crying out for her dad with pure emotion. The mutant monster also morphs back into a regular guy, answering his lost daughter with so much love. Not wasting a second, the two run and pull each other into a massive hug, curing their debuff after so much suffering. The system drops the True Ending achievement, announcing the duo's tragic memories have been downloaded straight to the player. Watching the cutscene, the suit feels awful about the family's tragic lore and swears he's gonna hunt down the admin who coded this sadistic game. But our MC thinks this clear was way too easy, getting totally sus about why a random quest just popped out of nowhere. Suddenly, a colossal red eye rips through the skybox, screaming that the Lord God is leaving a 1-star review for this run. Creepy shadows start glitching out above the frozen building, dropping a heavy horror atmosphere on the map. Spooked by the massive skybox glitch, the silver-haired girl stammers, asking what the heck that thing is. The system flashes a warning that God Spectator has spawned, while the dark entity demands a server rollback to entertain its boss. Hovering with a massive boss aura, the creature flames the humans for lacking taste and reminds them they exist just to provide content. The giant red eye glows like a neon sign, hyping up the start of the server's true main event. The shadow fires lethal red energy beams that land direct hits on the dad and daughter, making them scream in pure agony. The sadistic attack forces their models to glitch out, triggering a super painful reverse transformation sequence. In a split second, they revert back into their horrifying, monstrous boss skins. The suit goes into full panic mode, literally unable to process how the wholesome reunion just got griefed like that. Playing defense for their owners, the tiny pets rush in, barking and meowing at the floating threat. Freaking out, the girl screams for the pets to fall back, warning that the zone is way too high level for them to survive. Ignoring the pets, the ghost shoots out tentacles to corrupt the animals into mutants, just to farm more entertainment points. Lu Mao screams a desperate warning about the entity's griefing, demanding the squad block the monster's cast any way they can. Body blocking the attack, the leader parries the shadow tentacles with a lightning fast strike from his flaming sword. The girl drops a massive sigh of relief seeing her duo's flawless parry mechanics in action. Pissed off by the cancel, the spectator accuses the kid of always stream, sniping the show, swearing God has him on a blacklist. Flexing a super confident smirk, the warrior admits he already suspected the stage was rigged the second he spotted that giant eye. In his head, the guy does the math and realizes this entity doesn't have an HP bar or a level tag, meaning it's not a standard system mob. He figures out this is a completely brand new threat, even compared to his old save file. Then, the spectator orders the bosses to delete the anomaly. Hijacked by mind control, the mutant and the ice woman rush our MC with absolute, uncontrolled fury. Following the dev script, the beasts grab the suit and the silver-haired girl, keeping them permanently stun-locked. Free from any interrupts, the divine lackey charges up a lethal red energy whip to permanently ban the warrior. With an explosive dash, the kid deflects the brutal ultimate, using the edge of his own glowing blade. Keeping his cool, he calculates that dicing up the bosses won't actually kill them, but it will buy enough lag frames to reset the fight. With the strat locked in, the warrior speed pushes the leaders who currently have their HP bars completely exposed. Lewis's razor-sharp glare proves he won't hesitate for a single frame to drop the execution combo. Out of nowhere, the UI updates the quest log decapitating the bosses will permanently delete their souls, but grants double loot and a guaranteed exit. Reading the digital legend, the glasses guy is totally shook, asking what permanently deleting souls actually implies. Flashing a toxic smile, the divine lackey explains that killing them now will literally wipe their files from existence forever. The entity trolls them, saying the victims basically signed the terms of service voluntarily, so the player shouldn't feel any guilt over wiping them. Using a super sadistic tone, the flying mob taunts the protagonist, totally betting he'll do the dirty work for them. Tilted beyond belief, Lu Mao curses the creature, pointing out those monsters were humans who already suffered massive real-world tragedies. The dark monster snaps back with zero empathy, doubling down that all human suffering is literally just content for its creator's stream. Pointing at the giant eye, the entity states that failing to deliver a tragic cutscene is straight-up toxicity against God. Breaking out of her CC, the silver-haired girl fires her gun at the monster, screaming for it to cancel that sick quest right now. The bullet impact just sparks as the creature intercepts the projectile mid-air with literal aimbot precision. Holding the smoking bullet between its fingers, the spectator mocks the girl, warning her that trash tier DPS that will never even scratch his shield. The suit's jaw drops seeing the absurd defense stat, wondering what the actual level cap is for this mystery boss. With a dead serious face, the warrior calculates the enemy's surreal frame data, noting how crazy it is to catch a bullet like that. Suddenly, the enraged mutant lunges forward to flatten the girl with an instant kill punch. Peeling for his duo, the leader parries the colossal attack with his sword, sending a massive shockwave across the map. Glaring at the beast, he remembers the wholesome cutscene of that family, sad that their only permaban offense was trying to protect their own happiness. Mid-clash, the protagonist's eyes go wide when he spots a super weird, tiny detail. Even while spamming brutal attack combos, the face of the giant blue monster is quietly dropping tears. Tanking the weight of the giant fist, the kid is totally surprised to realize the beasts are actually crying in real life. The original souls of the dad and daughter spawn in the air, desperately begging to be killed so they can log out together. Completely mind blown by the request, Lewis confirms those sad voice lines are broadcasting straight from inside the monsters. The girl's soul cries hard, admitting they absolutely can't stand living with this cursed monster debuff anymore. The dad's spirit joins the voice chat, begging the human player to drop the final hit and end their infinite loop of pain. Locked under the sadistic mind control, the creatures keep throwing violent attacks completely against their own AI. Dodging the hits, the warrior listens to the beasts pleading for mercy, just wanting to be saved from this absolute hell. The daughter's soul confesses she refuses to keep playing a toxic role where she just griefs innocent noobs. With an ear-splitting roar, the monsters channel all their depression into one final request to be set free. Chilling in the air, the divine lackey laughs it up, claiming nothing boosts his admin's entertainment meter more than turning hope into absolute despair. Parrying the strikes, the protagonist swears he's gonna finish the quest and free them from this nightmare. But as he charges his glowing sword, he promises that before he drops the GGs, he's gonna handle a much higher priority target. Flexing eyes that glow pure neon red, the kid vows to permanently ban the scumbag who played with their save files. The spectator panics, trying to use his divine tag as an invincibility shield, but the warrior just trolls him, saying he knows the boss isn't immortal. With an absolutely merciless swing, Lewis fires an overpowered energy slash straight into the skybox. The arrogant lackey gets perfectly split in half by the ultimate, glitching out and mumbling about how the human found his weak point. While the creature shatters into red lightning, the leader declares that sooner or later, he's sending their god to the Shadow Realm too. A colossal pillar of red light tears through the sky, sending the spectator straight to the Shadow Realm to wait for his admin. Tanking the massive red laser head, the spectator desperately spams chat, begging his god for a clutch revive. The colossal beam of energy literally tears through the dark skybox textures with insane physics. Swallowed by the light, the monster screams in pure rage over getting completely wiped by a basic human player. The devastating hit completely deletes the ghost from the server, triggering a massive, booming explosion in the sky. Mind blown, Xiao Ru hypes up the devil while Lu Mao drops major props for the warrior's absolutely busted DPS. Keeping his camera locked, Lewis pings his squad that the boss phase isn't officially over yet. A fresh, thick red aura starts spawning in, dropping edgy dialogue complaining that its minion got zeroed by a literal toy. The duo goes into total shock, asking if there's seriously another phase to this boss fight. A massive, horned silhouette renders in the blizzard, acting like this whole lobby is an absolute joke. The giant demon face glares at the warrior, admitting the kid's toxic disrespect actually triggered his rage meter. Shaking with pure terror, the silver-haired girl feels a massive stamina drain, just from the crushing pressure of that entity's aura. Gripping his sword tight, our MC asks point blank if the god is planning to drop down for a 1v1 right now. The creature laughs at the bait, explaining that the server's divine code actually hard locks him from dropping attacks inside this dungeon. Fading back into the shadow textures, the entity swears he's gonna rip the kid's head off the next time they cross paths in a hardcore zone. The red skybox starts resetting, and the voice demands the human keep his HP up until he's high, level enough for the real boss fight. With the crushing debuff finally gone, the allies drop to the floor panting, just trying to regen their stamina bars. Staring into the blizzard, the leader swears he's gonna grind all the way to the end game to permanently delete every single wicked god. Behind the kid, the boss monsters are still dropping tears like crazy, totally unable to input commands for their own models. Tears stream down the terrifying faces of the beasts, proving the hidden sad lore of those trapped souls. The spirits drop a TY to the warrior for avenging their tilt and literally beg him to hit the execute button already. Accepting the sad quest, Lewis funnels a super dense, red energy straight into the blade of his sword. With frame-perfect precision, he drops a legendary slash that slices the air right on the wrecked rooftop. The warrior promises he's going to close out this nightmare server event as painlessly as the engine allows. The hitbox of the slash phases right through the extreme cold woman with zero armor resistance. Both colossal monsters get instantly sliced, falling backward as the system registers the mercy kill. A golden light pushes away the dark filters, rendering the true skins of the family while they drop a final "thank you" for the carry. The dad and daughter smile with pure emotion, feeling like their account suspensions are finally lifted after so much toxic system abuse. Lowering his weapon, our MC throws up a respectful emote, wishing them better RNG in their next playthrough. Watching the wholesome cutscene, Liu Mao and the girl agree that this was definitely the true good ending for the NPCs. The tiny, glowing pets watch the souls log off, acting as a light source in the frozen map. Seeing the pets glow, the squad realizes the animal companions are also prepping for their final logout. The kitten and the puppy drop their final, super chill sound effects. The duo shatters into glowing pixels, and the party hopes they have a super fun time on their next server. The system flashes the "Dungeon Cleared" banner, and the warrior warns that the ice map is already starting to despawn. Far away, a bunch of random survivors are basically bleeding out on the rock, solid, frozen floor of the building. The squad complains about the broken freeze debuff and the insane mob density. Terrified they're gonna catch a freeze, death game over. A snow ghost drops a horrifying roar, camping the low HP humans for an easy wipe. The survivors scatter in full panic, screaming that their survival odds in this ice zone are literally zero. During the chaotic kite, the toxic redhead fumbles his movement inputs and faceplants hard on the ground. Seeing the epic fail, the troll's main goon stops running and screams his leader's name in pure panic. The ice ghost raises its razor, sharp claws right above the downed kid's back hitbox. Qiushao cries out of pure terror, thinking it's GG's, but a blue UI pop-up suddenly flashes right in his face. The lethal mob literally freezes mid-animation, while the floating screen glows in front of the spooked kid. The system confirms the stage was successfully cleared, canceling the threat at the absolute last millisecond. The lobby goes wild over the clutch survival, spamming thanks to the mystery god, tier player who carried the dungeon. The global leaderboard pops up, showing our MC dominating the stats with a massive 83% participation rate. The troll squad is absolutely mind blown by the stats, seriously questioning if the rank 1 player is even using a human build. The HUD reveals a premium green stat activation card as a free drop for every player who didn't wipe. The two duo partners pop their items instantly, amazed by the massive stat boost hitting their avatars. The UI breaks down the new high scores for the silver-haired girl and the glasses fighter, bumping their levels up significantly. The warrior explains that this is just the basic free-to-play reward, and the true premium drops are about to roll in. The girl gets salty over her personal drop, super annoyed that she pulled a mana card she has zero clue how to equip. The suit checks out his Rect E rank gloves, wondering what kind of passive and upgraded martial arts item would pack. The UI details that the new weapon has a solid RNG chance to proc double damage during close quarters combat. Flexing the gloves, Liu Mao celebrates the god tier buff that could totally clutch a 1v1 when HP gets low. Super curious, Xiao Rui asks what kind of crazy loot the leader pulled after literally carrying the entire dungeon on his back. Luisai holds up a tiny glowing item, super chill, saying he just scored some extra points in a single fragment. The shiny drop hovers in his hand, revealing itself as a super rare piece of an S rank card. The allies think the loot system is totally rigged, not getting how an 83% carry rate only dropped a tiny piece of an item. The warrior admits the drop looks like total trash at first glance, but deep down, the game's RNG math actually checks out. The protagonist drops the lore that this death game only has exactly 15 Supreme S rank cards in the entire code, and their drop rates are abysmal. The UI shows he needs to grind 4 of these exact fragments to officially craft the real item. Staring at the golden drop, the kid realizes pulling a piece this rare on round 2 is actually insane RNG luck. Stashing the loot in his inventory, the guy knows this tiny upgrade brings him one step closer to wiping the deities from the server. The system refreshes the global leaderboard, locking Luosai in the absolute top spot with a completely broken point lead. Hyped by the floating screen, Xiao Rui celebrates that her assists actually scored her a decent mid-tier spot on the ladder. The glasses fighter is shocked by how sweaty the scores are, realizing the elite player base is already grinding hard. The leader explains that dropping the free guide massively buffed the pros, making the girl worry they just spawned a bunch of toxic rivals. Flashing a totally chill look, the warrior drops a real one, saying his only endgame is actually saving the entire planet. The cutscene of the Wicked God, floating over the wrecked server, reminds him that you can't win a guild war playing solo. Reaching out to his squad, the kid hypes them up to go full try hard for the human race and drop the selfish solo mentality. Moved by the epic hero speech, Liu Mao admits he was playing super selfishly and vows to tank for the leader from now on. Covered in the fast travel light particles, the protagonist drops a friendly emote to his squad before logging out. The allies nod back as they also get consumed by the system's energy, extracting them straight out of the dungeon. In the real world, the warrior's mom is just chilling and eating when a massive flashbang suddenly lights up her living room. Loading back into the real world, our MC wakes up super chill in his bed. His mom notices the animation and drops a huge sigh of relief that her kid is finally online. Chilling in bed, the kid figures out the game only extracts the player's consciousness, meaning all the physical gear his buddy hoarded ended up being absolute trash tier inventory bloat. His mom sweetly asks if his stamina is low, promising to craft some high-tier food for them to eat. The warrior nods, dropping a quick confirmation sound. Watching her leave the room, Lucy figures his mom has totally adapted to the new meta. Looks like that hellish game didn't drop any negative debuffs on her mental state. A system ping grabs the global rank 1's attention. The blue UI pops up, dropping a GG for holding the top spot and teasing a bonus loot drop. Turning his head, he knows for a fact that absolutely nobody is going to beat his broken score, whether they're still grinding the dungeon or already extracted. Because of the massive gap, the system decides to unlock the premium reward early. Completely surprised, the warrior grabs the new card dripping with a dark, edgy aura. The item leaks a super mystery boss vibe while floating in the air, basically screaming that it's an ultra high tier drop. Checking out the loot, our MC is totally mind blown to see the system just handed him a premium class change card. The UI drops the specs for the Apprentice of the Shadow Mage class. Reading the patch notes, he's shook to find out it's an absolutely busted A rank class. The kid flashes back to a toxic player from his old run, admitting that even though the guy was a massive griefer, his class's endgame scaling was 100% broken. Scanning the dark item, he realizes that raw stats don't come with an alignment tag. They can be used to grief the server or to carry the noobs. But the leader knows the meta rule: a player can only equip one class at a time, and his slot is full, so he needs to find the perfect alt to inherit this crazy skill tree. His mom responds in the room holding a hot bowl, sweetly calling the kid over to eat his favorite noodles before they get cold. Super thankful, the warrior drops a TY for the food. He decides to put his raid leader stress on pause for a sec and just vibe with this rare, peaceful daily quest. Eating the food in the living room, our MC hypes up the dish, swearing it's god tier. His mom smiles, super happy, and asks how the flavor stats are holding up. The chill vibe gets totally interrupted by heavy, fast footsteps echoing down the hall, proving someone is rushing their location at max speed. The door gets kicked open and Xiao bursts into the room. Crying her eyes out, the mom jumps up, totally surprised, asking what the girl's doing spawning here. The rank 1 leader is shook seeing his silver-haired ally load in with a maxed out panic meter, immediately calling out her gamer tag. The girl clings to his arm sobbing, demanding to know why her parents just caught a random, permanent coma debuff out of nowhere. The kid instantly guesses the worst. With a dead serious glare, the warrior runs the math and figures out her parents unfortunately caught a permanent game over in their dungeon run. Cutscenes of her parents stuck in hospital beds flash, while the girl begs in pure despair, asking if there's any glitch or exploit to revive them. Gripping his doe's shoulders tight, the protagonist tells her to chill. Being super realistic, he drops the hard truth that right now, there's literally zero revive mechanics available. The leader flashes back to the glowing god tier item, remembering that in the entire server, there's only one supreme, freedom, card capable of clearing that ban. He reflects on the game's mechanics. Wiping in the dungeon equals a permanent AFK status. Without support players to manage their real world HP, the victims just drop from zero stamina or organ failure. Completely shattered by the patch notes, Xiao Rui asks through tears if her parents' tragic ending is permanently hard, coded with zero chance of a rollback. Seeing his teammates' total despair, the guy drops his gaze and goes completely AFK on comms, processing the heavy debuff of this toxic situation. Looking back up with a refreshed determination buff, Lucy figures the only viable strat is to literally hand the new dark class card straight to his silver-haired dude. Breaking the tense silence, the warrior states with absolute confidence that there is a secret path. The girl wipes her tears and locks eyes with him, full of hope. The leader pulls the dark item from his inventory, plotting to buff his friend into a hardcore DPS carry so she can speedrun dungeons and level up on her own. Hearing the positive dialogue option, the silver-haired girl's eyes go wide, instantly regaining a sliver of hope in her sanity meter. Flexing the dark item, the guy explains the endgame is grinding enough stats to completely wipe the devs of this game, because that's the only trigger to wake everyone up. Checking out the scary aura leaking from the class card, Xiao Rui asks like a total noob if just popping the item auto grants broken stats. Our MC nods, agreeing the power spike is basically free, but he pauses, building tension before dropping the massive pay to win cost of the buff. Flashing a super dark, serious glare, the warrior warns there's an insanely high RNG chance of completely zeroing out her sanity bar in the process. He explains that lacking willpower turns the user into a literal NPC puppet hijacked by the wicked gods to kill their own squad. Absolutely mind blown by the hardcore penalty, the girl asks if every class change item comes packed with such a terrifying debuff. Staring into the card's dark pixels, Lucy confirms the mechanic. He drops the lore that the deities love hiding toxic malware in their premium drops. The kid breaks it down. Classes offer massive leveling paths just like a normal MMO, but in this hellish server, they also trigger pure psychological horror. The creepy shadow of the evil god renders in, revealing that every card is packed with a tiny file of the entity's consciousness. You gotta beat this mental invasion to secure the W. The mental debuff is so OP it causes instant blue screens in casuals. Low-tier players literally go insane, screaming in pain as they catch the dark possession. The demonic virus completely overwrites the loser's brain. With their mind corrupted, the player devolves into a disposable, toxic fanboy for the dark faction. Closing his eyes, the leader flashes back to his own class trial, admitting he only managed to hit that infernal challenge thanks to a very specific reason. A render of a completely nuked city pops into his head. His mental defense was basically forged out of titanium during the infinite wipes of his past playthrough. Thinking about her parents hard, locked in hospital beds, the silver-haired girl switches to her brave stance. She knows if she doesn't level up into a carry, more players are gonna catch the permaban. Completely locked in, the girl reaches out to grab the dark card. She swears she understands the debuffs and is 100% ready to try and tame the aggro. Out of nowhere, the warrior's mom jumps in, grabbing the girl's wrist super tight before she can even click on the dangerous item. Super stressed, the woman tells the girl to stop rushing her inputs. She warns that the kid's parents would never greenlight a sacrificial play like this if they were online. Flexing absolute confidence, Xiao Ru drops a TY for the concern, but the girl fires back, saying just like her duo risks his account for his mom, she's gotta go all in too. The raw dialogue option hits the woman right in the feels. Her eyes widen in mild shock as she fully downloads the depth of that massive family bond. Dropping the block, the mom lets go of the girl's wrist and wishes her top tier orange for the trial, showing pure guts. The ally smiles, thanking her for the silent buff. Holding the card, Xiao Rui starts getting pulled by a glitchy gravity mechanic. She dead seriously tells the protagonist to PK her instantly if she turns into a mutant. The system triggers the dark class change event, getting swallowed by pure black pixels. The girl reminds her duo she's relying heavily on his support. Absolutely shook by the hardcore request, the warrior freezes mid-animation. He wonders internally how he could ever hit the execute button on his own party member. Painful cutscenes from his old save file jump scare his brain, showing the frame a monster ganked them, and the girl sacrificed herself, screaming for him to kite away. Tanking massive damage from the possession, the girl agonizes, holding her head. The leader swears he's gonna pull her out safe and sound, no matter how the trial RNG rolls. A colossal AO blast of black energy explodes from the girl's hitbox. The violent shockwave spawns heavy winds that start trashing the entire room's geometry. Shielding her face from the aggressive wind physics, the kid's mom screams, asking what the actual heck is happening to the girl's avatar. The warrior orders the NPC to evacuate the zone instantly and lock the door, demanding zero interference. The mom hits accept and sprints into the hallway. Staring down the dark tornado, Lucy grits his teeth, switching to full try-hard mode. He spots the divine virus already starting the download into his partner's brain. Watching his duo tank the cruel debuff, the kid kicks himself for not speccing into any direct mental support skills. But he knows he's got a hidden cheat code up his sleeve. Stepping right into the chaotic AO zone, our MC summons the supreme admin camping in his brain, fully acknowledging the god-tier server access of that being. The dark voice echoes, flexing its admin perms to hack minds. Skipping the dialogue, the leader demands the creature port him directly into the girl's mental map right now. The massive shadow drops a red warning about the extreme permadeath risk. The god explicitly states that failing to wipe the virus means the warrior's brain gets permanently bricked. Without dropping a single frame of hesitation, Lucy counters the threat with absolute resolve. The kid swears he won't catch a game over and will secure the flawless EBU no matter what. Impressed by his unbreakable mental stat, the entity praises the human's cocky attitude. A glowing orb spawns in the monster's hand, generating the portal to the mindscape. A laser of spiritual light shoots from the warrior's chest, acting like a direct LAN cable between their two souls right in the middle of the destructive storm. The glowing energy travels through the air and lands a perfect headshot on the girl, piercing the firewall of darkness blocking her consciousness. Flexing a literal death glare, our MC swears the malware has absolutely zero chance of griefing his top-tier duo partner. Leaving his physical avatar AFK in the wrecked room, the kid's soul morphs into a massive white light pillar and blasts straight into the alternate dimension. The leader's spirit model lands smoothly, feeling his boots hit the digital floor that reflects like a super chill RTX on lake. Scanning the map covered in thick, freezing fog, the kid confirms he successfully hacked into Xiao Rui's highly toxic mental zone. Walking through the dark map, a weird shadow in the distance pulls his camera focus, demanding he stay sweaty to dodge the virus's trap boxes. Zooming in, he spots the girl's spirit model floating totally stung, locked in the fog. Realizing her HP is already in the red. Out of nowhere, a dark mob spawns and lands a brutal punch on the girl, yeeting her soul backward with a super cheap shot. Lucy is completely confused when he spots two identical clones of his duo partner rendered in this mental space. The massive dark entity drops a server message, stating that to unlock the buff, she has to survive the mob swarm. Surrounded by the aggro, one of the clones hypes herself up, saying they gotta tank this and get the W for their parents. The system drops more freaks into the arena, and the Shadows Zerg rush with an absolutely relentless combo. A violent impact of dark energy crashes into the mob pack, temporarily clearing the lane. The clone wearing the black skin warns that taking a direct hit from those things equals an instant game over. Gripping her weapon, the clone in the light dress asks the other one to pull aggro, so she has an opening to snipe. Scanning the infinite spawn wave, the girl wonders how she's gonna find a clean frame to shoot in all this lag. Just then, a devastating electric/tears through the air as Luosi drops into the chat, announcing his assist. Both versions of the girl get a massive jump scare from their carry's sudden spawn into the map. Holding his sword, he drops the lore that these trial illusions don't actually take damage from outside players. However, our MC guarantees he's gonna wipe out the toxic divine malware camping the lobby. With insanely high APM, he starts slicing the invading shadows across the entire map. Blinded by rage, the kid absolutely refuses to watch his duo catch another corruption debuff right in front of his face. The warrior drops a colossal slash, ordering those entities to stay the heck out of his partner's hitbox. The light dress clone is totally mind blown watching her bro easily dominate the team fight. Staying sweaty, the dark clone says to let him handle the trash mobs so they can focus fire on the three main bosses. A massive dark eyeball channels mana in the shadows and cues up its attack animation. The creature fires a violent dark laser that slices through the air, tracking straight for the girls. Spotting the danger, the dark clone screams a warning about the incoming lethal projectile. The ally dodge rolls away and tells the other clone to perfectly frame the energy sphere right now. The light dress clone's eyes pop out when she registers the absolutely broken speed of that incoming hit. Mid-dodge, they realize the Shadow class really does pack a totally busted DPS output, exactly like Luoshi warned. Both girls stick their landings on the spiritual floor, successfully dodging the AoE impact zone. But the boss immediately starts spamming dark spheres, basically turning the map into a bullet hell with zero cooldowns. The ally spam rolls across the wrecked floor, burning all her stamina so she doesn't get flattened. They are totally shook by the massive gap between the boss's slow charged attacks and its instant, zero-frame projectiles. Spamming the trigger, the silver-haired girl screams they need to counter-attack instead of just tanking hits like NPCs. The precise snipes land direct hits on the invading shadow, sending sparks flying off its hitbox. The system's glowing HUD confirms the enemy entity's HP bar just took a hit from the counter. The girl gets a reality check when she sees 2 bullets did almost 0 chip damage, realizing the monster's defense stat is way overtuned. Kiting the lethal lasers, the silver-haired girl figures out that speedrunning this boss isn't going to be a walk in the park. She checks her stamina, knowing the fatigue is real, and if the clone gasses out before wiping the mobs, it's a guaranteed L. The UI shows her weapon is literally draining her own stamina bar to reload the ammo. With laser focus, both clones agree they have to punish every single micro opening to secure the W. On the other side of the map, the warrior notices how cowardly and slow the invading shadows are playing. With his blade leaking pure electricity, Luo switches to full aggro mode, announcing he's pushing the lane solo. Triggered by the threat, the infinite dark mobs instantly group up, booting up a super creepy fusion mechanic. Our MC hits the swarm with brutal force, declaring that gods only deserve a complete account deletion. Right after the hit, the kid spots a glitch in the enemy's code and cancels backward for a millisecond, super confused. A colossal, merged entity stands up in the dark, dropping an ear-shattering roar that shakes the whole mental map. Looking at the monster totally chill, the kid figures a real god's brain would never have such low durability. The giant divine freak drops a devastating smash, trying to instantly squish the toxic human player. With a frame-perfect block, the warrior uses his sword blade to parry the colossal impact like it's a tutorial mob. Pure rage overflows from the protagonist as his eyes literally start glowing with a lethal neon red filter. Parrying the dark attack with raw strength, the leader states that the boss's massive hitbox and level advantage mean absolutely nothing. Gripping his sword hilt super tight, Luo claims absolute dominance over the trash tier threat. A massive red AoE explosion erupts from his sword while he swears every single god is gonna catch a permaban. The overwhelming laser beam completely tears through the dark dimension, pulverizing the monster model with zero mercy. Out of nowhere, a super deep voice drops in the chat, saying GG to the intelligent life form for the big brain play. The warrior cancels his animations and scans for the audio source, instantly realizing that wasn't just standard NPC dialogue. The lore dump reveals that the Supreme cards are actually the leftover save files of entire civilizations that got wiped by the darkness. Processing the depressing patch notes, he understands the old resistance fighters literally became the code for these ultra-rare drops. A cutscene of a planet getting swallowed whole confirms his dark theory about the origin of all this cosmic griefing. With a serious glare, Luosi admits his past life theory about the gods being immortal was totally bugged. Fueled by pure tilt, The guy swears on his life that his planet is gonna be the final graveyard for these toxic freaks. The enemy program disconnects from the map, and the kid notices his admin privileges for the zone just expired. Away from the AoE, the silver-haired duo drops to the floor with 0 stamina after clutching her own 1v1 deathmatch. Spawning right behind her with a chill vibe, the protagonist is 100% sure his partner has the stats to finish the quest. The two clones wave goodbye, totally amazed that their bro just casually deleted that massive glitch. Getting swallowed by the extraction light, Luosi tells his friend to finish the class upgrade and promises to camp her respawn point in reality. The two clones look super confused by the plural "you guys" in his goodbye, wondering what mechanic he just figured out. They hit full panic mode, terrified the leader uncovered their secret lore, and swear to keep up the disguise in the real world. A pulsing black core respawns in the shadows, while the mental map boots up the final phase of the trial. Flexing pure bravery, the girl swears she's gonna master this class to grind enough DPS to revive her parents. The two clones full sprint straight at the giant dark core to finalize the XP absorption. In the real world, the protagonist's soul reconnects to his avatar, and the chaotic storm in the room starts despawning. Out in the hall, the warrior's mom is pacing back and forth, super stressed about whether the kids caught a game over. The woman thinks about how all these recent glitchy events completely break the physics engine of normal human life. The horrible image of thousands of players stuck on AFK mode, relying on feeding tubes to avoid dropping to 0 HP, haunts her brain. On top of the crazy PvP happening outside, she also remembers her own terrifying nightmare about the killer puppet mobs. Noticing the room's aggro aura fading, the mom stops in the hall, dropping a massive sigh of relief that the server crash is over. Inside the room, the silver-haired ally is literally floating while her avatar downloads the final bites of dark energy. Scanning her stats, Luosi is totally amazed, confirming that Xiaoru's HP bar stabilized perfectly. The dark mana fully sinks when the girl pops her glowing eyes open, proving she officially beat the permadeath trial. Luosi drops a heavy sigh of relief, confirming his duo's upgrade process was an absolute flawless victory. The system UI pops up, dropping the notification that the girl's class change quest is officially complete. Wrapped in a sick dark aura, Xiaoru unlocks the totally busted apprentice of the Dark Mage class. Super hyped about the patch notes, she tells her duo she totally mastered the new skill tree. Doing a respectful bow emote, the girl drops a massive "thank you" for his clutch assist inside the mental map. In her head, she decides to act like it was all a trippy dream, so she can keep her hidden lore a secret from her bro. Suddenly, Luosi yells at his bald buddy, telling him to stop spamming whatever he's doing. Stressed by the sudden aggro, the girl asks what the heck is wrong with their teammate, who's currently flopping on the floor. Absolutely crushed Ching, Zai is crying his eyes out, spamming his lost friend's gamer tag in real life. The bald guy grabs the warrior, literally begging for a fast travel back to the dungeon, while the leader tells him to chill. Giving it to him straight, our MC explains that cleared instances are permanently deleted from the server once you extract to reality. Stuttering with fear, the partner asks if players who caught a game over in there can still be revived somehow. The warrior feels bad about the RNG, remembering that in his past run, his bro also got traumatized watching his crush sacrifice herself for him. In that dark cutscene, the bald guy tried to grab the girl as she fell into the fire AoE. A tragic lore detail Luosi only knew from chat logs. The leader kicks himself for not dropping the exact walkthrough to save her, since any bad call would have cost his duo's life too. Carrying that heavy guilt, the protagonist admits he almost used his party invite to pull the guy into his lobby to dodge that whole wipe. Consumed by the guilt debuff, the bald dude cries holding his head, complaining that his own misplay ruined the run. Staring at his broken bro, the leader realizes he doesn't have the admin perms to make selfish calls about other players' save files. Flashing a razor-sharp glare, he swears that in this timeline, he's gonna wipe out the wicked gods to unban everyone from this misery. Trying to drop the tension meter, the warrior pulls out his phone and tells his bro the girl didn't actually die in the real server. Hearing that drop, the bald dude snaps his head up, letting a tiny pixel of hope refill his sanity bar. The leader pulls up a news stream showing that a ton of NPCs just randomly caught a massive comma debuff. Not connecting the dots, Ching Zai asks what that patch note has to do with his girl catching a game over in the dungeon. Jumping into the voice chat, the silver-haired girl explains that dying in the game just slaps you with this AFK vegetable status in real life. Doing the math, the buddy pops off in relief, while the warrior tells him to actually use his brain stat once in a while. The girl drops her gaze, feeling sad as she remembers her own parents are currently hard, locked in that exact same brutal sleep mode. Leaking a heavy dark aura, Xiaori swears the only way to fix the server is to beat the lockdown event and completely delete the devs. Grabbing her teammate's hands, she invites the bald dude to join her revenge raid, getting it instantly hyped. "Let's go," from the guy. Satisfied with the lobby vibe, our MC is super happy seeing his squad so hyped to defend their VIPs. He remembers that in the old meta, having zero intel made the entire player base crash into pure depression upon logging back into reality. Locking back in, the warrior drops the warning that their top priority is power, leveling their stats immediately. Since their gear score is way too low, confused by the stat check, the bald guy pulls up his level 4 UI and asks if his build is actually that trash. With a strict glare, Luosh figures out his bro only survived and farmed XP because he got hard, carried by a random squad. Sweating bullets from getting roasted Chung, Zai tries to change the subject, asking to see the silver-haired girl's current level. The girl flashes her glowing HUD showing absolutely busted stats, but humbly admits she only hit those numbers thanks to the leader's carry. The bald guy goes into full panic mode seeing his friend's premium weapons and new class, screaming that she's insanely OP now. Still shook, the buddy slowly turns his camera and nervously asks what the warrior's actual DPS looks like. The protagonist unhides his god tier numbers, making his bro scream in pure terror at that freakish level scaling. With zero pride left, Chung Zai literally bombs the floor and hugs the leader's leg, begging for a free carry in the next dungeon. Bawling his eyes out, the bald guy swears he wants to grind all the way to the final boss to protect his loot and his girl. Hearing the legit voice comms, the young prodigy looks at his bro with respect, confirming they're both locked into the exact same main quest. Without hesitating, the warrior yanks his duo off the floor, promising they're officially partying up for all future raids. With the guild finally grouped up in the living room, our MC strikes a boss pose and announces it's time for a lore dump on the enemy. Flexing a death glare, he drops the dark lore that he refers to these top-tier entities as the wicked gods. The two duo partners' eyes pop out, completely mind-blown by the terrifying scale of that boss title. The leader clarifies that these entities are currently nerfed by the system's code and can't spawn in the real world yet. But he drops the warning that this safe zone timer is ticking, because beating the lockdown event triggers the gods' global spawn onto Earth. A horror cutscene of a planet getting eaten alive shows the brutal bad ending waiting for the server if they throw the war. Spooked by the massive threat level, the friends stutter, asking how they're supposed to box with actual cosmic tier glitches. Our MC casually turns his head and asks point blank if the duo is already trying to hit the forfeit button on the quest. The silver-haired girl pauses for a frame, letting the wholesome JPG of her AFK parents flash across her mind. The bald guy also remembers the tragic cutscene of his crush falling into the fire AoE while he couldn't hit the rescue prompt. Overflowing with resolve, the two scream at the top of their lungs that they will never abandon the raid for the people they care about. Satisfied with the guild's morale, the young prodigy announces it's time to leak the exploit on how to delete the gods. He drops the patch notes that the key to the W is gathering the 15 supreme cards in the game, which pack literal admin privileges. Super confident, the warrior guarantees that collecting all those ultra-rare drops will give them enough raw DPS to stomp the deities. Downloading the strat, the buddy sighs in relief, thinking the squad's endgame objective just got way simpler and easier to track. Running the math on the grind, the girl asks what the exact dungeon count is and how they're gonna pull the exact spawn coordinates. The leader leaks that the collision of divine code and human society procedurally generated thousands of random maps across the server. Hearing that insane number, the silver-haired girl's eyes go wide, completely shook by the sheer scale of the grind. The bald guy remembers the survival wiki and asks if the warrior had to manually write walkthroughs for every single one of those stages. Keeping his posture rigid, the protagonist clarifies that the noob-tier dungeons only have 19 basic map variations. Holding up one finger, he casually drops that he already has the exact ping for where the next ultra-rare supreme card is gonna spawn. A dark silhouette of a female NPC renders in his head, as he figures that Toxic Trader is probably already making moves. Locked into the quest, the leader tells his bro to log off and rest, warning that the next lethal event triggers in exactly 3 days. The silver-haired girl swears to grind her mechanics to master her new class, while the leader decides he needs to trigger a dialogue with a certain woman ASAP. Flexing an ice-cold glare, the guy explains to himself that his supreme item lets him bypass zone locks and invade any map using coordinates. In a super premium kef, the gold digger from his past is sipping her drink. Totally surprised, she got a party invite after taking that massive L earlier. Instantly skipping the fake pleasantries, the warrior demands she get straight to the point about her dungeon survival strats. The protagonist narrows his eyes, getting a flashback of his interactions with this exact manipulative troll in his previous playthrough. In that dark cutscene, the girl leaked a totally toxic aura, proving that trading your soul to the devs doesn't stop you from getting a game over. Thanks to his divine buff, the guy's basically got wall hacks that let him easily spot the corruption infecting casual NPC brains. Watching the girl sip her coffee, he clearly renders the disgusting divine malware literally hard, coded into her avatar. The kid figures out the traitor probably wiped her entire lobby to farm that unholy buff, just so she could keep her account active. Casually taking a sip of his drink, He predicts that the next dungeon rotation will officially turn this woman into a fully corrupted trash mob. Chilling in the fancy cave, the girl asks if the warrior really sent the invite just to spam random voice lines. Flexing a super manipulative look, the trader is 100% convinced her premium skin will easily control the server's top player. Her corrupted brain is literally plotting to trade the kid as a sacrifice to the wicked god, just to keep her own HP bar full. The girl's ultimate endgame is to use the protagonist's life as a basic stepping stone to climb the global ladder. Casually sipping his coffee, Luo Si ignores the bad acting and drops the bomb that he's joining her lobby for the next dungeon. The woman is absolutely shook by the leak, since she didn't even have to spam LFG to get the carry. The guy stands up and offers his hand, explaining he's gonna pop his Freedom Card's active skill to tag her coordinates if she hits accept. Blended by greed, the trader happily reaches out, totally convinced this is a massive RNG blessing from the devs. Gripping his hand tight, the girl instantly accepts the party invite, overacting her fake hype for the team up. Trying to exploit the moment, she drops a toxic, suggestive dialogue option, hinting she's totally down for some extra co-op with the warrior. But Luo Si yanks his hand back and turns around, coldly stating they'll just meet up in the pre-game lobby. The raid leader casually walks off the map, leaving the girl totally AFK at the table by herself. Consumed by pure tilt after getting hard rejected, the girl grinds her teeth and swears she's gonna make the prodigy regret the disrespect. A massive system UI blocks the sky, announcing the countdown is at 0 and initializing the global fast travel. Getting swallowed by the blue loading lights, the bald partner screams in pure panic, announcing the new infernal dungeon is finally booting up. Staring at the loading screen energy, the protagonist orders his duo to lock in and remember every single patch note they went over. Without skipping a beat, Ching Zai nervously confirms he has the entire survival strat basically downloaded into his brain. With his loadout ready, the leader triggers the second hidden active of his supreme item to run a trace on the traitor. The HUD pings the girl's exact coordinates in the Doomsday Paradise dungeon, and the kid hits invade immediately. The system ports the duo straight through the firewall into the locked map, where the woman is camping. The warrior calculates that he needs to 100% complete the maps he skipped in his past run to collect all the supreme cards. A blue UI pops up, showing they spawned safely inside the prep room for stage 1. Looking at the wooden textures, the bald dude is actually impressed, guessing this chill spawn zone is tied to the rules. Since Luoshi only knows the lore for this map from wiki pages, he figures he's got to check all the geometry so he doesn't throw. The lockdown system drops the official welcome message and unlocks the party finder UI before the raid starts. A massive grid pops up showing the avatars of dozens of players in the lobby who can be sent an invite. The AG drops a quick tool tip that the hard cap for squad size is exactly 3 players. Staring at the packed menu, the buddy is totally blown by the insane player count crammed into this single zone. Right after, Zine turns to his carry and asks who the random third pick is going to be to fill out the roster. The leader focuses his camera, remembering the traitor is basically a walking debuff, so keeping her in the party is the best way to peel for the noobs. In another spawn room, Anjian stares at the UI, debating if you should queue up with the prodigy right away or grief some other squads first. The choice is made for her when Lewis's party invite notification flashes brightly on her HUD. Flashing a toxic smirk, the woman mocks the kid's desperation for wanting her in the squad so fast. She clicks accept instantly, totally positive that getting carried by the world's best player will make her griefing run a breeze. With the party officially locked in, the traitor gets traveled straight into the cabin where the duo was chilling. Spotting the snake spawning in, the bald guy screams in pure shock, completely unable to process how she got a party invite. Booting up her default damsel in distress script, the girl throws herself at the leader, acting like her fear meter is maxed out. Using a quick sidestep, the protagonist just moves his hitbox, making the woman whiff her hug and nearly faceplant on the floor. Ignoring the toxic troll, the guy announces the lobby is full and orders his buddy to open the dungeon door. The bald guy gives the new spawn an absolute look of disgust, but decides to blindly trust his carry shot calling. The girl stands up and fixes her skin, mentally swearing she's gonna make this cocky kid beg for a revive. Flexing a super evil glare, she celebrates the fact that the wicked god always drops the secret patch notes to her way ahead of time. Overflowing with confidence, the woman is 100% certain her cheap exploits will be enough to ban the duo. Locked onto the impending team fight, Luoshi shoves the old wooden door open without dropping a single sweat emote. The UI for the zombie forest renders in, dropping the warning that only the top 30 squads will avoid the wipe, and unlocking the live scoreboard. The bald guy scratches his head looking totally lost, complaining the tutorial doesn't even explain how to farm points here. The traitor butts in acting super high tier, stating the basic meta is to just grind as many zombies as possible. Spooked by her strat, Ching Zai stammers, asking if they're actually gonna run into undead mobs in this dark map. The squad leaves the spawn cabin and starts their highly stressful push down a creepy path surrounded by toxic green fog. Suddenly, the monstrous, glitchy silhouette of a rotting corpse starts rendering through the heavy smoke. Shaking with pure terror, the bald buddy points frantically, pinging the exact spawn location of the lethal threat. A whole wave of rotting freaks with glowing red eyes starts closing in on the squad in the middle of the woods. Thirsty for player HP, the undead mobs drop creepy roar sound effects and full sprint into the aggro zone. Chung Zai screams for the carry to kite away, but the warrior just casually equips his neon sword like it's nothing. With absolutely busted movement speed, the protagonist dashes in, slicing the zombie wave in a flawless combo of AoE attacks. Camping safely in the backline, the buddy's jaw drops, completely mesmerized by the hacker level skills he just spectated. The fighter thinks to himself that just standing near this guy's animations drops a heavy aura of pure, raw DPS. Watching the mob models despawn Chung, Zai concludes the only accurate tag for his bro is a literal god walking the server. Analyzing the speedrun quietly, the trader is forced to admit that his global rank 1 title isn't just clickbait hype. Flashing a sadistic smirk, the woman figures this is exactly why the divine admin is so desperate to delete this kid's account. The final zombie gets totally pixelated mid-air after eating a frame-perfect cross-slash. Sticking a flashy landing, Lucy knows he has to absolutely shatter the high scores in every zone to trigger the supreme item drop. The kid does the math and figures a bunch of sweaty pros probably cleared this stage with 0 issues too. The blue HUD pops up, confirming the zone is officially wiped and drops the first 50 points into the squad's pool. Popping off, the bald guy claims the rank 1 spot is already secured, while the woman fakes a hype emote too. Keeping his game face on, the warrior drops a reality check on his buddy, stating the meta isn't nearly that easy. The global UI shows a massive tie for first place, proving that farming trash tier zombies is a literal joke for the elite players. Shook by the scoreboard, Chung Zai realizes that even one lag spike will get the entire team eliminated without mercy. Not dropping his momentum, the protagonist resumes his sprint through the woods, pinging the squad to find more zombie spawns ASAP. Flashing a big brain look, the leader digs into his veteran memory files to recall all the secret routes on this map. He remembers the only legit strat to build an untouchable point lead is to hunt down the terrifying zombie king camping somewhere in the zone. Dead set on dominating the server again, the kid mentally confirms that deleting the raid boss is his absolute main quest. Walking through the thick fog, the traitor tries to initiate dialogue, claiming the horror vibe of the map is actually super thrilling. In a literal millisecond, a rotting beast jumps out of a bush with a loud roar, trying to one-shot the bald buddy. With a flawless slash, Lucy deletes the mob instantly, peeling for his friend who just caught a massive jump scare. The warrior drops the ping that wave 2 of the basic zombies just spawned, and asks if King Zai has the stats to solo them, jamming his knife into the monster's head hitbox. The bald guy angrily swears he refuses to be dead weight lagging his bro's run, putting on a fake crying emote, and Jian whines that she absolutely refuses to run around the map doing fetch quests. Totally ghosting the woman's drama, Lucy dashes through the dark woods, completely locked in on the grind. The traitor gets super tilted after being left on red again, wondering what the heck the kid's toxic behavior actually means. Leaking a dark aura, the woman decides that since he thinks her stats are trash, she's gonna trigger some heavy griefing first. Abusing her hidden divine mod, the girl intentionally drops a ping to pull aggro from other players who also installed the Wicked Gods malware. Super smug about her toxic strat, the traitor is 100% certain these incoming gankers are absolute try-hards. During the melee skirmish, the zombie actually praises the bald partner's surprisingly high DPS. Tanking the pressure of the mob's combo, Kyung Zai swears he's absolutely not catching an L from this trash monster. With a scream of pure try-hard energy, the fighter dumps his entire stamina bar to shove the rotting freak away. Channeling an intense glow into his hands, the bald guy flattens the creature with a ridiculously overpowered critical hit. Super proud of his damage output, the guy pops off over his own stats, dropping a taunt to anyone who thinks he's just a noob. Slowly walking up, the protagonist hypes his bro up, saying his mechanics during the team fight were totally solid. Standing in a literal mountain of sliced mobs, the leader casually mentions his side of the map is fully cleared too. Completely mind blown by the absolute massacre, Chung Zai sighs, realizing his own hype moment is basically nothing compared to the leader's raw DPS. Out of nowhere, 3 super sketchy players spawn from the forest shadows, locking their cameras onto the squad. The warrior instantly notices the incoming gank squad is leaking the same disgusting aura of the Wicked Gods from their character models. He figures out these toxic scrubs basically help the devs PK innocent noobs, just to buy a few more hours on their own pathetic accounts. Scanning the trio, and Jian does an internal victory dance for finally matching with griefers who share her exact toxic playstyle. But the traitor still thinks her rank is way higher than theirs, since she's literally hosting the Divine Admin's parasite inside her own avatar. Flashing a sadistic smirk, the girl realizes they read the hidden patch note she leaked, and she just waits for the PvP to kick off. Totally satisfied, the woman is positive the deity is also super hyped to spectate this massive human battle royale. Faking a friendly emote, the leader of the gank squad suggests they form a massive raid party to co-op the zone. Extending his hand like a total snake, the guy internally mocks the noobs for actually believing in server alliances in this hellhole. A dark system message reveals the secret rule that allows players to steal another squad's score by triggering a brutal PK. Completely unhinged, the guy considers this divine ping the ultimate cheat code to secure the ultimate W. Super knave, Chunzai shakes the dude's hand, celebrating the alliance and promising they're gonna grind hard to survive together. With zero warning, the invader attacks with his sword, screaming that he'll gladly take the bald guy's points. Caught totally off guard by the betrayal, the buddy panics, absolutely certain he doesn't have the frames to dodge the lethal hit. In a literal millisecond, Luosi spawns in front of the enemy and parries the fatal attack with his own blade. Spooked by the sudden block, the assassin leader is completely baffled by the warrior's broken speed stat. Keeping the pressure on the rival's sword, the protagonist coldly asks if they really thought this play through. The corrupted woman from the enemy squad fires off a heavy purple spell, ordering her goons to finish off the noobs already. With a buttery smooth and ruthless motion, the young prodigy executes a lethal cross slash that tears through the forest air. Desperate, one of the invaders yells at the squad to keep spamming attacks, so they can finally steal the points. The enemy mage agrees instantly and keeps casting her magic trying to wipe the survivors. Staring down the rivals, the warrior is pretty satisfied noticing that his evolving sword's ultimate ability finally hit max charge. The leader grips the flaming blade tight as an overwhelming scarlet energy completely covers the weapon. Sizing up the pathetic targets, he is 100% certain this corrupted trash doesn't have the stats to block this. The protagonist fires a devastating red blast that hits the assassins dead on, making the whole squad scream in agony. The violent impact cleaves the enemy leader's hitbox, who drops a painful scream realizing a brutal game over is incoming. Showing zero mercy, the overwhelming attack splits the dude in half in a flashy spectacle of pure slicing energy. Still confused by the random backstab, Chunzai quietly asks what the actual reason was for those guys trying to PK them. The warrior answers straight up that the leaked hidden rule lets players inherit an entire squad's score by eliminating its members. Shooting a death glare over his shoulder, the protagonist asks if the traitor also agrees with that toxic PK logic. Sweating bullets from the mental pressure, Anjian plays innocent, swearing it's her first time hearing about that patch note. Not buying the cap for a second, the leader threatens the girl, warning he'll permanently delete her without hesitation if she puts his bro in danger again. Scowling, the woman wonders internally if this arrogant little kid actually thinks he has the stats to wipe her out. The warrior figures out the woman already showed her true colors, intentionally leaking the lethal rule to all the corrupted players in the zone. Blinded by pure toxicity, the traitor celebrates the start of the battle royal and swears the prodigy will never log out of here alive. The system UI pops up glowing in the air to confirm the protagonist's squad is still holding the #1 spot on the leaderboard. The leader points out they inherited the dead guy's points, but warns that holding the crown is going to take serious sweat, and they can't AFK. Sighing suspiciously, Chunzai admits he finds the woman super sketchy and suggests they just drop her from the party and run duo. The protagonist rejects the idea instantly, explaining that unleashing the traitor will just cause a bunch of innocent noobs nearby to get griefed. Getting the bad spot they're in, the partner frustratedly accepts that they'll have to carry this toxic player for a while longer. Nearby, creepy crows fly over the sliced-up models, confirming the extreme hardcore vibe of the forest challenge. Pointing into the thick fog, Chunzai yells a warning that a fresh wave of zombies is marching in. Charging in for a frontal assault, the warrior tells his buddy to back him up, claiming this is the perfect XP farming opportunity. During the mob massacre, the bald guy swears to grind his stats up to the leader's level so he can save his crush and the server. The duo finishes the skirmish and the bald guy breathes heavily, while the UI flexes his level, ups in his drained stamina bar. Without losing momentum, the protagonist tosses some glowing cards and tells his duo to loot them ASAP. The guy explains that just leveling up isn't enough. They absolutely need to buff their base physical stats right now. Soaking up the golden energy from the cards, the friend celebrates in awe as he feels his entire stamina debuff instantly clear. The warrior reflects that every player has a built-in affinity that massively multiplies the buffs from the system's cards. He remembers the silver-haired girl Min maxed her agility, while the glasses fighter hit broken levels by dumping everything into raw strength. Spotting his talent for endurance, the leader figures the bald guy is going to be the main meat shield for all the upcoming hardcore zones. Determined to keep the grind going, the prodigy calls his partner and orders him to keep sweeping the dark forest. Trailing the squad, The trader notices their stamina drain and figures that farming basic zombies isn't gonna rack up points fast enough. With a corrupted mind, the girl is absolutely positive the server's elite will inevitably start peeking other players for XP. The trader prays hard for the squads to wipe each other out, totally convinced this battle royale is the premium content the deity demanded. In another zone, a rival squad wipes some mobs, plotting to steal the #1 spot and calling out an incoming enemy party. The faction's masked assassin suggests they just PK the rivals to snatch the solo lead once and for all. Mocking the impatient throw, the boss prefers to let the victims farm more points before they drop in for a super high yield gank. Slicing an advanced zombie, the protagonist deduces the squad finally hit the darkest and most lethal corner of the map. Feeling the heavy vibe, Chung-Zai nervously comments that the atmosphere totally screams incoming raid boss. The squad pushes through the dark forest as the toxic fog gets terrifyingly thick along the path. Reading the stamina drain debuff warning, the bald dude complains about the toxicity, but Luoshi warns that a way bigger problem just spawned. With a dead serious and focused glare, the protagonist guarantees it's time to say hello to the stage's ultimate target. Right then, a massive red-eyed monster spawns from the shadows with a roar, tagged by the system as the Zombie King. Absolutely terrified by the reveal, the partner hits full panic mode, realizing the mob is already scaled to level 18. Flexing a rotten, freaky face, the grotesque mutant stares down the humans, overflowing with pure killer intent. Not wasting a frame, the Zombie King leaps with uncontrollable rage and smashes the ground, dropping a violent AO blast of green energy. The mutant beast bombs through the air, and pushes relentlessly straight for the bald partner. Relying on his new stats, Chung-Zai perfectly iframes the lethal rush, proving he's not gonna get wiped that easily. Exploiting the punish window, the fighter counters with a mana-charged punch that connects right on the freak's face. From the brutal impact of the hit, the massive undead boss gets knocked back, sliding across the forest floor. Super proud of his own damage, the bald dude drops a hype smile and asks his bro if that block wasn't absolutely god tier. Analyzing the play, the leader admits his ally's endurance scaling is cracked and could turn him into the ultimate meat shield on the server. Cutting the pop off short, the Zombie King lets out a deafening roar and buffers another lethal rush animation. Spotting the beast's full aggro charge, the bald guy panics and screams that the boss is dropping another combo. Moving like an absolute blur, the warrior steps in front of his bro and parries the heavy claws with his neon blade. Holding the line against the beast, Luosi orders his duo to fall back because the mob's level is way too high for a 1v1. The massive undead boss roars with pure tilt against the human's unbreakable defense. A sweaty exchange of blows lights up the woods, with the sword and claws clashing at totally broken speeds. Suddenly, the monster's chest inflates like crazy, funneling a massive pool of mana into its core. Reading the sus animation, the protagonist's eyes widen, figuring out the mutant is queuing up a special ultimate. The beast unhinges its rotten jaw and spews a massive AO wave of toxic, corrosive smoke across the map. Flexing his agility, the leader dash cancels backward, barely escaping the attack's massive hitbox. Shook by the spell's DPS, Chung-Zai watches the smoke melt the textures and screams that it's literal acid. Staring down the beast, the warrior admits this is a legit threat and starts scanning for its weak point. Camping in the shadows, the rival faction boss tells his squad to wait for the kill steal so they can ninja the loot and points. Resuming the hardcore hunt, the Zombie King drops an ear-piercing scream and rushes the protagonist at max speed. Guessing the neck is the ultimate crit spot for any mob, Luosi executes a direct slash aimed right at the creature's head. The hit lands perfectly, but the blade straight up bounces off the monster's tanky armor, throwing sparks everywhere. Surprised by the busted defense stat, the warrior instantly realizes the neck isn't the actual weak point here. Punishing the whiff, the monster counters with a massive claw swipe, forcing the kid to pull off a frame-perfect dodge. Spectating the fight, the traitor and Jian trolls internally, thinking that treating the raid boss like a basic mob is gonna cost him his run. Easily dodging the lethal combos, Luosi is 100% certain his buffed agility gives him the absolute speed advantage. Giving zero breathing room, the protagonist counters with a violent horizontal slash that connects right on the boss's chest. The Zombie King roars with pure rage as its aggro meter maxes out from the human's relentless spam. Locking in on the fight, the kid knows just dodging won't secure the W. He desperately needs to find the true crit spot. A replay of the bald guy's first punch flashes in his mind, making him realize the beast actually took damage in one very specific spot. Once again, the rotten creature inflates its freaky chest, buffering another cast of its lethal acid AoE. Zeroing in on the red crystal embedded in the monster's chest, the leader finally figures out the actual weak point. Spotting the incoming wipe, Chung-Zai panics and screams for his duo to dodge the toxic spray ASAP. Ignoring the warning, Luosi pushes straight into the beast, confidently declaring this one hit is going to end the match. Caught off guard by the suicide dive, the mutant fails to cast the acid and literally chokes on its own mana. With a ruthless motion, the neon sword pierces the red crystal and completely unzips the monster's hitbox from the bottom up. The Zombie King drops an agonizing scream as its HP bar melts down to 0 after taking that flawless critical hit. Confirming his theory, the warrior smirks, realizing his bro's punch only dealt damage earlier because it accidentally clipped that exact crystal. The traitor woman's eyes go wide in total disbelief that he cracked the boss's mechanics in record time. Inside her corrupted brain, Jian gets a dark system ping and submissively accepts the wicked entity's command. Consumed by tilt, the girl blames the warrior for the massive stamina drain she tanks every time the DD hijacks her avatar. Camping in the bushes, the rival boss praises the target's skills and admits he's super hyped to initiate the PvP. Sitting at 1 HP, the Zombie King drops a final desperate roar, struggling to keep its model standing in the forest. Showing zero mercy, Luoshi coldly announces the boss's game over is locked in now that its weak point is exposed. An overwhelming flurry of scarlet slashes completely shreds the beast's model, dropping the monster's HP to absolute 0. Totally wiped, the massive undead boss collapses to its knees on the ground, dropping some super creepy death sounds. The protagonist wins up for the execution with his glowing blade, officially calling GG's on the raid. Right then, the assassins unstealth from the shadows sprinting full speed, and their leader screams this is the perfect frame to steal the W. Catching the sudden audio cue, the young prodigy snaps his camera around and spots the cheap gang squad pushing in. Moving at crazy speeds, the enemy party rushes in with weapons drawn, completely body, blocking access to the downed boss. Exploiting the lag, the rival leader executes the Zombie King with one hit, sarcastically thanking them for the free loot. The system UI drops a notification that the points were ninja'd, leaving the warrior mind blown by the absolute audacity of these trolls. Flexing a super cocky stance, the assassin boss rests his sword on his shoulder, totally satisfied with the perfect kill steal. Absolutely tilted by the griefing, Chung Zai flames the invaders, screaming that they just totally stole the squad's boss kill. Deep in the woods, the traitor flashes a sinister smile, celebrating internally that the massive bloodbath is finally kicking off. The protagonist shoots a death glare at the enemy, stating with pure disgust that these guys are certified toxic trash. He remembers this scumbag doesn't just simp for the wicked gods, but also makes a living griefing and looting other players' drops. To make it worse, the warrior's memory confirms that this rat actually kidnaps kids in real life for ransom money. Tanking the heavy trash talk, the rival leader just smiles cynically and mocks the kid for giving him a lecture. Pointing a finger like an edge lord, the guy drops his gamer tag, Li Zhengfeng, and warns he's gonna have to wipe their squad to cool off his aggro. The system reveals the criminal's goons are also rocking super high levels, making them a literal elite death squad. Swaying bullets from the killer intent, the bald dude shakes and tells his duo they should just drop the loot and log out of the zone. With a sadistic vibe, the bandit says they can try to rage quit, but he's absolutely not letting them extract with that many points. Cutting the chat, one of the goons holds up a glowing item and tells his boss the Zombie King dropped a weapon card. The HUD details the premium C rank poison reflector shield, which packs a top-tier corrosive passive for tanking. Scanning the screen, Luosi coldly mourns the lost loot, knowing that item would have been the absolute god-tier drop for his bald duo. Triggered by the kid's chill vibe, the assassin scowls and asks if this arrogant trash is really ready to queue up for a deathmatch. Gripping his heavy weapon, Li Zhengfeng drops a sadistic laugh and tells the enemy squad to just catch a game over already. With zero hesitation, Luosi rushes in full speed, wielding his scarlet blade for a direct frontal assault. With a violent crash, the protagonist's sword slams heavily right into the assassin's block. Using buttery smooth movement, the warrior executes a rapid mid-air spin, completely crossing up his rival. Flexing a literal death glare, the leader announces the enemy's game over is already hard-coded. Exploiting the punish window, he drops a crushing strike that forces the bandit to desperately hold his guard. The red energy explosion sweeps the map, totally cracking the forest textures right under their boots. Feeling the broken pressure, Li Zhengfeng is shook by the kid's completely hacked physical strength stat. Cutting back, the criminal orders his goons to flank the target, betting that speed can outplay raw DPS. Instantly, the two assassins dash along the flanks, popping their agility cooldowns. Holding his block, the rival leader trash talks, saying the kid is going to catch a massive L against the global rank 23. With a dark smirk, Lewis agrees with the strat, but deeply pities the opponent's massive copium. A sudden blitz impacts the heavy blade, making the bandit's eyes bulge as he completely fails to process the frame data. The young prodigy fires off an overwhelming slash, dropping his global rank 1 flex while the rival screams in agony. Seeing their boss get deleted, the goons push in raging, swearing to get revenge on the warrior. Scanning the mobs, the warrior states their leader made 2 absolute worthy mistakes in that team fight. Locking in his ruthless glare, the protagonist continues his villain monologue with zero chill. With a crazy agile jump, the neon blade slices both goons clean in half mid-air at the exact same time. Free falling to the floor, one of the assassins is totally mind, blown by how fast they just got speedrun. Walking through the loot drops, Luoshi reveals that on top of raw DPS, he also completely outscales them in the agility stat. The UI confirms the squad successfully leached all the dead guys' points, securing the absolute #1 spot on the board. Behind him, the traitor and Jian politely asks her teammate to hand over the freshly looted item. But Chun Zai just pops the purple shield card, completely amazed by the gear, and totally ignoring the woman's chat message. Leaking a corrupted aura, the girl wonders what kind of exploit she needs to pull off to permanently delete that prodigy. Deep in her brain, the wicked entity decides to hotfix a hidden rule, just to make the stream a little more entertaining. Spooked by the admin interference, the woman mentally asks what the heck the deity is planning to code. Sheathing his weapon, the buddy figures the stage is basically over since the main objective was already zeroed. A system ping drops the news that all zombies have been wiped, triggering a sudden overtime evaluation phase. Confused by the random patch note, the two bros wonder what kind of sweaty bonus challenge the Devi just spawned. The red HUD reveals a mandatory battle royale, and the leader's exact GPS coordinates just got pinged on the global map. Freaking out, Ching Zai screams the event just turned into a massive bloodbath, and their blip is basically a glowing target now. Keeping it chill, Lewis thinks the update is actually pretty hype, since this hardcore risk guarantees the ultimate supreme clue. The traitor hits panic mode, 100% certain she's gonna get sniped, and wiped along with the squad. The dark voice echoes in her head, stating her account status is completely different from these basic human casuals. Hijacking her controls completely, the Wick God slaps a permanent ban on the girl's soul just to puppet her avatar. Swallowed by the corrupted code, the girl agonizes as pure darkness totally overwrites her brain. Flexing glowing red eyes, the entity celebrates, claiming a toy's entertainment value only peaks when it's totally broken. Detecting the massive shift in her aggro aura, the protagonist shoots a dead, serious glare at the woman. Without lagging a single millisecond, the warrior drops a clean execution slash that pops the traitor's head right off. Watching the brutal cutscene, his duo is totally shook by the absolute zero, chill vibe of that TK. Sheathing his blade, Luosi explains her avatar got hacked by the enemy and tells his bro to book it before the lobby swarms them. The duo bounces from the zone ASAP, leaving the headless model clipping into the toxic green fog. Out of nowhere, the disconnected head on the floor praises the kid's game sense and trolls his failed delete attempt. The headless body slowly walks over and literally picks up its own face from the grass textures. Snapping its neck back into the socket, the entity drops its Supreme Boss title and hence it's hiding a totally busted hidden rule. Leaking an insane dark aura, the creature decides to find a premium spectator spot to watch the human battle royal unfold. Sprinting through the woods, the partner hypes up his bro's TK, admitting he's been wanting to boot that toxic woman from the lobby too. Staying sweaty, Luosi drops the bad news that the crit didn't actually kill her. It was just a quick exploit to kick her out of the party. Shook by the leak, Kyung Zai can't compute how any player's hitbox survives getting their head chopped off. The leader admits he doesn't have the source code for that, but his gamer sense is telling him they're definitely gonna cross paths again. Hitting the sprint button through the green blizzard, the buddy asks what their exact strat is for the endgame. Suddenly, the protagonist cancels his sprint animation and pings his duo to hold position. Confused, Qingzai argues that camping is pure throw behavior since their GPS blip is still globally broadcasted. The warrior explains no squad is dumb enough to push the top, ranked carry first. They're all gonna farm the low elo noobs instead. The UI drops the kill feed, and the leader warns the real sweaty plays will only kick off when the lobby hits top 30. Catching the meta, the alley figures the remaining players will zerg, rush the #1 spot just to hit the survival quota. The kid nods, adding that the thirst for that supreme card clue is going to crank the server's aggro to absolute max. The digital HE ticks down to 47 squads left, while the partner announces the sweaty bloodbath has officially started. Flashing a big brain smirk, Luosi states they need to exploit the fact that the rivals are actively avoiding their ping. With a ruthless glare, the leader decides to go full aggro and hunt down the toxic griefers, who are farming the easy kills. In another sector, a squad of loot goblins surrounds some low HP players, celebrating the easy point steal. Downed on the floor, a desperate woman cries, begging for mercy so her account doesn't get permanently wiped. Raising his machete, the bandit denies the request, coldly stating that the survival battle royal is officially live. The HUD drops the ping for another squad wipe, just as one of the gankers spots player models rendering in the distance. The hero duo strolls casually right up to the toxic griefers in the middle of the woods. Keeping his boss posture, the protagonist stares down the enemy squad without dropping a single sweat emote. Too confident in his own stats, the bandit boss pops off, thinking more free XP just literally walked into his crosshairs. The squad rushes in full speed, screaming they're gonna stomp these noobs and hijack the rank 1 spot on the ladder. Checking his loadout, the leader tells his duo to CC the enemies for exactly 10 seconds flat. Hyped for the tank quest, Chung Zai summons his massive purple shield, instantly locking in with the master strat. The bro plants his feet, perfectly face, tanking the violent impact of the goons crashing into his defensive barrier. An explosion of toxic energy bursts from the gear, violently knocking back the rushers with maximum force. Safely behind the shield, Luo Sai holds up a card, remembering he looted that heavy weapon off the Peak Le Jungfeng. He spawns the greatsword into his hands, explaining he only equipped this clunky gear to test a new mechanic theory. Channeling mana into the blade, the warrior pops his resonance active, triggering an insanely bright glow effect. The system HUD pings that the tool resonance buff was successfully applied to the heavy sword's code. Gripping the giant weapon, the protagonist realizes he just scored some super busted bonus stats from the glitch. Checking out the glowing edge, he wonders if this insane stat buff is actually transferable to other players' inventories. Meanwhile, the partner keeps eating heavy combos from the goons, strictly relying on his purple shield to not get wiped. Focused on his theory crafting, the warrior figures if the buff is tradable, he can literally patch his bro's shield to be OP. Not wasting a frame, the kid yeets the greatsword and orders Chung Zai to catch it for an instant counter attack combo. The ally snatches the hilt mid-air, but the system instantly drops an error that the resonance buff disconnected. Almost face planting from the insane weight, the fighter complains the sword is way too heavy as his movement stats completely tank. Exploiting the fat roll animation, the goons trash talk, warning that the useless loot is just gonna make him super laggy in a real PvP. Leaking pure killer intent, one of the bandits bombs with his blade, swearing to score a clean headshot on the noob. Hitting absolute panic mode, the fighter gets stunned, locked by fear, 100% sure this is his permaban. Suddenly, a red slash tears through the air at broken speeds, connecting with the griefer with literally 0 start up frames. Ketchup flies everywhere as the assassin gets cleanly sliced in half, making the remaining goons scream in pure despair over their leader's wipe. Flexing a merciless glare, Luo C respawns in the frame, stating the beta test is over and he's taking off the training weights. Raging over their boss's delete, the surviving bandits Zerg rush the kid, swearing absolute vengeance on the cocky brat. Pinging his duo for the full push, the warrior calls for a team combo and gets an instant "let's go" in voice chat. The whole map lights up with devastating ultimates as the enemies scream in agony, getting brutally turned into pixel dust. The UI drops the squad white banner, transferring all the sweet points over to the winning duo. Sheathing his blade, the protagonist tells his bro to pop a sprint because these Kiers are speedrunning the lobby way too fast. The bloodbath continues through the woods, with Luosh ruthlessly deleting more squads and farming absolutely cracked high scores. The global HUD shows their team still hard, camping the #1 spot, and Chung Zai sighs in relief seeing the lobby count is finally low. Keeping his sweaty focus, the leader nods, dropping the intel that his radar is only picking up one last enemy aggro aura nearby. They keep pushing through the thick fog until the system drops another live update on the survivor count. Checking the blue screen, the buddy nervously calls out that another squad just got totally sent to the Shadow Realm. Reading the danger level, the young prodigy orders his duo to hustle because the map is still an absolute active war zone. Gripping his sword tight, he toggles his crouch, walk to stealth through the dark bushes, hunting for the final target's hitbox. Out of nowhere, the warrior hits the brakes hard, making his bro stumble, and ask why they just randomly dropped anchor. Rocking a dead serious face, the guy leaks that the final wicked deity's aura just completely despawned from his mini-map. He figures out those toxic corrupted PKers just got out, played and wiped by a random third party, sending his ally into full panic mode. The partner shakes with pure terror seeing their GPS dots still glowing on the HUD, 100% sure they're about to get heavily streamed sniped. Weighing the options, the warrior debates, just picking a random squad to break the stalemate, but stops to check his actual karma meter. The buddy nervously asks if they're actually going to drop aggro on standard vanilla players who haven't caught the dark malware yet. Flashing a sus look, Luosi genuinely wonders if there's actually a single non-toxic, pure-hearted player left alive in this hellish server. The system UI flashes in the woods, dropping the massive server announcement that the survivor quota has officially been met. Satisfied with the RNG, the leader figures players actually value their permadeath accounts and aren't gonna risk a full wipe just for some extra leaderboard points. A red notification pops up, dropping a GG to the squad for securing the exclusive clue for that insanely hyped Supreme card. The tool tip spoils that the Mystery S rank item is literally camped right inside the right eyeball of this stage's final boss. The fighter drops a massive smile, totally hyped about snagging that god tier intel without even having to burn any cooldowns in a team fight. The game broadcasts that the forest zone is officially cleared and boots up the auto fast travel protocol for all surviving avatars. Swallowed by the digital laser beams, the ally is totally buzzing with hype for the incoming map transition. The protagonist also gets wrapped in the blue neon energy, keeping his posture super sweaty and locked in for whatever the dev throws next. The creepy HUD drops the title card for the new zone, the Reaper's House of Horrors, basically promising an absolute tilt, fest of pure despair. Spawning into a super dark stone dungeon, the warrior drops the lore that this is the absolute starting point for Phase 2. The screen confirms their official login to the new Infernal map, cranking the spooky atmosphere way past 11. Staring down the pitch-black hallway, the partner gulps hard, praying to RNGesus they don't run into any glitchy nightmare fuel in there. The warrior tells his bro to chill, dropping the meta-knowledge that the devs are total sadists. But they never actually code literally invincible mobs. A UI pops up explaining the new mechanic. They gotta pick between a black or white door and basically just roll the gacha for survival. Pointing down the hall, Zai is shook to see the glowing portal's completely body, blocking the only valid route. The two massive doors flex some super weird flavor text about world peace and infinite loot. Right off the bat, sweating bullets, the partner thinks that dialogue text is way too edgy and sus for just a basic RNG mini-game. Scanning the dialogue options, Lucy pings the system, asking what the penalty is for skipping the event and what the actual win conditions are. The HUD warns the room is coded to self-destruct in exactly 60 seconds, requiring a combo of 3 back-to-back, scarce, or surprises, to clear the lock. Downloading the sadistic puzzle mechanics, the leader flashes a super intense, sweaty gamer stare. The bro figures out that if the RNG results alternate, the combo counter drops back to 0, and the young prodigy instantly hits agree. The warrior explains the drop rate is a flat 50-50, so just spamming the doors is a guaranteed, mathematically proven W. With 0 hesitation frames, the protagonist reaches out to shove one of the heavy doors wide open. Absolutely panicking, the ally screams for his duo to pause the run, because his mental stat isn't prepped for a jump scare yet. The portal bursts open, leaking a massive golden aura, while the HUD confirms their RNG pull triggered a wonderful surprise. With eyes shining like premium skins, Zai's jaw drops straight to the floor when he spots the literal infinite loot stash hiding inside. Diving head first into the gold pile like Scrooge McDuck, the fighter pops off over the broken economy, while the leader roasts his greedy loot, goblin behavior. Totally hypnotized by the premium currency, the partner asks with pure hopium if he can export this gold back to his real, world inventory. Keeping it super chill, the protagonist tells him to just max out his carry weight and beta, test that theory himself. Hyped by the exploit potential, the ally starts speed, looting the epic necklaces, letting his absolute greed take the wheel. Flexing the pure gold chains like a boss, the guy calls his bro to the next door, totally convinced the RNG gods are finally smiling on their run. Pouring a massive bucket of ice water on his hype, the leader warns that the cache is literally just fake pixels, and they're all gonna catch a perma-death if they don't clear this lobby. Upon opening the second portal, the system drops a blaring red alert, teasing a massive jump scare incoming for the squad. From the pitch-black shadows of the new map, the massive silhouette of a divine Black Panther unstealths with a terrifying, aggressive roar. Spooked by the absolute unit size of the mob, the buddy gulps hard, but the protagonist literally yeets him straight into the tanking position. Flexing a strict raid leader glare, Luosai explains that face tanking elite mobs is the only legit way for the fighter to farm real, raw stats. Catching the vibe, the guy swallows his fear debuff and locks into a brave, sweaty combat stance. Putting 100% trust in the warrior's shot calling, he pops his purple card to spawn the legendary Poison Reflector Shield. The massive black beast dive bombs out of the shadows with an ear-splitting roar, looking to instantly one-shot its fresh prey. Camping safely behind his glowing barrier, Zai screams that he's immune to the fear of a game over and will throw hands for everything he cares about. A massive blast of corrosive toxic sludge auto fires straight from the shield, tagging the mutant beast right in the middle of its jump animation. Tanking the acid blast directly to the face, the mutant panther gets violently knocked back while screaming in pure, glitchy agony. Holding the line, the bald partner swears he's got the stamina bar to totally block the crash damage. The massive dark beast drops a deafening roar after eating the shield's highly toxic corrosive debuff. Hyped on pure adrenaline, the fighter screams at the top of his lungs to keep his block animation completely solid. The violent impact literally drags the kid's boots across the dark stone floor textures. Getting hard rejected by the glowing barrier, the mutant gets brutally bounced back by the recoil of its own heavy attack. Spectating the play, the leader concludes that unlocking true in-game potential requires physically grinding through legit life or death raids. Turning his camera, the warrior taps the wall, wondering if his resonance passive actually triggers on this random iron geometry. The blue UI pops up, confirming that just clicking the prop actually farms some proficiency points for his secret skill. The protagonist is pleasantly surprised to find out that spam, scanning invalid gray items, actually drops free XP for his skill tree. He thinks about how he always treated this buff as a trash tier support passive, but now he's super curious about the actual level cap of this exploit. Locked into the grind, the kid touches the wall again, beta testing to see if he can literally macro farm this proficiency loop. The glowing HUD flashes in the air, dropping another free stat point right into the passive. Amazed by the glitch, the prodigy gets hyped, realizing that such a low-effort cheese strat is actually working as intended. Across the room, the mutant panther just keeps spamming ruthless heavy combos against the fighter's shield. Trusting his duo's tank stats, the leader just drops a mental AGLHF and goes back full-time AFK, farming his own mana bar. Spamming both hands at an absolute broken APM, the warrior taps the wall like crazy, demanding his proficiency meter keeps skyrocketing. A massive flood of blue pop-up starts rendering all around him, proving his sweaty macro grind is an absolute success. Out of nowhere, the creepy silhouette of the wicked god unstealths in the shadows, flaming the kid in chat for using literal exploits. The entity rages hard, accusing some other admin of carrying the human, since farming that much XP off a single prop should break the game. Gabriel's super chill voice echoes back, dropping the patch note that it's 0% cheating, because the wall is actually coded as a million separate hitboxes. The wicked god finds the glitch hilarious and decides to basically snipe the kid's entire run moving forward. Leaking a terrifying aura, the boss decrees he'll personally review if this prodigy is actually sweaty enough to earn his ultimate drop. Panning back to the PvP, the cat monster drops another violent roar, pushing the fighter's block stamina to the absolute breaking point. Tanking the rush, Chung Zai's gamer eyes lock onto a frame, perfect opening in the boss's attack pattern. With a massive rage battle cry, the ball buddy drops a devastating counter attack right on its dumb using his heavy broadsword. The pure impact of the brutal hit spawns a shockwave that literally shakes the floor geometry right under the kid's boots. Checking the party UI, the leader proudly notes that his bro's combat stats leveled up massively during that single skirmish. The warrior remembers that at the very start of the match, his friend was getting absolutely stomped by the mob. But over the course of the fight, the fighter learned the boss's timings, held the block, and started punishing with pure guts. The young prodigy concludes his duo totally adapted to the enemy's frame data and finally unlocked his own custom combat meta. The raid leader reflects that endurance. Build mains are literally born to play the defensive turtle meta and drop massive punishes at the perfect frame. Staring at the wall, Luo Sai runs the math and figures his macro scan has already mapped out almost 70% of the room's geometry. A violent sonic wave crashes through the dark hall as the mutant panther roars at max volume, completely clipping the audio. Spotting the beast's enrage timer trigger, the protagonist knows the boss's final phase just booted up and decides to speedrun his own skill grind. The mutant pops its ultimate active, blasting a wave of energy that buffs its personal agility stat straight to the hard cap. The bald guy is shook by the boss's phase 2 transition, but instantly drops a cocky grin when he sees his shield's acid cooldown just refreshed. Completely glitching out with rage, the black beast dive bombs, targeting the human's defensive barrier like an absolute heat-seeking missile. Taunting the beast to bring it on, the fighter roots his boots to the floor and braces for the ultimate head-on collision. The monster's massive, glowing jaw tears through the air literally milliseconds before the lethal impact frame. With flawless timing, Ching Zai fires off the highly toxic corrosive blast point, blank right into the mutant's face. Eating the toxic sludge point blank, the panther gets knocked back, screaming in pure, glitchy agony. Mind blown, the ally notes the mob's defense stat is absolutely broken since the acid Doti didn't just instantly one-shot it. Overflowing with try-hard energy, the bald guy raises his sword and promises to zero out this freak's HP bar right here, right now. A heavy, overwhelming horizontal slash cleanly unzips the creature's dark hitbox right in the middle of its jump animation. Completely wiped, the boss drops like a rock, its massive dead model rag dolling across the stone tiles. Breathing heavily, Ching Zai admits that soloing a raid boss really proves that the line between a Deldum and a game over is literally just one frame. The digital Haiti flashes, confirming the Divine Panther's deletion and dumping a massive pool of juicy XP into his account. Wrapped in the glowing level up aura, the fighter pops off over the back-to-back dings, totally feeling like an absolute endgame unit now. Right after the celebration, an intense golden glow on the dark floor snags the newly leveled warrior's camera focus. Curious, the kid quickly crouches to loot the premium drop left behind by the deleted boss. The mystery box reveals itself as a completely locked golden card, sporting a massive question mark right in the middle. Hyped by his god tier RNG, the fighter spins around to flex his unexpected ultra-rare pull to the raid leader. But the hype dies fast, and he scratches his head, completely clueless on how to bypass the DRM locking the stats inside. The leader walks up and leaks that farming the upcoming mobs in this zone is basically guaranteed to drop the unlock key. Taken over by pure loot goblin greed, the bro starts praying to RNGesus, desperately asking to spawn some lethal mutants ASAP. Snapping back to reality, the bald guy asks what the heck his carry was doing AFK facing the wall this whole time. Staring at his own glowing hand, the prodigy casually drops that he was just power leveling his skill tree in the background. The blue HUD pops up, confirming his manual scanning exploit. Just hit the sweet 10% milestone on the progress bar. The UI announces hitting the milestone unlocked a totally broken critical hit passive that literally doubles the stats scaling on all weapons. The kid's hand leaks a blinding aura while he stands there amazed, calculating the absolute map, wiping potential of this new buff. The protagonist smirks, flexing his own aura and daydreaming about the endgame boss. Tier DPS, heal output once he fully maxes out this magic hack, showing off a super chill and cocky vibe. He figures his new game, plus run on Earth, is gonna drop way more hidden Easter eggs than he expected. Laser focused on becoming absolutely untouchable. The leader remembers his ultra rare shard and swears he's gonna finish crafting that god tier supreme item. Strolling down the dark hall, Chung Zai volunteers to tank the RNG roll on unlocking the next heavy stone door. Resting his hand on the rusty wood, the alley prays like a madman that the game spawns another brutal, nightmare fuel mob for him to farm. The heavy double doors creak loudly in the silent room, swinging wide open to expose a super thick, bright pink fog filling the new zone. Staring into the glowing portal, the bald guy gets super confused and absolutely shook when his camera spots an actual human NPC rendering inside. A super curvy mob rocking a white dress on stealths, leaking pure charm stats while floating gracefully right through the smoke effects. Gently fanning her own face with a premium skin fan, the ghost drops a thirsty smirk, celebrating the arrival of some fresh server pop. Totally CC'd by the monster's broken beauty stat, Ching Zai literally drools, admitting that visual surprise just absolutely nuked his brain. Shutting down the fighter's simp moment, the red system UI flashes, officially tagging this current event as a lethal, high-tier jump scare. Snapping out of the charm debuff, the partner clocks the aggro and realizes this Quaifu is actually just an overpowered PK mob. The entity flexes her demonic aura, with the Heidi lore dumping that she's actually a bird, freak designed to literally eat the brains of any player she charms. Licking her lips with pure toxic intent, the creepy boss tries to pull aggro by seducing the duo, calling them her cute little noobs. Firing off a pink heart-shaped magic projectile, the creature invites the intruders to just log out and drown in an infinite AFK pleasure loop. The protagonist pops his neon blue aura, flexing absolute, hard-coded immunity against her pathetic mental CC attack. Eating the debuff straight to the face, the bald partner gets 100% mind, controlled and just starts zombie, walking straight into the boss's hitbox. Luochi calculates that his fighter bro's trash tier mana pool is the reason he couldn't roll a successful save against such a busted confusion spell. Reading the massive disadvantage, the warrior casually rests his hand on the hilt of his scaling legendary sword. Drawing the glowing blade, he knows he's gonna have to solo tank the front line for this raid entirely by himself. The boss is actually impressed by the kid's resist stats, but still drops a toxic voiceling claiming he's just a trash tier human NPC. Right then, the creature points her finger and commands the mind-controlled ally to instantly PK his own duo partner. Fully hijacked by the admin code, Kyung Zai draws his heavy broadsword, his eyes leaking a super glitchy, freaky light. Gripping his weapon tight, the fighter buffers his animation for a fatal rush attack. The partner dive, bombs swinging the massive blade, while the leader just evaluates the frame data with absolute zero chill. The warrior figures this friendly fire glitch is the absolute perfect window to DPS. Check his bro's current power scaling. With a swift animation, he preps his guard to perfectly parry the incoming heavy smash. The two swords clash violently, dropping a massive physics shockwave across the pitch black lobby. On impact, the purple energy from the fighter's passive shield actually renders a creepy demon particle effect in the air. Holding his ground firmly, Luosi realizes he actually has to sandbag his own DPS so he doesn't accidentally kill his buddy. Totally shook, the ghost can't even process how the power gap between the two party members is actually this massively broken. The freaky boss decides to drop a massive buff on her puppet, channeling her dark mana to boost his stats. The HUD flashes a warning that the partner just caught a dark blessing, instantly juicing his raw strength by 5 whole levels in one frame. Pretty hyped by the monster's assist, Luosi celebrates the free opportunity to test his duo's limits after that massive spontaneous level up. Puppet modded by the spell, Chung Zai spams a totally cracked combo, trying his hardest to dice the protagonist into pixels. The warrior runs the math to see if his newly buffed bro actually has the frames to keep up with him in a straight up 1v1. The blades crash again, dropping a ridiculously loud, clipping sound effect straight down the stone hallway. Sparks fly everywhere as the raw pressure of the spam combo pushes against the leader's absolutely flawless block string. The kid is honestly amazed to see his buddy's current DPS basically matches his own, proving the guy's endgame potential is actually god tier. Getting the exact data he wanted, the young prodigy locks his camera and decides to pull the plug on this little friendly PvP match. Flexing some actual mechanics, he drops a frame-perfect parry that completely disarms his ally, yeeting the broadsword across the map. Panicking, the creature spams a command for her mind, controlled human to instantly pop his shield cooldown. Dashing in like a literal lightning bolt, the leader declares her ping is way too high and tells his bro it's time to log off and rest. With surgical aimbot precision, the warrior smacks his partner right on the dome using just the hilt of his own sword. The blunt hit causes massive knockback on the fighter, completely shattering the purple protection bubble into glitchy fragments. Knocked out cold, the partner's model rag dolls and hits the stone floor with a super heavy thud. Totally AFK, King Zai goes to sleep without dropping a single point of actual lethal HP damage. The warrior glances back, super relieved he managed to perfectly sandbag his own DPS, so he didn't accidentally kill him. Swapping to his boss, aggro stance, the leader points his blade right at the mob and announces it's finally her turn to catch these hands. Leaking a dark purple aura packed with pure tilt, the monster completely refuses to accept that a basic human model holds that kind of broken DPS. In less than a frame, the charming waifu skin completely morphs into a terrifying, winged nightmare aberration. The creature pops her magic active, rendering a massive, glowing eyeball right in the dead center of her own torso. The protagonist pushes for the engage while the system's red text spams a warning about the highly toxic hallucinogenic properties of the boss's ultimate. Packing hard-coded immunity against CC, the kid roasts her desperate spam, calling out her attack patterns for being completely readable and trash. He jumps and fires off a devastating slash that totally cracks the floor geometry and scatters her magic particles all over the skybox. The warrior drops a buttery smooth combo right into the freaky bird's hitbox, officially canceling this entire clown fiesta. The scarlet neon blade clips right through the monster, triggering an absolutely overwhelming physics shockwave. Taking the critical hit straight to the core, the beast turns into pure glowing light as her model gets completely exploded by the savage burst damage. The AG drops, the boss defeated banner, showering the map with premium loot cards, and the kid is actually shook by the crazy drop rate. Scanning the floating loot pool, the leader ticks off the drop's fat XP, bonus stat boosters, and one super sus, ultra rare golden key. Reading the tool tip, he confirms his big brain theory this key is the exact admin item needed to bypass the DRM on those locked mystery cards. The leader checks the other 3 drops and decides to just auto-consume them, reasoning that raw agility and strength won't really optimize his bro's heavy shield tank build. The glowing XP juice flows straight into his avatar while the UI refreshes his stats, bumping him to the absolutely cracked milestone of level 20. Rebooting totally disoriented Chung, Zai rubs his sore head, asking in chat if he just blacked out after partying too hard at the tavern. Skipping his bro's confused dialogue, the warrior hands over the golden key, ordering him to equip that loot into his hotbar instantly. The fighter hypes up his duo, totally amazed the guy actually farmed the exact RNG drop needed to unlock his mystery card. The protagonist tells him to crack the loot box open ASAP, because they need to speedrun to the next stage before the timer gets sweaty. The bald guy clicks yes, immediately, using the golden key to completely bypass the firewall on his mystery drop. A blinding green neon light leaks from the revealed card, and the alley pops off over securing a drop with some legit high-tier rarity. The system patch notes detail that the item is a class, change token balanced around a hybrid tank, DPS bruiser build. Shaking with absolute hype, the buddy screams he just hit the RNG jackpot, and can finally stop playing like a vanilla noob. Holding the card up like a legendary drop, Chung Zai announces he's gonna class up into a heavy armor shield, bash her right on the spot. The leader scans the item's specs and cringes, knowing that class's low rank has a terrible hard cap that will totally nerf his bro's endgame scaling. Being super pragmatic, Luosi vetoes the upgrade, promising he'll carry him to a much higher tier class drop so his stat ceiling doesn't get hard stuck. Flashing a super awkward smile, the bald guy trusts the prodigy's meta knowledge and agrees to just stash the loot in his inventory for now. Telling his bro not to catch a sadness debuff, the warrior smirks, claiming he already has the absolute god tier class mapped out for his specific tanky playstyle. Getting his hype back, Chung Zai literally begs to hear the title of this supposedly busted supreme power, holding up one finger. Luosi declares his partner is destined to main the overwhelmingly OP class, defender of the celestial rocks. Crying tears of pure joy, the bald dude thinks that title sounds absolutely cracked and happily agrees to AFK on upgrading until that legendary drop spawns. Getting back to the main quest in the portal hallway, the warrior takes the point position while his buddy prays to RNGesus for even more premium loot boxes. The leader watches his teammates' goofy animations, concluding this guy is literally an infinite battery of positive vibes. With a super confident animation, the protagonist grabs the handle of the very next heavy stone portal in the sequence. The second the door swings open, Chung Zai's eyes pop out, catching a massive jump scare from the mystery models rendering inside the room. 3 super decked out players rocking premium dark cloaks are just standing there, locking eyes with the survivor duo. The bald dude points frantically, screaming that they just face checked another trap room filled with 3 freaky mobs. Keeping a totally deadpan face, the warrior drops a correction, leaking that these entities are actually 100% human players. A blonde guy in a high-tier suit pops off over his insane luck, confirming that the leaked admin prophecy was actually canon. The partner hits full panic mode when he scans the enemy's advanced class tags, asking in voice chat if the sweaty PvP bloodbath is booting up again. Hiding under her hood, one of the invaders instantly IDs the protagonist's skin as the absolute global rank 1 player. The suit drops the lore that a divine dev literally promised them this exact random encounter with the server's biggest speedrunner. The blonde suit stops his walk cycle and admits he totally didn't expect to run into the protagonist here. With zero chill, he casually drops that he knows the kid is the global leaderboard champion. Flexing a boss-level posture, the guy calls Luoshi out by his gamertag. The suit is running a solid comp, backed up by a super buff woman and a creepy hooded player. Staring down the enemy squad, the warrior figures internally that a toxic troll like this wouldn't just catch a game over that easily. He wonders if the dev baited players here to PvP over the supreme loot just to stream a massive bloodbath. That definitely tracks with the sadistic meta of the wicked gods. Taunting him, the blonde complains that the kid totally disrespected his grind set. After all, team killing a few noobs is just the required cost to unlock the Save the World achievement. With the aggro spiking, Lucy pings King Zai to prep his combat hotkeys. Across the room, the suit agrees the PvP is kind of annoying and drops a super cynical, "my bad" emote. Julian pops his class active, rendering a web of glowing, razor-sharp wires, praising the leader's fast reaction time. He decrees their game over screen is already hard-coded. The enemy shot caller orders the muscle, mommy to peel the bald guy, complaining that the noob's skin is burning his eyes. Right after, he pings his healer to stay back and just spam support spells. Tilted into oblivion by the trash talk Kyung, Zai demands to know who they're calling a scrub. The partner summons his massive purple shield and screams for the enemy squad to stop sleeping on his tank stats. The woman named Leah channels a fiery particle effect into her hands, confirming the roast was 100% aimed at his bald head. She triggers the ultimate active on her premium fire gauntlets. With an ultra-aggressive leap, the fighter drops a brutal dive, bomb punch straight into the noob's defensive barrier. As the collision triggers a massive energy explosion, Luosai runs a scan on the enemy. He reads her code, noting she's sitting at level 15 and definitely maxed out her martial arts skill tree. Luckily, the rival doesn't even have a specialized class equipped. The warrior calculates that Chung Zai can secure the W if he just turtles up and drains her weapon durability against his shield. Exploiting the micro distraction, Julian Auto fires a barrage of lethal wires straight at the kid. The rival complains that looking away during a 1v1 is absolute toxic disrespect. The protagonist smoothly iframes the magic barrage, perfectly tracking the hitboxes of the wires as they slice right through the stone floor textures. The volley of magic wires tracks the protagonist like aimbot across the lobby. The blonde brags that the durability stat on his threads easily rivals pure, unadulterated steel. Moving like a literal lightning bolt, the warrior deduces the only counter play to the zoning spam is to close the gap fast, otherwise a slow chip damage defeat is totally unavoidable. Scowling, Luosi remembers there's a massive, game-breaking problem camping in the enemy's backline. The hooded healer is just AF in the shadows, waiting to spam full heals on any damage the boss tanks during the PvP. Weighing his options, the young prodigy concludes this 1v1 either drags into a sweaty, stamina-draining stalemate or ends with one clean, instant kill execution. If the match stalls out into a battle of attrition, their squad's massive numbers disadvantage is going to become a super toxic and lethal problem. Flexing a totally ruthless glare, the leader decides that dropping a one-shot, overpowering nuke is his absolute only viable strat. The kid draws his blade and warns the lobby he's taking off the training weights. Immediately after, he pops his secret, Resonance active. The HUD flashes a green checkmark for the cast, rendering a list of the totally broken, multiple multiplier buffs the evolving sword just downloaded. Gripping the weapon that's now leaking pure, raw DPS energy, Luosi realizes in awe that this item's level cap is still nowhere near maxed out. Leaking an insane electric neon aura, the warrior full sprints like a madman straight for the suited enemy. The kid decides to just delete the problem instantly by popping his rising slash skill. The big brain strat is buffering the perfect attack to force a devastating clash. The blade starts stacking a colossal pool of electric mana, throwing blinding sparks all over the room's geometry. Seeing the weapon glow up, Julian drops a super cynical smirk. The suit asks if the kid is charging an ultimate, warning him that he's got his own broken cooldowns ready. Commanding his lethal threads, the blonde starts channeling a massive magic AO nuke to counter attack head-on. The enemy trolls, claiming that spam rolling won't save him. His secret passive spawns over 1,000 wires in a single frame, making it physically impossible for human reaction times to parry. Totally unfazed by the absurd projectile count, Luoshi charges straight into the lethal bullet, Hell Web blocking his lane. The collision between the kid and the spell tears the air, scattering a few drops of ketchup from the violent, laggy impact of the rush. Julian's eyes bug out, totally mind blown by the absolute god speed of the rush. The warrior shreds right through the magic firewall like it's wet tissue paper. Yanking his puppet strings hard, the blonde drops a sadistic grin and announces he finally CC'd the target. Dozens of glowing red wires instantly wrap around the protagonist's hitbox, completely stun, locking his character model mid-air. With the kid totally frozen by the CC, the suit mocks him, asking if the server's biggest legend has a glitch to clip out of this one. Pulling his arm way back, Julian funnels his entire mana bar into the wires, swearing this next nuke is going to permanently zero out the prodigy's HP. Seeing his bro caught in the lethal trap box, Chung Zai screams his duo's name in absolute, tilting despair across the lobby. The villain fires off the massive nuke, early celebrating the W. Internally, he's huffing pure hopium that his clan will finally validate him once he drops that supreme card in their inventory. The blonde's brain is completely hijacked by delusions of grandeur as his face twists into a psychotic, toxic villain emote. Lore drops from his past reveal he's a bastard spawn of the Valois clan. The dude is still super salty about getting permabanned from his own base because of some low-tier made NPC. In the sad flashback, a tiny Julian slams the mansion door. The crying noob swore a hard oath to only trust his own solo grind from that patch forward. Consumed by pure, edgy kid rage, he promised to power level his stats until he was basically hovering in the skybox above every other casual. Snapping back to the lethal present, the blonde flexes his massive ego, swearing he's gonna force the entire server to hit the crouch button at his boots. An absolutely overwhelming scarlet explosion blasts right at the protagonist. Julian screams with pure, toxic hatred, telling the kid to log out straight into the Shadow Realm. The devastating energy connects with the hitbox dead on, triggering a violent impact that causes the entire stone map geometry to screen shake. Totally shook by the cutscene, the bald partner cries and screams, begging the warrior not to catch such a trash game over like that. As the particle dust settles, the suit trolls that the global rank 1 was nothing but a meme and walks up to loot the drop bag. His cocky emote doesn't last long. The blonde's eyes bug out in absolute disbelief when he spots the rival's model still rendering inside the smoke cloud. Hitting panic mode, Julian spams a sealing spell cooldown, desperately trying to stack more CC debuffs on the kid inside the magic web. Dropping hysterical villain laughs, he warns the human doesn't have the DPS to cut those wires, bragging that it's his absolute, nerfable ultimate defense. Completely ignoring the debuff icons, the warrior flares his aura, brute forcing the destruction of the magic trap using nothing but raw, broken stats. The spell shatters violently. Julian spits up a massive fountain of ketchup, eating the severe recoil damage of his own ultimate getting cancelled. The protagonist sticks a super heavy landing on the tiles, while several drops of red pixels leak from his chipped HP bar. Dropping to his knees, the blonde admits he's actually impressed the kid was willing to tank raw skin damage just to glitch out of the CC trap. Covered in ketchup and flexing a 0-degree glare, Lua C stares down the loser, telling him he spams way too much trash talk in the middle of a sweaty PvP. The raid leader thinks to himself that top-tier DPS mains are always toxic to their enemies, but they gotta be just as ruthless with their own HP management. Pointing his neon sword right at the scrub, the kid asks if the suit even has the mental fortitude left to keep pressing buttons. Registering her boss's incoming game over, the hooded healer drops a super heavy, tilted sigh from across the room. In the dead silence of the wrecked lobby, Lua Shi and the hoodie girl square up in an atmosphere of absolute, sweaty tension. The kid runs a quick diagnostic on his own UI. Despite holding that boss posture, he admits to himself his stamina bar is literally flashing empty. He admits Julian was actually cracked. The heavy bleed debuffs are dragging his stats down, proving this dungeon's raw damage scaling is no joke. The kid finds the woman's AFK behavior super sus. She literally just crossed her arms and refused to spam heals on her carry. Looks like her master plan is to spectate the wipe and ninja the loot later. Gripping the hilt of his bloody sword tight, the warrior swears he won't let this camper snag a free W off him, even with his HP and mana totally drained. The guy is 100% sure he's got enough burst damage left to drag her straight to the respawn screen with him. Acting super edgy, the healer just stares back with a ridiculously chill vibe, not telegraphing a single attack animation. Suddenly, the ear-piercing sound effects of heavy hits and clashing steel snap the kid's camera focused back to the other PvP match. Turning his head, the leader is totally confused by the enemy's lag. He wonders if her whole 200 IQ strat is literally just AFK spectating his bald buddy's 1v1. Exploiting the pause, the protagonist drops into a sitting animation on the freezing floor. Since the mage isn't pushing, he's gonna abuse these free frames to regen his stamina bar. Tanking the heavy combat pressure, Kyung Zai pops off in relief when he spots that his carry bro actually survived the ultimate nuke. Canceling his hype emote, the muscle mommy rushes in full speed, dropping a threat that the bald guy is the one who's about to catch a game over right now. Leah triggers the special active on her gauntlets, wrapping her fists in pure, Unadulterated fire pixels. She wins up a violent, straight punch just to DPS, check the enemy's shield. The overwhelming, flaming impact crashes straight into the fighter's purple barrier, setting off a massive, screen-shaking explosion across the lobby. The shield tanks the brutal shockwave, while the gear's corrosive passive instantly procs its recoil damage against the incoming fighter. Unable to tank the violent burst damage, the purple shield finally shatters, and Ching Zai gets yeeted backward with a scream. The partner's character model slams into the stone floor with absolutely brutal rag-doll physics. Coughing up a ton of ketchup, the fighter tries to prop himself up, while his gear's neon energy starts completely glitching out. Sitting on 1 HP, he stares at the fading light particles, totally confused about how his absolute defense buff just got deleted. The UI drops the bad news: his shield's durability hit absolute 0, tilted. The kid realizes his main tank utility is permanently offline for this fight. Dripping with intense fire particles, Leia roasts his broken turtle, shell strat, and challenges the noob to actually throw hands now. The fighter wins up a lethal haymaker, swearing that after securing this kill, she's gonna wipe the warrior and lock in the W for her squad. Refusing to hit the forfeit button, the bald guy stands up gripping his heavy broadsword, stating he's not just gonna AFK and wait for the respawn screen. In a massive, explosive clash, the giant steel blade parries the flaming fist, throwing blinding sparks all over the lobby. Glaring down at the kneeling kid, the woman drops a toxic taunt, asking what else a trash, tier scrub like him could possibly pull off here. She buffers another flaming combo, totally disrespecting the fighter by calling him a completely useless NPC ant. With his head down and his HP bar leaking, Ching Zai eats the roast, genuinely feeling like his stats are way too low to peel for anyone. A super toxic memory invades his brain, replaying the cutscene where his crush fell into the fire AoE, and he didn't have the frames to save her. The flashback of Lucy constantly hard, carrying him also pops up, stacking a massive guilt debuff because he's always been dead weight to his bro. Swallowed by pure despair, the noob remembers all those times he just camped in a corner with max fear meter while the bosses rushed them. But suddenly, a blazing try-hard determination overrides his system as he absolutely rejects playing the cowardly AFK role anymore. Leaking a heavy purple aura, the fighter snaps his head up and raises his massive broadsword for the final, sudden death trade. Showing zero mercy, Leia dashes straight at him, screaming that she's gonna cancel his subscription to life right now. Tanking the damage, Ching Zai yells back that he also put his account on the line to grind into the absolute hero who saves this server. An overwhelming wave of fire pixels crashes straight into his hitbox, scattering physics debris everywhere. Ketchup flies as the noob eats an absolute bullet, hell of brutal punches, but he burns every drop of stamina to avoid the knockdown animation. Suddenly, the woman's eyes go wide when she feels an absolutely broken level of poise coming from the critically injured kid. With a violent burst of super armor, the bald partner perfectly parries her, forcing her character model to slide backward across the wrecked floor. Propped up on the ground, the fighter stares at her own hands, completely shook that she just got out-traded by a literal ant. Gasping for air on his knees, the kid warns that the duel isn't over, since his 80 shows her HP bar hasn't hit 0 yet. Gripping his lethal weapon, he forces himself up with a battle cry, swearing he's gonna secure the W so he can log out alive with his carry. Panicking over the relentless rush, the woman throws up a shaking hand, literally begging the kid to open a dialogue window. Skipping the cutscene with zero mercy, Ching Zai drops the colossal blade while the rival just accepts her inevitable game over. The blade clips straight through the fighter in a fatal critical hit, splashing red pixels all over the map. Completely gassed from burning his stamina to 0, the bald guy collapses on his back, wondering if the raid leader is actually gonna drop a GG for that solo win. The system pings Leia's death log while the warrior smirks, satisfied that throwing his bro into a sweaty 1v1 actually leveled up his mechanics. Panning his camera back to the hoodie girl, the leader points out she's the last one standing and asks if she's gonna try a desperate clutch play. Wiping the ketchup off his face, the protagonist runs the math and guarantees he's regened enough mana to instantly delete her. Breaking the dead silence, the spooky healer starts slow, walking straight toward the critically injured kid. Narrowing his eyes, Lucy preps his block frames, 100% convinced the final boss phase is about to trigger. Pulling her hood down, the girl reveals her face and stammers, begging him to chill because she has zero intention of flagging for PvP. The warrior's eyes bug out, completely caught off guard by the girl actually hitting the friendly surrender emote. The digital UI pops up, showing the noob just popped her heal, overtime active, leaking a soft green aura from her hands. Soaking up the free HP region, the leader questions her guild loyalty. The girl explains she only partied up with those griefers, so she wouldn't get spawn camped. Shenjing offers up her dedicated healer build, pointing out his squad is down a member, and his bald tank is literally sitting on 1 HP. A blue dialogue box pops up, offering the prompt to officially recruit the healer into the protagonist's party. The kid evaluates the trade, realizing that kicking the toxic trader earlier actually left an open slot on their roster. Feeling his debuffs clear up, he figures accepting a pocket healer is the absolute most optimal play to save his wrecked buddy's run. With a quick tap on the HUD, Luosi hits accept on the invite, officially welcoming the healer to the guild. The girl drops a bow emote, calling him captain. Satisfied, he orders the fresh recruit to go spam heals on the down tank SAP. The healer sprints across the stone lobby to drop a revive on the completely AFK noob. Watching the play, the protagonist calculates that having a big brain support main is gonna make the upcoming raids a total breeze. The system drops a stage cleared banner for the House of Horrors and spawns 2 massive boss doors for the final section of this toxic paradise. The UI flashes a red warning that slowpokes will spawn as hostages in the next zone. Reading the patch note, the warrior thinks that edgy tag is super sus. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he forces himself up, absolutely positive the final of this dungeon is gonna be pure, unadulterated hell. A red countdown timer demands an instant door breach, warning the entire map's geometry will be permanently deleted in 60 seconds. With the digital walls already glitching and cracking, Luosi knows the squad has to cross the loading zone before the server completely crashes. Staring at the 2 options, the kid flames the dev's toxic design for rendering 2 doors, when only one route avoids an instant wipe. The HUD spoils that one door acts as a safe room for HP regen, while the other instantly aggroes the squad into the next boss phase. Tilted by the sadistic coin flip, Kyungzai curses the admins, screaming about why they always enforce this absolute garbage, toxic level design. The healer points at the falling map debris, warning the timer is literally at 0. Without lagging, the leader insta locks the white door. The warrior's bloody hand firmly turns the dork knob of the chosen portal. The bald fighter sweats bullets, praying to their RNG gods that the spawn room offers that desperately needed AFK heal zone. The door swings wide, blasting a wave of neon light with literally single-digit frames left on the death timer. The squad zones into a cozy wooden cabin, and the system confirms the W, granting them 10 full minutes of uninterrupted AFK safe zone time. Popping off with pure hype, the bald partner celebrates his bro's absolute god, tier RNG, for picking the exact right load zone. The glowing door slams shut behind them and completely despawns, hard locking the path back to the previous map. Flopping onto the wooden floorboards, the fighter groans, complaining that his avatar's durability is completely zeroed out and everything hurts. Spamming her heal beam on the captain, the medic tells the noob to hold on a sec, because his HP bar is next in the queue. Checking his own status effects, Luosi realizes his stack-based stats are basically auto, ragening his minor chip damage anyway, getting topped off right after. Kyungzai asks what her actual lore is for ditching the toxic guild to join their friend list. Glancing at the warrior, Shen Jing admits in her head that camping behind the global rank 1 carry just feels like an absolute invincibility cheat code. Staring at the ticking clock, the girl curses the permanent fear debuff that's been wrecking her sanity since this nightmare server dropped. She absolutely hates queuing up for these sweaty bloodbaths, only grinding to survive so she can log out and fix the massive IRL quests she left pending on Earth. With tears rendering in her eyes, the girl drops the heavy lore that her parents caught, the permanent coma glitch, and the raid schedule doesn't even let her visit their spawn point. Hit right in the feels by the backstory, the fighter drops his head, remembering his own crush caught that exact same toxic, hard locked sleep debuff. Shattering the depressing vibe, the protagonist guarantees with absolute confidence that he's gonna permanently shut this cursed server down. The medic's eyes go wide, feeling like that epic dialogue line was literally a life-saving rescue item tossed into her ocean of despair. Flexing an unbreakable, focused glare, the young prodigy doubles down on his quest to absolutely delete every single wicked admin. The safe zone timer hits 0, and the system renders the terrifying final boss door, completely drenched in a heavy, toxic purple aura. The warrior takes the point position, announcing they've finally hit the in-game stage, getting a hyped, "Let's go," from his 2 party members in voice chat. Walking through the glowing portal, the squad pushes down the stone corridor straight into the next lethal raid encounter of the dungeon. The system drops the title, Doomsday Paradise, revealing the third and final phase is literally a fire-drenched, hellish lava map. Feeling the heavy environmental debuffs, Kyungzai complains the map's heat index is totally unbearable, proving the edgy stage name is 100% accurate. The fighter looks down and his jaw drops, realizing the other lobby survivors actually got converted into hostage NPCs locked inside a wooden cage hitbox. Keeping his chill, Luosi scans the zone's geometry and drops the spoiler that the boss of this map is actually a super familiar face. Totally lost, Shen Jing asks in chat who the heck he's actually pinging. The protagonist sighs, noting the medic missed the earlier lore, as their cameras pan up to a female model literally hovering over the floating rock textures. The creature unstealths, leaking pure toxicity and glowing red eyes, flexing a super dense, terrifyingly corrupted boss aura. Absolutely mind blown, the bald dude points and instantly IDs the threat as that same toxic snake named Engiant. Idling in the skybox, the woman demands with an edgy voice filter that they permanently save her new gamertag to memory. Flexing its monster skin, the admin currently hijacking the avatar announces its canon name is now Eric Blood Tooth. The bald guy is totally confused by the dude, bro name on a female skin, while the healer hits panic mode, screaming how that code is even physically possible. Super confused by his ally's fear debuff, the fighter asks who the heck she's hyping up with so much dread. Sweating bullets, Shen Jing drops the historical lore that this guy was an insanely notorious serial killer demon from the World War events. The medic leaks the wiki stats, stating the scumbag literally solo wiped almost 10,000 civilian NPCs back in the day. Shaking with fear, the girl points out this notorious freak caught the death penalty decades ago and shouldn't even exist in the server's current patch. Luosi clears up the exploit, stating this is the Wick dev's signature move. They can literally run revive scripts on toxic spirits if they pay the premium toll. With a dead serious glare, the leader drops the terms of service. The absolute condition for respawning is signing up as a permanent lackey for those dark admins. Checking out its own corrupted hand model, the entity trolls the chat, asking why simping for the dark faction is considered such a bad meta. Rendering a colossal red energy scythe, the boss swears it'll pay literally any microtransaction fee, as long as it gets to keep griefing the server. Flashing an absolutely psycho glare, the beast hits the start button on yet another brutal, hardcore human wiping event. The red UI pops up leaking the stage rules. They have exactly 25 minutes to zero the boss's HP before the hostages get dropped straight into the lava hitbox. Freaking out over the sweaty speedrun timer, Chun flames the unfair mechanics, terrified it's an auto loss if the boss just decides to kite them endlessly. Stuck in the hanging prop cages, the hostages spam help in chat, eyeing the kid as the global rank 1 carry and their only shot at avoiding a game over. Annoyed by the audio spam, the partner tells the warrior to pop off quickly, insisting they can't just let players catch permabends right on their screen. Keeping absolute zero chill, the leader bluntly replies he literally doesn't have the kit to do that, leaving the fighter totally confused by the thrown call. Resting his hand on his hilt, he drops the spoiler that zeroing this boss is mathematically impossible. Their only strat is to camp and stall until the timer hits 0, and they all wipe together. The young prodigy locks eyes with the target and leaks the absolute worst patch nota, that corrupted mutant literally has a hard-coded absolute immortality passive. Flashing back to his old save, the kid confirms the wiki data dumped by the veteran players prove this boss's invincibility frames are permanent. The protagonist calculates that even landing chip damage on the freak is impossible unless you equip the exact gimmick card, packing the stage's cleans element. Tearing his hair out in pure panic, Chung Zai thinks they just walked into a literal soft lock, and the entire squad's game over is already processing. Interrupting the doom, posting, Shen Jing holds up a glowing blue digital item, and super chilly asks if the raid leader was referring to this exact special cleans card. The two party members' eyes practically bug out of their heads, completely mind blown by the medic's totally unexpected clutch loot reveal. Extremely satisfied, the warrior checks out the ultra-rare drop, internally popping off that his gamble to recruit the healer actually turned out to be a massive, big, brain W.